Hello and welcome back to Analogia Entis. I'm very excited for our conversation today with J. Phillip Johnson. This is a continuation of his presentation last time on the Catholic theologian Erich Przywara and his text Analogia Entis, Original Structure and Universal Rhythm. Today we're going to be extending our research to his relationship with Hans Urs von Balthasar and the rupture between their two systems of thought. Welcome, Jay. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me back. I'm looking forward to having a good conversation today about Erich Przywara's thought and comparing him and contrasting him with Hans Urs von Balthasar.
Excellent. I'm really excited for this too. I know you've put in a lot of work and have a lot to say. This is probably going to be another marathon, so hopefully our viewers are ready for it.
I sure hope so. There's a lot of good material here, and I think you agree this presentation, if you made it through the first one, then this will be kind of your reward. You get to enjoy this one a lot more once you get the foundation set.
Excellent. And Jay has a book that's available on Amazon called The Invention of Work, which I strongly recommend everyone get a copy. We'll have the link in the description box, and we'll talk a bit about the publication toward the end of the video if we have a chance. I imagine we're going to do a follow-up video, like a live stream like we did last time on my Substack. So look out for that. Dates will be forthcoming. And let's begin if you're ready.
Yes, I am.
All right. So why study Hans Urs von Balthasar? For many who have followed my channel, such an intense focus on one singular theologian who can so easily be cast off as a modernist and revolutionary might seem superfluous. What is known of von Balthasar by most traditional Catholics is his association with the heresy of universalism in his book, Dare We Hope All Men Are Saved, where he put forward a non-committal form of apostasis called hopeful universalism. Secondly, he is known for his associations with the Nouvelle Theologie after the Council, his work in establishing the Catholic periodical communio with Henri de Lubac and Joseph Ratzinger in response to Karl Rahner's Concilium, and for his lifelong partnership with the controversial mystic Adrienne von Speyr, whose visions inspired many of von Balthasar's theological claims. Lastly, if you followed this space very long, you're familiar with Balthasar's contribution and promotion of Valentin Tomberg's Meditations on the Tarot, so much so he gifted a copy to Pope John Paul II that sat on his desk. What is less well known is how instrumental von Balthasar was in advancing the cause of Medjugorje after it was condemned at the diocesan level. These, coupled with his collaboration with von Speyr, show a turn toward mysticism over metaphysics that sought to break from the coherence of Neo-Scholasticism and St. Thomas. This form of mysticism veers toward theosophy because it claims a God's eye view of the inner life of the immanent Trinity and creation. In his afterword to the Tomberg text, Balthasar defends the compatibility of Kabbalah, Hermeticism, and Tarot to the Catholic mystery. Everything sound good so far, Jay?
Yes.
Okay. Pope Pius XII criticizes this breed of mysticism in Mystici Corporis, likely in reference to von Balthasar's contemporaries Henri de Lubac and Karl Rahner. His Holiness states, "For while there still survives a false rationalism, which ridicules anything that transcends and defies the power of human genius, and which is accompanied by a cognate error, the so-called popular naturalism, which sees and wills to see in the Church nothing but a juridical and social union, there is, on the other hand, a false mysticism creeping in, which, in its attempt to eliminate the immovable frontier that separates creature from their creator." The immovable frontier here echoes the Fourth Lateran Council's edict, between creator and creature, no similarity can be so great that a greater similarity between them cannot be seen. It is important to keep this gap forefront in our analysis of the occult, and what we have described in our recent live stream as the theurgy-liturgy divide. Kabbalah, Hermeticism, magic, and false mysticism seek to collapse, seize, and assault this insurmountable gap from both sides of the polarity. My guest today, Jay Johnson, describes this as the half problem of Gnosticism. Kabbalah and Jewish Messianism work both sides of the creator-creature divide. Gnosticism works only one side. Kabbalah commits the dual errors of theopanism and pantheism, as we explored last time in Jay's segment on Isaac Luria. Kabbalah isn't just Jewish Gnosticism. So again, why study von Balthasar? Although as traditional Catholics we might think we are immune to Balthasar's errors, yet they creep up everywhere in traditional circles. Case in point, the modern Gnosticism thesis. James Lindsay, Bishop Barron, and a host of other neoconservative commentators cite Eric Voegelin's claim that modern totalitarian ideologies are a form of secular Gnosticism that seek to access secret knowledge to immanentize the eschaton. Voegelin has been all but canonized by traditional and conservative Catholics, yet what's seldom acknowledged is that Voegelin derives this theory from Hans Urs von Balthasar's Apocalypse of the German Soul and Hans Jonas's The Gnostic Religion. Previously, I've dissected Jonas's essay, The Concept of God After Auschwitz, where he explores a cosmology modeled on Lurianic Kabbalah that oscillates between pantheism and theopanism after the death of God and the transferal of divine sovereignty to man. Balthasar's Apocalypse, like Voegelin after him, identifies George Friedrich Hegel as the source of modern Gnosticism, who proclaimed the state is the march of God through history on earth. Balthasar is equally hostile to integralism, conflating the medieval sacrum imperium to totalitarianism. Yet Balthasar gives positive appraisals of Hegel and the German mystical tradition in other regards, tracing the canonic stream from Eckhart to Cusa to Paracelsus to Boehme to German idealism. The magical mystical aspect is always preserved in Balthasar's genealogy as a precursor to his own canonic mysticism, while inoculating the Catholic social order to itself via Hegel. In short, the critique of Gnosticism provides cover for Kabbalah and Jewish Messianism and accuses the Church to be the source of modern errors. As Voegelin says in Science, Politics, and Gnosticism, the immanentization of the Christian eschaton is a spiritual perversion that could arise only from within the Christian faith itself. Andrew Willard Jones's recent video that friend of the channel Theo Howard recently dismantled, called Christendom Did Modernity, smacks of the same deception, another crypto-Balthasarianism. So now I want to play a clip from a recent conversation between Bishop Robert Barron and Cardinal Mueller, in which they discuss and kind of outline this Gnosticism thesis that I just spoke of. So let me cue that up here.
Relation to another person who is the Son of God who became man.
Something I found in one of your interviews, I think, where you said, go back all the way to Irenaeus and Origen, and you'll find among a cultured elite a resistance to the incarnation. And that's always the point, isn't it? Is this strange claim of Christianity that the word becomes flesh. In Irenaeus, the word flesh comes up all the time. The body, the facticity. What is it about that Gnostic heresy that is so persistent? It existed way back then. It exists now, it seems to me. What is it? Why is the Gnostic heresy so persistent?
Pope Francis asked me to write a book about the modern Gnosticism as the greatest challenge of Christianity, like in the times of, on the occasion when he appointed Irenaeus of Lyon, Doctor Ecclesia, Doctor of the Church. And in my studies, I can say the old Gnosticism is the pattern also of the modern Gnosticism. And Hegel is not only an attack of us, but also his own school. Ferdinand Christian Bauer, he said Hegelianism is a new form of Gnosticism, of a higher level of reflection, but the old Gnostics was not stupid people with some sentiments. They were philosophers. Basilides and Valentin we have philosophers in Alexandria of a high level, and the basis of all Gnosticism is a negation of the reality of God coming into flesh. Also Platonism and Origen against Celsus. The new Platonism is the same. It's not a Gnosticism, but the attack or the refusal, absolute refusal of the possibility of the reality of the incarnation. And Irenaeus said not is he look over a body, human nature in an abstract form, but the flesh, the real, we abstract and said we have a human nature, but it's only a philosophical concept. But we are not only a nature. We have body, blood, and our bones, and our sentiments, our soul. That is a real human being, and
Right.
Jesus Christ suffered really on the cross.
The Word
and,
became flesh.
And Hegel spoke only about the speculative Karfreitag. What is that to say in English? Speculative. It's a Holy Friday, no?
Oh yeah,
It's only
speculative Good Friday,
speculation
right.
against the real suffering of Jesus on the cross, and that is the crucial point where it is going away, and therefore Christianity is not an ideology.
Yeah,
it's not coming out from our ideas. It's not a new idea of the world, but it's a new reality. And
isn't it extraordinary how Irenaeus saw that very early on, and he knew that was the decisive battle, that Christianity had to win that battle.
Gnosis was so similar to Christianity,
right?
And it was so seductive that it's nearly the same, but was undermining. The subtle undermining of Christianity was a negation of the fact, historical fact. God became man as the Word became flesh.
Do you see, Your Eminence, a sign of this new Gnostic approach in the gender ideology today?
Yes.
You know, the language is very much.
I'll stop it there for now. They go on, and you can already see how they're kind of setting up the AstroTurf meme of woke right that James Lindsay and many other Zio-Christians deploy against those. Well, that's another side topic. But Jay, would you like to respond to anything we just listened to?
Yeah, absolutely. And what you'll notice here is, we have Cardinal Mueller and Bishop Barron here having a conversation about Gnosticism, and Gnosticism is going to, in this conversation, envelop virtually everything that you could say is wrong with the world. It's secularization. The Bishop Barron, it almost feels a little bit like ham-fisted. We're going to start talking about gender ideology after we were just talking about Saint Irenaeus of Lyon. And then we're going to start parading out all of the horribles, all the worst things in the world are going to be conflated under the banner of Gnosticism. We have gender ideology, and then they bring up voluntarism and William of Ockham, and not that these aren't problems, but that these are all being categorized within this broad range of Gnosticism, however broad or vaguely we want to describe that. And this term is more or less just a denial of the physical reality or the material reality. And it's unfortunate because you can see that they're dealing with a lot of ideas here that they're quoting Saint Irenaeus, or they're talking about Gnosticism, and it does have it very certainly is a threat to Christianity. But again, it's half of this problem. As we saw with Przywara, there is another side to this problem that can't just be categorized under Gnosticism. And certainly a few of the things that they bring up, such as Friedrich Nietzsche. Nietzsche cannot be called a Gnostic in a real sense. He's not. He very much has like the lust for life. He actually is very much in the material world and the will to power. This does not have the characteristic of Gnosticism. So to envelop those two together, it really is a contradiction.
Right, and the diagnostics that Balthasar sets up for identifying modern Gnosticism, at the same time conceal the influence of Kabbalistic and Hermetic concepts that come into his own theology through Russian sophiology and Böhmism, and we'll get to that later. I don't mean to roll it all out here at the beginning, but I look forward to your thoughts on the half problem of Gnosticism. So moving on, we can see here how Gnosticism is used as another way of saying mind-body dualism coupled with elite knowledge and an eschatological component. Yet historical Gnosticism appears in a multitude of forms that assault the creator-creature divide from various angles, some pantheist, other theopanist, some denying the flesh, others affirming it as a spark of the divine. In Hermeticism, which is adjacent to Gnosticism, the world is rendered the body of God. Repairing the world is repairing God. Just as we might read Hegel's idealism as a form of Gnosticism privileging the idea, we might alternately interpret Heidegger's existentialism as privileging the flesh and being as another Gnostic expression, one that Balthasar favors. Yet there's no mention of Pope Leo's recent comments on Tikkun Olam, where God enlists man to repair the botched job of creation as a Gnostic form. And that's exactly the point the modern Gnosticism charge is a smokescreen for Jewish messianism. As we've studied previously on this channel, modern Gnosticism is leveraged against those who defend the church's traditional teachings on the status of the unbelieving Jews who are accused of following the heretic Marcion, who declared the God of the Old Testament and the one of the New as separate and opposed deities. This metaphor is extended to the Gnostic trope we discussed earlier, where to critique the post-temple Jewish religion and their supposed rights to the Holy Land is to separate the flesh from the soul, as if to condemn the false religion of the Pharisees was to condemn the flesh of our Lord. This is a clever way of rewriting Scripture, where the carnal Israel is contrasted with the spiritual. The Israel of the flesh is lifted up, to use Bishop Barron's language, as the sacramental people. The tearing down of the middle partition is accomplished through a speculative and Gnostic coincidence of opposites, like the pseudo-Clementine syzygy, rather than by the salvific work of our Lord. Commenting on the Jewish Weimar philosopher Franz Rosenzweig, a student of Heidegger who subtly crafts this distinction between Gnosticism and Kabbalah, Erich Przywara states in his essay Judaism and Christianity, Rosenzweig develops the theory of Judaism as the eternal people, that is, the people who, so to speak, carry God in their blood, insofar as all contradictions of humanity are bound together within them. The Christian must preach self-emptying, kenosis, because by nature he is a Gentile, while a Jew cultivates a positive self-becoming, since he is already divine in his nature. One of von Balthasar's other key interlocutors was Reformed theologian Karl Barth, pioneer of dialectical theology. Although dual covenant theology is explicitly condemned by Catholic tradition, it was Barth's innovation that inspired Nostra Aetate, where he claimed that the Jews and Christians enjoy one covenant in two forms. It was Karl Rahner who said that the Christian of the future would have to be a mystic or nothing at all due to the collapse of Catholic institutions. Yet this collapse is part and parcel to the kenotic form of mysticism, where the church and her temporal order must give herself over to the other in kenotic love. In order for Christ to become all in all, he must become nothing in nothing. This inverted logic converges the apophatic and cataphatic in what is called the theology of kenosis, Balthasar's most significant contribution to the modern crisis. His central motif is called the Ur-kenosis, that posits the passion, suffering, and mutability of the Son's human nature into the divine nature of the Godhead itself. Conceived from a speculative approach to Philippians 2:7, what happens in the life and death of the Son occurs eternally in the Godhead. Christ, once for all time self-sacrificed to atone for the wages of sin, is read as God's eternal mode of being, the essence of the creative act, yielding into the other, being as pouring out, renouncing itself, love as non-being. Balthasar goes so far as to call the immanent life of the Trinity super-death. This theological precedent plays out in several directions, one of which is the kenosis of the church that is seen as a necessary precursor to the cosmic Christ, where he becomes all in all. We should hesitate with the passion of the church motif, where the church as mystical body must necessarily undergo the same suffering as our Lord, so that the sublation of glory and suffering may be achieved. The kenosis and passion of the church imagine a similar teleology through separate idioms. We must guard against false mysticism. As the Vatican II document Lumen Gentium states, Christ being rich becomes poor for our sakes, 2 Corinthians 8:9. So also the church, though it needs human resources to carry out its mission, is not set up to seek earthly glory, but to proclaim, even by its own example, humility and self-denial. Unfortunately, I haven't done much here to explain the title Life and Fire in the Flow of the World and how it describes the pantheism of von Balthasar. I hope you enjoy the following presentation by my guest, J. Phillip Johnson, as he fills in the gaps in my research with theological insights gleaned from Father Erich Przywara. Welcome, Jay.
So like we just saw with Will's initial presentation, von Balthasar is a very important theologian for the 20th century. The histories of the 20th century in theology and for the church have yet to be written. We are only being in the 21st century. We haven't written the histories or the way that we're going to receive the theology from the year 1900 to the year 2000. But safe to say, von Balthasar is going to be a very big part of that, as in terms of his influence. He has an outsized influence, as we examined just a few minutes ago. And as we'll see, his ideas have crept into the church in a way that is extremely widespread and often not attributable to him, because of the way that his influence through communio, through the popes, and also through his interactions in the church, and through the ways that he was a part of the involved in the dicastery, and for when Cardinal Ratzinger was a member of it. These are just a few of the ways that his own thought and the peculiarities of his thought have impacted the church. We mentioned Medjugorje, which at the time had received 2 negative evaluations from at the diocesan level. However, after von Balthasar had a very public disagreement with the bishop in that diocese, it was the investigation of Medjugorje was kicked up to the CDF, which was headed by von Balthasar's friend, Cardinal Ratzinger, later Pope Benedict XVI. And it's situations like this, situations like Medjugorje, situations like his theology, his friendship with Pope John Paul II. It's these types of areas, these things that are more subtle, but that tie into his thought intrinsically, that make him such an attractive thinker often for 21st century theologians or 21st century Catholics. And in the context of what we looked at first with Erich Przywara is often brought up alongside von Balthasar. He's sort of treated like John the Forerunner for von Balthasar. But in fact, von Balthasar and Przywara are quite different. And this is recognized in one of the very few biographies that exist on Erich Przywara. Now, Father Thomas O'Meara, he has his own views, which don't always align with Przywara directly either, but this will illustrate quite well the way that Przywara is received, and also the way that von Balthasar and his connections to Przywara is sometimes overstated. Quote, "Unlike Balthasar, Przywara was not an eclectic. Disparate sources were always drawn into his perspective. The drift toward Barthianism in Balthasar is repeatedly rejected by Przywara, who finds Calvinist theopanism the opposite of Catholic thought. Balthasar found his first inspiration there in Przywara, but one need not conclude that he takes without critique all of the analyses of Przywara. Przywara introduced a constant mounting ascent of all incommensurability between God and the creature, particularly just at the precise moment where the creature is creature, and especially when the creature is admitted to enter into participation with God by pure grace and in total abandon. It is from this that Balthasar begins to distance himself. Balthasar found Przywara's metaphysics of being and grace somewhat lacking in a clear Christian word and center, for he saw in Christ the expressive figure of the Father, someone and something going beyond the oscillations of an analogy of being, not only the Word of God, but the suffering Redeemer of humanity. The metaphysics of analogy as the form of creation and grace is somewhat different in the two, and Przywara concludes that some of Przywara's approaches have in fact no place in the thought of Balthasar. Balthasar interpreted Przywara as he would like to see him, someone special but on the margin, a thinker of one systematic idea, which is analogy, dependent above all else on Augustine, an aesthetic arranger of ideas, or a contemplative of themes from spiritualities, a theologian of the Logos in the cross, a conversation partner with Karl Barth. These figures are, of course, Hans Urs von Balthasar. Balthasar's exaggerated praise of Przywara may be a little self-serving. Przywara was old and sick during Vatican II, while Balthasar had removed himself from exercising theological influence by leaving the Jesuits, by affiliating himself with a group around a private mystic, and by writing little of service to the council. Balthasar embraced a perspective very much his own, one different from that of his earlier philosophical mentor. Neither Rahner nor Przywara drew extensively from previous German Jesuits. Balthasar and Rahner were correct. Przywara's personality and thinking made it unlikely he would have disciples or a school. So Father O'Meara is describing this tendency in von Balthasar to simply praise others for his own ideas. He's done this with many of those he reviews or whose theologies he claims inspiration from. For instance, St. Maximus Confessor. He'll impute an idea to someone that is in fact something von Balthasar believes, and then he calls it a stroke of genius. Father Omer, for his part, he has his own comparisons to draw between Erich Przywara and a different theologian, Karl Rahner, who is Omer's own mentor. But in this very move, we see the same approach that Omer describes in Balthasar's students, simply on the opposite side. Balthasar and Rahner, who respectively represent the parties that are fighting over Vatican II, are also fighting over Przywara. Przywara is often a screen for projecting one's own theology. Von Balthasar is simply one of those theologies. Thus it happens, theologians who prize Erich Przywara often do so out of a desire to make him into this forerunner figure for their own theology. This is seen most with Przywara's current advocates, which you can see with the way that he's received among neo-Balthasarians, including Dr. David Bentley Hart, Dr. John Betts, and Dr. Gonzalez. So with regards to Father Omer's critique of Balthasar here, what was von Balthasar's one systematic idea? The drama of God and the Ur-kenosis. We discussed this last time in the context of Przywara's thought, and today we're going to examine how and why von Balthasar viewed the Ur-kenosis and the Theo Drama or theodramatik as essential to Christianity. We'll also see the disastrous consequences these have for Christianity at large. We ought to begin by looking at this question of Przywara's legacy as a theater for a larger combat, the combat over Vatican II. The council has been often criticized as a committee of enemies who failed to do anything except draft lofty, superfluous, often exclusively pastoral documents. However, the conversation diverges from there. Those who recognize the problems in documents like Nostra Aetate or Gaudium et Spes are not among the clergy who are most engaged over the council's legacy or its implementation. To this day, the conflict continues between this academic outfit called Concilium, which is most associated with Karl Rahner, and the academic outfit called Communio. Between the two figures we saw a moment ago, Rahner and von Balthasar are both men who slot into each camp as respective founders or representatives. Concilium is associated with furthering Vatican II's aims in the, quote, spirit of Vatican II, while Communio is more conservative, seeking reform for the council's implementation. They're concerned with retaining what you might call the letter of Vatican II, or believing that the council has not yet been implemented. So Concilium was founded before the council. It's one of the advocates for a Vatican II in the first place. And these were the major voices that were pushing for the specific organization of the council and the way that it was implemented. The names of the founders for the journal Concilium were, of course, Karl Rahner, Yves Congar, Hans Kung, Henri de Lubac, Hans Urs von Balthasar, Edward Schillebeeckx, Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger, and a few others. The latter of these three founders, Balthasar, de Lubac, and Ratzinger, left to found Communio after the council concluded. I especially note Cardinal Ratzinger, since he would obviously ascend to the papacy only a few decades later. The force of Concilium's efforts were to push for further reforms, again, the spirit of Vatican II, which led to the direct reaction, the conservative reaction, you could say, against it in Communio. So what was the bone of their contention? Concilium pushed for extremely progressive reforms in the church on all manner of issues. And despite the general favor for the council itself, this proved to be too much for, say, Cardinal Ratzinger, who spent almost the rest of his life and his career resisting these changes. For all their radical views, de Lubac and Balthasar were not in favor of calling for, you could say, a Vatican III. They didn't want to permit contraception. They didn't want to dispense with papal infallibility. These were some of the opinions that were held by Concilium clerics. In fact, Concilium has the distinct dishonor of all of its founding clerics, except for those that went to Communio. At one time or another, they were censured, had their right to teach revoked, removed from a position, called to Rome to answer charges of heresy, or had their distinct theological teachings condemned by the Pope in either an audience or in a bull. So every single one, including those that I haven't listed here, these were all for progressive views. It's not for misconduct, but because they were either rejecting some Catholic dogma, or they were so totally out there that their thought was had to be restrained. So they were advocating for things like socialism, female priests, you name it, it was probably there. In contrast, Communio sits on the other side of this dialectic as a relatively conservative outfit. Mind you, we're not talking about the most conservative theologians alive, but Respectively, they were guarded against Concilium's proposals. So they have a few strange commonalities among these three founding members that seep in alongside these conservative opinions. They have similar ecclesial views, similar pastoral views, and without harping on the details now, it's worth saying that they all wrote to varying degrees on aesthetics, the Ur-kenosis of God, and the notion of kenotic church. And this kenotic church is one that must renounce itself or suffer in order to fulfill its final mission, that is, to even seek suffering in the first place. So to this day, it's probably clear that Communio in some sense has won. Concilium had its remaining support in Germany, and it's obviously influential in the synodal way in a clear impasse of the hierarchy, while Communio had Pope John Paul II as a regular endorsement. One of its founding members became a pope himself. Conservative Catholics are usually confined to the standards set by Communio. This is evident in like the two-party dialectic in the church. You'll have many self-styled traditionalists. They go to Tridentine Mass. They'll even be SSPX, but they'll speak in the same terms as Communio members. It's difficult to write or even think as a traditional Catholic without having this tinge of Communio theology. It's more or less a dialectic of, if you don't want a priestess or if you don't want liberation theology, you sort of get onboarded into Communio theology. All right, so we might have some knowledge already about Cardinal Ratzinger, and we have some suspicions of Henri de Lubac, but who is Hans Urs von Balthasar? Most Catholics will probably first hear his name through Bishop Barron, who cites him as a major influence. However, I would say Bishop Barron is not really representative of von Balthasar's theology. Barron is far more eclectic than von Balthasar, who himself is already fairly eclectic. So to briefly summarize, Von Balthasar was a one-time Jesuit priest. He later left the order and spent most of his life in Germany and Switzerland. He was born in the 20th century as a younger contemporary of major philosophers and theologians like Przywara. He was intended to be elevated to cardinal, but he died before John Paul II could raise his longtime friend to the position. Again, he was a founder for Communio, and given that he actually had little to do with Vatican II compared to the rest of the figures in the rest of the Concilium crowd, especially someone like Yves Congar, who's sometimes called the architect of the council, Balthasar spent most of his life working on his books in founding a lay community, which we'll get to a little bit later. Von Balthasar, like Przywara, engaged frequently with modern philosophy. His debate with modern philosophy, however, is a little bit different than the way that Przywara engaged with modern philosophy. Przywara was, for his part, keen on finding ways to break into competing philosophies and competing theologies, parsing them thoroughly and in their own terms, before finally evaluating them from the standpoint of the Catholic tradition. This was determined along the lines of the Analogia Entis, or unity and tension generally. Balthasar had a different vision, however, owing to his role in the ressourcement. Now, if there's anything we can say in agreement with von Balthasar's apologists, it's that the ressourcement was a valuable, if mixed, contribution to the church. The ressourcement was, briefly, the retrieval of patristic studies within the church. For a long time, the church had sorely neglected studying the patristic texts or developing critical editions for patristic texts. Church fathers were not usually studied individually, contextually, or comprehensively. And so until the early 20th century, the Catholic Church didn't really strive as a leader in the field of patristics. This was attended more by Anglican and liberal Protestant scholars who produced the first critical editions of patristic texts. The Catholic Church had Meunier's Patrologia series, Patrologia Graeca, Patrologia Latina, but these initial editions are far from being actual critical texts, citing differences in reception or elucidating certain meanings, and they're treated as more like an index than as an actual library. A major forerunner to this early ressourcement was actually John Henry Newman. When he entered the church, you notice that there wasn't really a whole lot of actual patristic studies going on, unlike the Anglican Church, who was at the time the forefront of patristic studies. And so with him, there became a resurgence through studying the church fathers. And then eventually one of the leaders for this ressourcement, when it properly started in the 20th century, was von Balthasar. An important text for this reevaluation of the church fathers was the book Cosmic Liturgy. So this is an extended monograph that von Balthasar produced on the 6th century Saint Maximus the Confessor. For many years, Maximus was relegated to a position of being an advocate for two wills in Christ, a divine will and a human will. And he was also an opponent to the emperor alongside Pope St. Martin I, to the imperial conciliatory theology, the monoenergism ideas, or monothelitism, which was seen as a compromise theology to reunite the church. Von Balthasar recognized there was a lot more going on in St. Maximus. In one letter, he's alleged to have written that he saw Maximus as a Hegel of the church fathers. We'll get to more on that a little bit later. And I think that's where, saying that he wrote a monograph on St. Maximus, that's really where my praise ends, because the text is not really retained today as a meaningful assessment of St. Maximus the Confessor. Balthasar is noted for imposing his own theology on St. Maximus, and then he obviously praises Maximus for his own ideas. This is a frequent habit that he has, as we saw with Przywara. Von Balthasar also misreads Maximus in numerous places. This will be obvious once we get to von Balthasar's approach to aesthetics. What we can say definitively is that Balthasar's participation in the ressourcement was to forge weapons against what he called modernity. This is evident in the opening sentence to Cosmic Liturgy. So this text, which is ostensibly about St. Maximus the Confessor, begins with a criticism of Hegel. Von Balthasar is making clear what he's about to do, not just with St. Maximus, but with the ressourcement as a whole. Balthasar sees Maximus as a redactor or reconciler of Origen of Alexandria to the Christian tradition. It is evident that Maximus had Origenist tendencies, but he still remains firmly an Orthodox theologian. The way he remains Origenist are still within the bounds of prior councils and received orthodoxy. He revises Origen's systematics to the dogmas of the church. Von Balthasar wants to do the same for Hegel. Dr. Cyril O'Regan, for instance, says in Anatomy of Misremembering on page 115, the depth and range of Balthasar's departures from Hegel on these issues suggest nothing less than that Balthasar can be regarded as the most expressly anti-Hegelian of all contemporary theologians, end quote. Balthasar is looking to redact Hegel, or better yet, inoculate Christianity against Hegel in a way that he sees Maximus as having done with Origen. Now, here's where I'd like to emphasize that von Balthasar differs from Bishop Barron. If you know anything about Bishop Barron, if you used to watch him casually or you still enjoy some of his interviews, you'll know that he very much enjoys and appreciates St. Thomas Aquinas. You would never make that mistake talking about von Balthasar. He is at best, in the words of one biographer, indifferent to Aquinas. There's ample evidence, however, that he is more or less hostile to him, by extension with Thomism generally. Balthasar, as a ressourcement figure, and in the Nouvelle Theologie, he has no love for the neo-scholastic enterprise. To this extent, he was not a conservative figure. All the more that he had the ear of Pope John Paul II, and many times in his life did von Balthasar manage to have the former Pope participate in some of his peculiar ventures and to commend his own peculiar thoughts on theology. Dr. John Betts, who is a translator for Przywara's Analogia Entis and a frequent writer on Balthasar and kenotic theology, remarks on this point with von Balthasar. Over the past several decades, Balthasar has come to enjoy the approbation of the papacy. The election of his friend and quondam collaborator, Benedict XVI, in 2005, could even be said to mark a shift away from the older dogmatics, which gave pride of place to the Thomists, and a vindication of the ressourcement theologians, who once suffered censorship at their hands. It could be said to have signaled a shift toward a more polyphonic conception of Catholic theology as universal enough to admit a deeper appreciation for sympathetic non-Catholics, such as the Lutheran Hamann and the Orthodox Solofiv. Close quote. So given all of this, what can we say about his relationship to his one-time Jesuit mentor, Erich Przywara? Well, surprisingly, despite all the palm fronds he lays at the feet of Father Przywara, von Balthasar doesn't see much of him in his writings after the Second World War. Even though many students of von Balthasar want to excavate Przywara to prove that he was the precursor to von Balthasar's theology, it's evident that Przywara didn't think so, and neither did von Balthasar. By the end of his life, von Balthasar was more realistic about their differences. In one of his final works that he wrote while he was alive, von Balthasar lays out what influences shifted his thought away from Przywara. He lists a few figures here. Quote, Przywara's influence on my first attempts at philosophy is obvious, even though I later moved away from his tendency to extreme negative theology and tried to reinterpret him in line with my own views. I was able to find my way to my later friend Gustav Sieverth, who admittedly engaged in fierce polemics with Przywara, and still later to Ferdinand Ulrich. To de Lubac, in his rediscovery of the doctrine of the fourfold sense of Scripture, as found in Origen and then in general Christian tradition, I owe my abiding conviction that modern exegesis only retains its truly indispensable usefulness when it does not forget the divine fullness of the word in Revelation. Without these pioneers, I would have been incapable of understanding and communicating the dictated works of Adrienne von Speyr and the exactness of their insights and the almost immeasurable variety of their theological opinions. So in my opinion, I don't know if he could have summarized what went wrong with this thought any better than I could. He starts by knocking Przywara for his, quote, extreme negative theology, which again is the whole point of the Analogia Entis, the ever greater dissimilarity. Balthasar then cites Gustav Sieverth, a lay theologian who was a longtime student and disciple of Martin Heidegger. He's most famous for his theory about the Ur-kenosis in the Theo Drama. He cites Ferdinand Ulrich, a student of Sieverth himself, and also a lay theologian known for the Ur-kenosis and the Theo Drama. He cites Origen. I don't need to give an explanation of him. Henri de Lubac, whose theology of grace landed him in an indirect papal refutation. And finally, Adrienne von Speyr, a figure who will occupy more of our time later since she is extremely controversial. For now, I can lay aside that she is the lay mystic that Father O'Meara alluded to earlier. Balthasar leaves out a few other notable figures, namely Karl Barth and Sergei Bulgakov, both of whom figure into this theological motif of the Ur-kenosis, the original outpouring of God, and then God into creation before the proper kenosis of Christ's kenosis in the incarnation. It is our opinion that this central pivot of von Balthasar's thought is operative in the church today as a kind of counter-theology to the traditional teachings of Catholicism, and on an esoteric level has seeped into theology of even traditionally minded Catholics. So you'll remember a few weeks ago, perhaps about a month ago, in the poll that Will shared on his channel, asking if you've heard of more or less what the Ur-kenosis supposes. And surprisingly, about 13% of the audience recall hearing about this notion of the Ur-kenosis during their catechesis or from church authorities. So to put that into perspective, this is an extremely speculative and rarefied theological opinion. This isn't church teaching. This isn't part of the magisterium. This is alluded to sometimes by popes and general audiences. And yet 13% of the audience had heard of this. And it's also surprising that more haven't heard of it, considering its influence.
Hey, Jay, can I stop you to ask a question quickly?
Yes.
So here in that previous quote, Balthasar is critiquing Przywara for his extreme negative theology. Elsewhere, he critiques him for never fully developing a Christology.
Right.
Could you explain what he means there by a Christology and where it's lacking in Przywara?
What he means by his lack of a Christology is we're actually alluding to this idea of the Ur-kenosis here. What he's saying is that because Przywara, when he's developing the idea of the Analogia Entis, or he's rather exegeting it from earlier theologians such as St. Thomas Aquinas, who plays a very major role in Przywara's thought, from St. Augustine, who also plays a major role in Przywara's thought, and from various other writers. This idea of Christology being the guiding force of your theology is to suppose that not only is all of creation sort of bent around the axle of the cross, but also that the fulcrum of reality would not be possible. There is no other reality that can be even conceived of or could be considered coherent without the incarnation. And this is a sort of rare theological opinion. This is something that is proposed a few times throughout a few different church fathers, and obviously Duns Scotus proposed this idea as well, that the incarnation was always something that was meant to happen by the very idea of creation itself. But this is not. But Przywara is very cautious about this supposition, and he wants to make sure that the Analogia Entis has pride of place whenever we're discussing the relationship between creator and creature, because really it's the analogy within Christ, the created nature and the divine nature, this analogy within the one person of Christ, that takes precedence for the communication of idioms, and then of course what he later calls the commercium. the fact that there is no real, you could say, collapse, or there's no, or that the divine nature isn't, isn't making determinations about the human nature in Christ, or not leading his will, and that these two are sort of in a polarity with one another. They both have positive content, and ultimately that the divine can only be known through Christ, theologically speaking, and only in this very limited way of being impressed through his human nature. Because of that, even then, there's still guardrails being placed on what we can know about the divine essence. That fact is troubling for people like von Balthasar. Karl Barth has issues with that. Sieverth and Ferdinand Ulrich. These are just a few of the figures who have problems with this kind of extreme negative theology, simply because it's limiting what creatures can actually know even after the incarnation. We understand that we are coming to know something about God based on our shared human nature with Jesus Christ, but this doesn't give us special access to the interior life of the Trinity.
So, like with the communication of idioms, it's being made into like a two-way street. Is that a proper way of thinking of it, where God takes on a human nature, and then from that, the what's revealed in the human nature, that's communicated back up into the Godhead?
Right. You remember that on both sides of the equation. Commercium was in reference to what God's getting from us, which is to say nothing. God doesn't need anything from us. So the exchange is really that, the wondrous exchange that he refers to from his liturgical use, is that God, in the sense, in the rather provocative phrasing, Przywara says that God, in a sense, dies for nothing. He doesn't get anything out of it other than, you could say, glory, and that he's receiving adopted sons. But even this, he doesn't need these things. While conversely, the communication of idioms, like you've identified, is sort of extending into the Godhead, as opposed to commercium on one side, communication of idioms on the other. There's a communication of in both senses.
And so then Ur-kenosis would be a theosophical concept.
Yes, and we'll get to that shortly, about how this plays into von Balthasar's broader use of aesthetics. But yes, the Ur-kenosis is really an attempt to say, well, what happens in the incarnation, there needs to be something concrete in the Trinitarian life that allows this to happen. We need a strict continuity from incarnation to creation, and then creation to the interior life of the Trinity.
Excellent, thank you.
And this raises a good point too. That was a good question, because it brings us to this aspect of von Balthasar's thought. What exactly is the Ur-kenosis? Because I'm using this phrase pretty frequently up to this point. And we'll use von Balthasar's own words to analyze what exactly he means. So this is from Theodramatik 4. Inherent in the Father's love is an absolute renunciation. He will not be God for himself alone. He lets go of his divinity, and in this sense manifests a divine godlessness of love, of course. The latter must not be confused with the godlessness that is found within the world, although it undergirds it, renders it possible, and goes beyond it. The Son's answer to the gift of the Godhead of equal substance with the Father can only be eternal thanksgiving, Eucharistia, to the Father, the source, a thanksgiving as selfless and unreserved as the Father's original self-surrender. This Son is infinitely other. He both grounds and surpasses all we mean by separation, pain, alienation in the world. A God who would achieve unity through the pain involved in bifurcation within himself and or in the world. He is the concrete, complete presupposition, prepositing of this bifurcation. This aspect to von Balthasar's thought is not tertiary or ancillary. It is the central axle upon which almost everything turns in his thought. Balthasar has it that the Trinity is constituted by self-renunciation, absolute distance, and multiplicity. Balthasar sees this as what love is. Love presupposes distance and alienation. It is, in a sense, presupposing or containing the seed of evil. As it was once speculated, the shell precedes the fruit. Rather than a love that is based on goodness, and this goodness overcomes evil, which cannot understand the good, and doesn't require evil to be love, von Balthasar views love as inherently kenotic in form. This is the form of God, the power to let power go, the coming into identity by an absolute other.
This could just be a Jakob Böhme quote, the bifurcation of pain and alienation grounded within the Godhead.
Exactly. And it's important here to recognize that this phrasing that all evil is undergirded, that's the phrase that the translator chose, but certainly from von Balthasar's own German, the idea that godlessness is undergirded in God, almost, it's not simply paradoxical that it goes beyond what you'd expect, but it also defies belief about what does it mean for God to be God? What does it mean for God to be a Trinity? And in this sense, it's finding that the Trinity itself is the root of evil, separation, multiplicity, potency. This is highly unusual. And I think this quote here, if we're going to go throughout the presentation, maybe bookmark this place in the video, because this will be a quote that you will want to come back to understand. No matter what von Balthasar is talking about at any point in time, this is the central pivot on his entire theology. This idea of renunciation, negativity, being constitutive for God himself, for creation, and ultimately for what's happening on the cross. Now, at the risk of having gone too far ahead, I really wanted to identify what von Balthasar is proposing with the Ur-kenosis, but I want to identify what actually is the word kenosis. What does this word imply? Where does it come from? And how does this have an orthodox usage? It's also important to know why this is so important to 20th century theology. These are good questions. I want to address a very brief history before we come back to how kenosis fits into von Balthasar's works. So the word kenosis is a New Testament word. In this specific form, it's hapax legomena. It's a word that only appears one time in the Bible. There's similar uses and forms, kenote and kekeneotai, which appear in the epistles when referring to something either being annulled or voided. Kenosis appears in the grammatical case ekenosen once in Philippians 2:7. The whole context from verses 5 through 9 is Christ Jesus, who, though he was in the form of God, did not count equality with God a thing to be grasped, but emptied himself, ekenosen, taking the form of a servant, being born in the likeness of men. Being found in human form, he humbled himself and became obedient unto death, even death on a cross. Historically, the two terms in the sentence that receive the most attention are the words kenosis, which here translates the word emptied or poured out, and morphe, or form. The dichotomy of the contraries in the phrase form of God indicates the Godhead, the divinity of God, or the divine essence, as well as the phrase in contrast, the form of a servant, that is humanity or human nature. Human nature here is associated with service or even worship. In the sense that humanity is a creature and thus made for the service, worship, and adoration of God, the term form or morphe is an important one in the context of Trinitarian debates. So this passage was actually used quite a bit in the 4th and 5th centuries because of this clause that Christ had the form of God. That is, he appeared to the world in a way that was not seen as God, but rather in the form of the servant. This is the way that it was especially used by Latin Trinitarians such as St. Hilary of Poitiers and St. Augustine of Hippo, whose interlocutors were arguing that because Christ could be seen, he could not be the true God because the true God is invisible, who by nature he can't be seen. This passage demonstrates quite the opposite, that in contrast, it was because he took on the form of a servant that he could be seen, although he would always maintained and never gave up that divine nature. Now, this other word, kenosis, it refers to depletion, emptying out, or exhaustion, with the root word meaning void or vacuum, kenoo. It's an interesting turn of phrase, to say the least, that the Son of God, in a sense, poured himself out in the incarnation to take on the form of a servant. We know he did not literally empty himself of the Godhead, since he very clearly still performed miracles, and of course could not have been anything except what he was, that is God. But it can be troubling and challenging to interpret this passage nonetheless. For one, kenosis is closely associated with the Greek word kinesis, a word which means motion and change. You can think of that in terms of kinetic energy. So what is being said here is that the unchanging God changed, or that Jesus Christ, who is the same yesterday and today and forever, did change by pouring himself out. It is much to meditate on. The similar notion is repeated by St. Cyril of Alexandria that the uncircumscribable was circumscribed. The challenge, however, is the scandal of the incarnation, that whoever looks upon the Son of God in the flesh sees the Father, the communication of idioms. Because we remember that the invisible divine nature is present or impressed upon the visible humanity. The representation of the divinity is in the humanity of Christ perfectly. So this being said, it's critical to realize that this notion of kenosis is always in reference to the incarnation. That's what St. Paul is describing here, the humility of the Son to become flesh and learn obedience even unto death on the cross. This is the kenosis of acquiring a human nature. That is, the Word of God gains a human nature, and by so doing appears to pour himself out of divinity. The notion we read in von Balthasar a few minutes ago is not incarnational. It is for von Balthasar a motion of essence from Father to Son. It's a transmission of the Godhead. And this is not what it means to the Church Fathers. The emptying is relative to the divine nature, which is why St. Paul opens with form of God. He doesn't start with the kenosis. He first mentions the form of God. It is a creaturely change because the Word of God undergoes change when he takes on the human nature according to that same human nature. The fact that the human nature is coming into being means that the Word of God, according to his human nature, is coming into creation. The human nature, when held up to the divine nature, appears void and empty. This is the meaning of the phrase kenosis. It is a relative term. So here's how St. Thomas Aquinas, he echoes St. Hilary Poitiers before him. He's remarking on Philippians 2 explicitly, and this is what he has to say in a somewhat abridged form. But since he was filled with the divinity, did he empty himself of that? No, because he remained what he was, and what he was not, he assumed. But this must be understood in regard to the assumption of what he had not, and not according to the assumption of what he had. So he also emptied himself, not by putting off his divine nature, but by assuming a human nature. How beautiful to say that he emptied himself, for the empty is opposed to the full. For the divine nature is sufficiently full, because every perfection of goodness is there. But human nature and the soul are not full, but capable of fullness, because it was made as a slate, not written upon. Therefore, human nature is empty. Aquinas also says elsewhere in his commentary on John chapter 1, verses 1 through 3, that the divine essence is not only in the Son, but the Son is in the essence. The Trinity is understanding God's essence. That God can be no other way than the Trinity, because the Son and the Spirit are in the essence. So the kenosis is only in the incarnation for Aquinas and for the Church Fathers before him. Aquinas would not view the divine essence as, for example, being poured into the Son, as if the Son was a container, this pre-existent slate that is being impressed upon. The Son is not receiving the Godhead from the Father in this way that he's an empty vessel that's catching the pouring out of the Godhead from the Father. The Father is never described as having his own kenosis. This is von Balthasar's own contribution. This Ur-kenosis from the Father to the Son is never happening in eternity, because the Father never becomes incarnate. The relation of the Father to the Son is not that the Father empties his essence into the Son as if it's a transitive act of transmission. Rather, the Son has the Father as his principle by being begotten. He's generated from the Father eternally. The Father is not acting on the Son and bringing him into himself, but the Son is in the Father and is eternally coming forth as his Word. So we can think of it how St. John of Damascus describes this procession of the Son and the Spirit. The Father speaks, and from him emerges the Son and the Spirit, his word and his breath from himself. The image from On the Orthodox Faith is that of the Father opening his mouth to emit both the Word and the Spirit that's already present in the Father, ever emerging from him. The Son and the Spirit are always coming forth from the Father. They're not passively receiving from him, as if there's some possibility of them being outside of the Father. The Son and the Holy Spirit are in the divine essence. They are eternally God. Thus, the Son and the Spirit come forth from the Father in an eternal procession. This is reflected in their divine missions, where the Son and the Spirit are sent by the Father, such that the Word and the Spirit emerge from the Father in his act of being in the essence. That is to say, the Son is inherent to and necessary in the divine essence ontologically. There is no other possibility. It is not, as you might think, a free choice in the way that we normally think of. It is necessary. And even if it's said to be something that the Father wills, it's strictly speaking no other possibility, because the divine essence has the Son and the Spirit as much as the Father. It is merely relational that we can say that the Son is of the Father, Spirit is of the Father and the Son. The notion of cause, a term we would use carefully here, and which is appropriated sometimes in these Trinitarian discussions, we can say that that is a way of understanding the relation of Son to the Father and Spirit to the Father, but only insofar as it's understood that the Son is God by his right of nature, and that the one act of God in his existence is this relative procession of Son and Spirit. This is also the only way to respect the unity of the persons, a unity which precludes any notion of multiplicity, of there being multiple subjects. God is not multiple subjects. He is not multiple species. He is one God and one Godhead. This is reiterated throughout the tradition, and the Church has frequently confronted other explanations with extreme severity and censure. In fact, it is specifically on this point that Joachim of Fiore is condemned, since he ascribes to God just this very unity from multiplicity. Now, Joachim may be one of the more important sources for this doctrine, for as the Fourth Lateran Council recognizes, Joachim is said to have taught that the Father transferred his substance to the Son in the act of begetting, as if he gave it to the Son in such a way that he did not retain it for himself, as if he were diminished or in danger of losing his own substance. That's a slight paraphrase, but you can see the Fourth Lateran Council for yourself. The word transferred is there, as well as the word for retain, exhaustion or not retaining it for himself. This is one more possibility of Joachim being an heir to, as Przywara indicates, an heir of Origen of Alexandria, as we saw Przywara indicate in the last video. Now, I did say that kenosis was not used in the first millennium to describe the communion of the Holy Trinity. However, it is plausible to find a seed to that thought in Origen of Alexandria. Origen is perhaps the first systematic theologian that Christianity has. Origen is an indispensable source for many important doctrines. He's possibly the first to articulate a privation theory of evil and to call God one essence with three hypostases. Nonetheless, in his speculative writings, he has gone to such extents that his corpus repeatedly threatened the unity of the church. Regarding this particular topic, I'd like to read this quote from his commentary on Ezekiel. Therefore, God bears our ways just as the Son of God bears our sufferings. The very Father is not without suffering. When he is prayed to, he has pity and compassion. He suffers something of love and puts himself in the place of those with whom he, in view of greatness of his nature, cannot be. We would like now to say something even more daring. What came into this life emptied itself, so that through its emptiness the world would be fulfilled. But if what came into this life emptied itself, that very emptiness was wisdom. The Son, who is in the form of God, emptied himself, desiring by this very self-emptying to show us the fullness of the deity. This bears some of the marks of the what would later be called patripassianism, which is a heresy that says the Father suffers or changes, usually in context of like modalism, that he suffers along with the Son according to his Godhead. This is a little bit different, but you can see that obviously he's saying the Father's not without suffering. That's what the phrase patripassianism means. Now, this could all well be analogical or metaphorical, but you should notice the conjunction here between kenosis and the Father's suffering. It's not explicit, but considering this is von Balthasar's very translation of this passage, it would be good to recognize that this is not a small precedent for von Balthasar's own doctrine. Origen, first of all, differs from von Balthasar on a few counts here. Origen is not transposing this onto his, for instance, his ecclesiology. He's making it clear that he believes in other related passages that the bride, that is Israel, remains in continuity from the Old and the New Testament. What were the nations of the Israelites became the church, and the other branches were cut off, and the Gentiles were grafted on. There's not two covenants that are still continuous with one another, but a new chosen people in Christ. The old one was abrogated or revoked. The new covenant is here and is in continuity with the old and the new covenant. Second, Origen also clearly believes that the church is ascendant. It is being raised to heavenly glory over time. It would not be until the days of Joachim that the so-called kenosis of the Son would seem to become a kenosis of the church. Origen is an important early source for von Balthasar's views, but von Balthasar is only a partial adopter of Origenism. As far as differences go, there's a good reason to see more similarities between them than not. For instance, in this same exact passage, immediately following this explanation, Origen references the sporagmos of Dionysius, explicitly references the sporagmos of Dionysius, and he emphasizes the similarities between them. Origen says that the account of the incarnation is a, quote, more worthy of respect, close quote, on the basis that the tearing apart or the apparent sparagmos of Christ, leads to the divinization of human nature. It is giving man the ability of a life in fire or a life in spirit. Remember from the previous video the relationship of these three ideas to pantheism: life in fire, the Ur-kenosis, the sparagmos, and the necessary theosis of all things. So where they differ. Origen functions in von Balthasar's thought deeply and plays a central role in his thought, which we'll see when we come back to von Balthasar in force. However, it is worth addressing at least one key area of discrepancy between them and showing how they can't be equivocated as belonging to, you could say, the same system. Von Balthasar is not explicitly or entirely Origenist. Origen is not a precursor to von Balthasar in that way. Now, remember how we described Origen as a composite in the last video of theopanism and pantheism. Von Balthasar is firmly in the pantheist camp according to Przywara's own classification. Thus, if we examine their respective formulae for universal salvation, we can understand how Origen's apokatastasis and Balthasar's hopeful universalism depend entirely on different foundations. So Origen coins the term, which becomes prominent for Greek theologians for centuries afterward, apokatastasis, or the cosmic redemption. For Origen, at least, this refers to the purging of all corruption from existing things. Apokatastasis is the spiritualization of existence to its primordial state of perfection, assembled into its proper hierarchy. It appears in Origen's advanced cosmogony called On First Principles, which was meant to be a capstone work separated from his biblical commentaries. In fact, Origen claims he didn't even want to write the work at all, and that it was more or less a distraction from his biblical commentaries. It was clearly meant for an Alexandrian philosophical school. Origen is also not really explicit on this point, and it's still a debate today exactly what he had in mind, how far his universalism went, and even if this was ever completely condemned by the church, not in the sense of universalism, but this formulation, because the word, obviously, apokatastasis, recurs throughout the tradition in different contexts. Von Balthasar approaches this question from a very different angle. Balthasar is reacting to writers like Origen and some of the later commentators who clearly express some kind of belief in a restoration of all creation, even some of them saying they believe in a restoration of fallen angels. Balthasar is contrasting views among Greek theologians such as St. Gregory of Nyssa and St. Maximus Confessor, whom all use this word apokatastasis as a term to express what seems like a vague universalism. There's more clear statements from St. Jerome, St. Augustine, and St. John of Damascus who describe the permanence of an eternal hellfire. He's holding these two up against each other and saying, how do we understand this? He's parsing this as an academic question. How do you reconcile the church's two very different perspectives? So that's why he has what he calls hopeful universalism. That is, to frame it alongside these two different views of the church. There might be an eternal hellfire, it's a real possibility, but that we can hope maybe that all are in fact saved. One is in potentia, one is a reality. This is supposed to be the mediating perspective. Now, this is where the differences become most apparent. You'll see, so von Balthasar is not so simple in what he's actually arguing for in the way he's framed it. So let's consider Origen's description of the redemption. This is from Book 3 on First Principles, paraphrasing. Origen describes a process of perfection in creatures as restoring virtues in the soul, chastisement in the spirit, removing worldly attachments in what is a purely metaphysical or ontological term. Now, this is important. Origen is one of the earliest Christian theologians to describe evil as a privation or as the absence of good. It thus has no existence outside of its parasitism on goodness. This is really an early perspective among Christians, cropping up in those who had not even read Origen. St. Augustine, for instance, develops this thought, and he's more likely than not someone who studied Origen very much at all. It also appears in early Jewish authors, such as the first century Philo of Alexandria, who expresses it alongside some contradictory statements that he makes about the privation theory of evil. Thus, in Origen, his view of apokatastasis is one in which these defects are erased and all shortcomings are overridden by God. This process in the afterlife is an ontological restoration. Creatures don't really will it. It's simply that they don't have a choice. Will is not really a function here. God wills it, and creatures are having their will sort of corrected by God, and creatures don't really have that autonomy or that separation of freedom to resist. God is moving their intellect to grasp the highest good, himself, and to will the highest good himself, so then they do so. This obviously raises some strange questions. For instance, why creatures fell from grace at all, since they are pre-existent with God in Origen's account. It makes it seem like there's no properly creaturely activity going on, since it's simply God doing all the work in the mind and the heart, while creatures are following the directions they're given. They're sort of moving wherever God decides to move them. However, this is something which Origen's later redactors, especially St. Maximus the Confessor, go to great lengths to correct by positing a new account of the human will. This is an important point. Origen, despite having this privation theory of evil, he doesn't really do much with the concept of anthropology. And a matter of fact, it's only after Origen's writings that anthropology becomes a major topic for Christians to argue about. And subsequently, you have St. Augustine's supposed discovery of the human will. St. Maximus the Confessor clearly has a new articulation of what free will means. That's why he's so emphatic on the idea of two wills in Christ, a human will and a divine will. This is a major point of development away from this view of apokatastasis. It's an emphasis on the proper place of the will. That being said, von Balthasar has a very different view about how this restoration is going to take place, in contrast to Origen. Von Balthasar places a great deal of stress on human freedom, and in most places he is comfortable asserting that the human choice is final, which makes hell a real possibility. Nevertheless, in this view, the hope in universal salvation is in the reorientation of this volition. So if you consider Balthasar's emphasis on the Theo Drama, the God drama between creatures and the creator, you'll note it's situated as this open-ended dialogue which God eventually wins, that he succeeds in securing the victory. So for his views here, it is that creatures might eventually be persuaded or otherwise change their will or change their mind to accord with God's. It is not a fully ontological picture. Matter of fact, ontology doesn't really play much of a part in it. It is rooted in dramatics, and you could even say theatrical terms. It is Balthasar's version that would have creatures being eventually convinced by God to accept his love. So that should do for right now. Let's look specifically about what goes wrong for Origen and Balthasar in their respective versions of their universalism. Origen, for his part, is condemned, but not for the belief that all creatures are saved or should be saved or need to be saved. He's condemned for two smaller parts of his system. Again, this is part of the ambiguity that is sometimes exploited by those who propose universalism. But again, this is not something that is really addressed much by the church in his day. The two smaller elements of his system that receive attention are places in which he has more ontological considerations or even anthropological ones. These are actually what force his conclusion in the first place that all shall be saved, but the conclusion is not anathematized, just the principles. So first of all, Origen is condemned for believing in the preexistence of souls in God, the belief that souls exist with God or in God from all eternity, whether as a so-called divine spark, he doesn't use that language, but it's a potential, or as divine ideas. This is not fit for the Christian religion. This view is condemned as it obviously imposes some problems for creation ex nihilo. This is, as Przywara calls it, a pneumatic assent, and this is the part that Przywara says Balthasar said no to. Second, which is closely related, is the notion that we pre-exist as souls, as all creatures returning to God will return only as a soul or a spirit. The resurrection then is a purely spiritual affair, with humanity liberated from flesh into spherical soul bodies. This is actually one of the things that's specifically condemned, is the idea that we, in the resurrected state, will be spheres or spirit spheres. This view is also condemned. You can see the relationship here, that the proposition that's being condemned is the end is like the beginning. It is a view of salvation that is more or less having God piecing himself together in the eschaton. Now, looking at von Balthasar doesn't really posit pre-existent souls anywhere. He has a hard basis for creation ex nihilo, and that souls are created at conception. His setup for the Theo Drama also doesn't require it, since Balthasar begins his Theo Drama as an interior drama of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. His system doesn't need pre-existent souls because his metaphysics, his first principles, are not the same as Origen's. Origen is very much a robust metaphysics of cause and effect, likeness, and dissimilarity, ultimately grounded in a view that the transcendentals of being, truth, and goodness. He, of course, isn't completely right on all of these, And we have many points of disagreement with Origen, and in some places, as we indicated here, he's been anathematized. But the reason that he's so admired is because he does forward a rather robust systematic theology. Again, he's one of the first Christians to be called a systematic theologian, perhaps sometimes even called the first theologian. Its main problems are from his self-contradictions and the deficiencies of his account for topics such as free will. Von Balthasar, on the other hand, is not constructing a metaphysics rooted in the study of being, so not really a metaphysics. For von Balthasar, the first thing to note is the existential character of being, which includes the topic of freedom. You can see here the marriage of Hegelian philosophy of freedom with the Heideggerian Dasein. Balthasar emphasizes freedom so much that he grounds freedom in the Trinity, even creaturely freedom for von Balthasar that has its analog in the relationship of Father and Son, which is completed in the Spirit. If you remember the spiritualizing tendency of Origen and Joachim from the last video, this is where von Balthasar carries it to the next level. Balthasar views the creature's imitation of this spiritual teleology, the use of freedom for the sake of spirit, as the way in which the dialogue is completed and the Theo Drama reaches its dramatic conclusion. Von Balthasar is not interested in how this comports to first principles or the lineage of complexity to simpler principles. In his own words, Balthasar doesn't see his theology as being systematic. It is unlike Origen in this way. Origen is not being coy when he writes that he views his biblical commentaries as more important. He's not simply writing something to appear pious. Most of his life's work is biblical commentaries because he sees theology as scripture and scripture as theology. Origen is using revelation as the terra firma of his whole enterprise, even if it goes into wayward directions. While he, of course, takes significant liberties in his exegesis, he is nonetheless determined to consider the way God has chosen to reveal himself. He definitely uses the biblical idiom, and he's even where he imports philosophy or speculative Platonism, he tries his best to import it into the idioms of Scripture. His systematics are a scriptural systematics, which is to explain the structure and inner spirit of the Bible. His errors are all downstream of this. Balthasar is not systematic in this way. He's looking to use scriptural idioms, and he probes the divinity to situate humanity as a partner with God in the creation. So as opposed to the language of Scripture, he's looking to try to disentangle it from the intention, from the concepts that are being related. Both their motives are concerned with defending Christianity against critics with different perspectives on how to accommodate their opponents. This is one of those areas where Origen and von Balthasar are actually most opposed. For Origen, his use of allegory is that the literal reveals the allegorical. The allegorical is thus more real and a more real interpretation of what's happening, in the same sense that matter reveals form and spirit is more real than flesh. For von Balthasar, however, there's a different approach that is more comparable to a theosophical idiom. There's a long-standing controversy, just as a brief aside, over Isaac Luria's cosmogony. And this will make sense in just a second with regards to theosophy. So in Isaac Luria's cosmogony, the Ein Sof's retraction to the creation of the empty vessel, to the pouring out in of the Sephirot, and the breaking of the vessels, so on. The controversy is whether or not this cosmogony is strictly a metaphor, or if it's a true description of what's happening at the beginning of time. It seems to be both in a contradictory inverse of analogy. The Simsum is both a literal withdrawal and conceptual withdrawal in an inherent paradox. This seems to be the case with Balthasar as well in his own speculations, where he proposes aesthetic analogies which function the same way. His analogies are supposed to be the way that things appear, as mere conceptual aids to help us understand the underlying reality. At the same time, Balthasar would like to maintain that these are real events and are more than metaphorical descriptors. This is why von Balthasar leans away from the incomplete Origenist preamble to the Analogia Entis. This is why he's more aligned with theosophy. Before I can discuss that, one more comment on Origen. I'll be understating the situation if I said that Origen is influential among the church fathers. It really is this fact that makes Origen a fascinating figure for 20th century theologians. Origen was received by many of the doctors of the church. His style and his theology were rarely rivaled through those errors often repeated as a result. It is in this way that he is received, and it is in the hands of saints such as Maximus the Confessor, Gregory of Nyssa, Gregory Nazianzen, and various others that Origen is bent to fit into Christian orthodoxy. This is the critical point to their relationship between Balthasar and Origen. Origen, in Balthasar's view, was a genius who was unfairly treated by Christian history. Even if he had his errors in his works, he was properly handled by some Christian theologians in this specific way. Doctors of the church who had Origen's tendencies took his most alluring ideas, brought them into Christianity. And by doing so, they prevented the repeated turns into full-blown Origenism. This is von Balthasar's view, and this is what he means by inoculation against Origen, and what eventually made him palatable. So when Przywara says that Balthasar says yes to Origen in the Life and Fire, the pantheist side of Origen, Balthasar is looking to inoculate Christianity against Origen again, but Origen not as he appeared in the first millennium, but Origen as he appears in German Idealism and modernity. Origen is the instigation for Balthasar's project. That is to say, Balthasar is looking for a way to protect against Origen as he is found in figures like Hegel, and to a lesser extent Heidegger. He believes he can do this by affirming parts of Origen, including what we just saw, the Origenist life and fire, and more so, the passible Godhead, the God who can suffer. This is Balthasar's idea of a God in kenosis, a God eternally in kenosis. This might seem a little severe to say at first, and there's some Balthasarians that would be first to say that this language is all metaphorical, it's strictly referring to form. Unlike Hegel, he's describing metaphysics or the essence of God, Balthasar's defenders, such as, again, Dr. Cyril O'Regan, repeat that Balthasar is not focused on the essence of God. He's focused on the form of God. The question is this a meaningful distinction? There is, and it actually traces a lineage back to the criticism Przywara has for von Balthasar supposing what's called a, quote, rhythmic identity. The rhythm of polarity and the ever greater dissimilarity between the two sides of a unity in tension is what Przywara makes fundamental to his Analogia Entis. You'll remember from the previous video that the unity in tension, the polarity of two positives in a relation, is the structure of both the Analogia Entis as well as the principle of non-contradiction. In Balthasar, however, this is not the case. The rhythm of polarity is not held as paramount. It is simply a means, it is an instrument of establishing a final and ultimate identity. You remember as well, one of the principal errors of pantheism, as Przywara describes it, was the coalescing of two sides into one identity. This is what he refers to as Aristotle's metaxy, the fossilization of two polarities into one identity. It begins with this torsion or tearing apart of an original unity, such that it can be recollected into a new and final identity generated from the pieces. This is the myth of Bacchus, the sporagmos, the tearing apart of the deity so it can be reborn and reconstituted into a better one. Metaxy is Aristotle's word for this middle, which is composed of the two sides of the polarity between form and matter, what ultimately extends into the relation of an eternal creation to an eternal creator. Balthasar's own account of metaxy takes place in his aesthetics. He sees that the creator is a prototype. The creature imitates the creator, and it becomes united in a rhythm which is ever greater, rather than ever dissimilar as in Przywara. This is even prefigured for von Balthasar by the Trinity, in which his account of the Son's begetting by the Father is the absolute separation and distance of God to himself, which is only reconciled in the reunification by the Spirit. So much as Hegel's thesis, antithesis, and synthesis derives from his notion of the Trinity, von Balthasar too finds this as a compelling derivation. In this way, he's not altogether different from Hegel, and viewing the rhythm of God's unity into pure spirit as the same plan for the God drama between God and his creatures. God first distances himself so he can come back and reunite with what was once his, and he gets something more out of it. Dionysius is torn apart so he can be reborn. Now, this is in very stark contrast to Przywara and really the whole Catholic tradition. The act of creation and really the act of existence itself for Przywara occurs by God's presence. It is God imparting himself from above, not pouring himself out, but creating by his presence. St. Augustine's adage that God makes what he makes by the presence of his majesty figures into this. God makes another, and multiplicity arises in creation by his infinite glory and power. It is not, as it is for von Balthasar, the setting of limits or self-renunciation. God is a God of addition for Przywara, Augustine, and Aquinas. God is not a God of retraction or a God who needs to make space for creatures. God brings us into existence through and with an essence which reduces to his own perfect nature as its infinite prototype. God, as Aquinas says, is omnipresent. His entire being is everywhere at all times. Existence, however, is poured into creatures for von Balthasar, and related thinkers like Ferdinand Ulrich This is the act of kenotic limitation. While God is giving something to creatures in this description of creation, it's not his presence. It's some other thing called existence apart from God. And for von Balthasar, it's this third thing that is the guarantor of creatures' freedom. It's the two platforms that God and creatures can stand on mutually. Ultimately, this existence is returned to God through the process of the Theo Drama, the divine and creaturely dialogue. This results in the rhythm which provides a final unity, a shared space in which God and creature enter into a perfected relationship. No matter how much we contemper our language, no matter how many times we repeat the dogmatics of the Christian faith, if we assess dialogue in this way, this becomes a relationship of equal footing between God and creature. And as we remember from the last video, this means that we are in composition in a shared third space. We're in a composition with God. And the word for such a rhythmic identity for von Balthasar is fugue. This is what he says about fugues, or how he leads up to fugues in his own writings. From the outset, however, this distinction, which can be crudely be described as that between the ontic and ethical aspects of the image, appears in company with the distinction between the Old Testament image, which applies to man in general, and the New Testament image, which, and this is something totally new, is Christ alone. For he is the express likeness of God, the image of the invisible God, so he must be conformed to his image. If the two tensions are combined, image likeness and earthly and heavenly image, complex fugues result. Now, a fugue, if you aren't familiar, this is a musical composition where a leading melody initiates a chain of imitation behind it, which you heard at the beginning of this video. And it forms this kind of complex conversations, ultimately in the final composition, the term there being a sort of serendipitous equivocation, a composition in music and a composition as we meant it metaphysically. The strings might be play a melody, for instance, and then it's followed by the brass section, then vocals, and they all add their own unique dimension to the melody. It's this pattern of imitation, and Balthasar is not a stranger to this notion. He writes a theo-philosophical work about fugues, Art of the Fugue, and he uses this motif throughout his writings as it is always in the context of dialogue, and it's a proper image of it, a musical image, you could say. For Balthasar, this is the proper analogy for God and man in the Theo Drama. Man as God's image imitates him, and the back and forth becomes this third thing, this musical composition. So this is the meaning of spirit for von Balthasar. This is the third thing which actualizes or unites the two dyadic opposites estranged from each other, things with infinite distance. The spirit which unites the Father and Son for Balthasar also unites creature and creator. This is the telos, the purpose and end for every polarity. So a life in spirit, the life in fire, is a life of rhythmic identity with God. The kenosis, then, is the requisite for spirit and unity. God gives up his Godhead, and the Father gets back in spirit alongside his Son. So he gives up his Godhead to his Son, and he gets back a Son and a Spirit. By giving up his Godhead, the Son gets it back in spirit along with the Church. This is the aspect that von Balthasar wants to use to inoculate Christianity against Hegelianism and German idealism generally. He considers Hegel's theology a doppelganger to Christianity. He thinks it poses an incredible danger to the recollection of the true Christian tradition. Hegel is rather duplicitous in his presentation of Christian tradition and the Trinity. And so von Balthasar is simply looking to correct him, or at least align it more closely with his own project. However much we can say that he's anti-Hegelian, he does recognize there's attractive things in his work. It is paramount for these ostensibly anti-Hegelian theologians to find a way to take what they see as licit in Hegel and use it as the weapon against what is problematic in Hegel. They do this in their own respective ways, but it is clear that portraying the form of God as kenotic is central to this task. For von Balthasar, the kenotic form gives a rhythmic identity, a final and unassailable unity between God and his creatures, which allows von Balthasar to reject the aspects of Hegel that he doesn't like, such as Hegel's views on progress and infinitum. Now, I'd like to revisit the section we discussed in the first video, where Erich Przywara critiques von Balthasar. I believe the section immediately preceding it, where he discusses Balthasar's contemporaries and influences, will help identify Balthasar's own developments here, and in the same place that he criticizes von Balthasar, sort of levying the guns at various other, especially Jesuit theologians. He says this much about what he identifies as a kenotic spirit or the form of God. The counterpart to this neo-Kantian and or neo-Gnostic Catholic philosophy is found in the philosophy of a Catholic Heidegger school, which attempts to unite Marischal and Heidegger. Marischal was a Jesuit who tried to merge together the thought of Immanuel Kant and St. Thomas Aquinas. Przywara wrote an entire book discussing this as simply not a possibility. And this was actually a work that was recently reprinted, ironically enough, by Word on Fire academic. It's called Kant Today, if you'd like to read it for yourself. Continuing. All efforts in this direction proceed from the point of view I laid out in my own work, namely of the metaphysics of Thomas Aquinas, understood as a metaphysics of analogy, distinguished both from a metaphysics of the infinite and from a metaphysics of the finite. But it is precisely this analogy that is done away with in order to posit in its place an immediate dynamic between the infinite and the finite, whereas the systematic principle of Marischal's Thomism is a dynamic infinity, that of Heidegger's phenomenology is a dynamic finitude. Max Muller has given the clearest formulation of this synthesis. So opposite of this Kantian and Hegelian theopanism, which is present in Catholic theologians, there's this other aspect which is more concerned with incorporating Heidegger, and this is a variant of pantheism. Przywara then says as much as I identified about the spiritualizing aspect of this kind of pantheism. Formally, therefore, what is at issue is a style of thought in which spirit and truth are identical. Spirit coming to itself, insofar as spirit recognizes itself as the truth of all reality. There is a certain identity contained within this formula as regards both content and act, the identity of essential infinity between God and creature, the identity of truth and reality in divine and creaturely spirit. The final direction taken by this school is thus a transposition of Thomas onto Hegel. So again, looking at the theopanicide for a moment, there's an attempt among those who fall on the side of pantheism to reconnect with the side of theopanism, trying to connect Kant and Hegel in a way that's not too dissimilar from those who want to incorporate Plato into Aristotle. It's an attempt to find the act and the object. And if we recall the analogy from the first video, this attempt is always going to be one-sided. Przywara gives the example of Johann Baptist Lotz, a student of Marischal and another Jesuit theologian who is trying to leverage pantheism into theopanism. He says, Johann B. Lotz still sees the common element of this new school in keeping with the original and measured view of Marischal. Creaturely movement in being and consciousness as a reenactment of the original divine act, but only insofar as divine being discloses and reveals itself in universal being as such. Przywara is saying here that one of the main ways that pantheism nullifies the difference between creator and creature is by situating them on even ground, by having creatures function as smaller gods who are finding and creating reality by reality disclosing itself to creatures. This is a very Heideggerian view that being reveals itself necessarily, and this is how Heidegger tries to get past Kant and Hegel's view of the absolute dialectic. Identity in the rhythmic difference, the fusion of the object and act into one thing. Przywara then considers a kind of pantheism which follows Heidegger more fully without the escape hatch of Immanuel Kant. He writes on Karl Rahner, conversely, Karl Rahner, following the predominant tendency of Heidegger's thought, gives essential infinity a decisive orientation towards existential finitude, and that the abstractio, as Marischal says, is fulfilled in the imaginatio, as Heidegger says. Przywara is talking here about a view in Heidegger that imagination, mental vision, or Dasein is the main way of seeing being self-disclosure, and it's done by to borrow Heidegger's phrase, holding things out over the abyss or holding things out over the nothing, which is what he sometimes means by Dasein. Przywara is saying that Heidegger's metaphysics of finitude, his existentialism, and ultimately his pantheism is repeated in Rahner's claims about how God is for creatures, which we most often hear in his identification of the economic and immanent trinity with each other. Now on to Sieverth, who Balthasar called a mentor in contrast to Przywara. Finally, Gustav Sieverth takes Max Muller's formula of the double identity to its logical conclusion. The fundamental relation between God and creature is one of exemplary ideal identity, to the point that finite being bears necessity, absoluteness, divinity as the seal of its birth. Accordingly, truth and reality are formally identical in spirit. Since reason, out of the depth of its divine birth, beholds being and its contemplation of beings and looks into the very ground of being, its actuality is the actuality of truth. This should sound incredibly familiar. This is the same language Przywara used to describe the views of Jewish messianism, God coming to know himself in the law, God coming to know himself in the spirit by the work of creation. This is merely one side of it, that creatures exemplify the creator, but more so in the context of spirit, it is so much from divinity that it is divine, and it becomes divine through seeing divinity in itself, seeing the sparks in the soul, if you might borrow that phrase. So far, Przywara has been aiming his guns at Jesuit after Jesuit. This is the last passage immediately before he discusses Hans Urs von Balthasar. Przywara writes, thus, on the one hand, the self-emptying of God appears as the essence of the natural creation, and participation in the tri-personal life as a natural divine birth of reason. On the other hand, however, the knowledge of the relation between God and world sways undecidedly in a self-contradictory border zone between deistic difference and pantheistic identity, the spirit in the world. Thus, as alternatives to analogy, the contemporary situation presents us with two formulae, exemplary and rhythmic identity. Now we see the full extent of his critique for kenotic creation, especially among his contemporaries. Rhythmic identity and exemplary identity both leverage kenotic language to establish something, namely a dependence of God on the creation, whether to accomplish his purposes or to constitute himself. It is a spirit which needs creation, opposition, distinction, and dialectic to actualize. This is therefore the final point of kenotic creation. It is God who either, as with Rahner, is searching for himself in creation, or as with Balthasar, a God who stands opposite from creation. Far from the way that later theologians, especially Neo-Balthasarians, would have Przywara join their side, it is clear that the kenosis of God is not a primal act, but it's an act specifically associated with the incarnation, precisely because it is incarnation, that is to say, God manifesting in a created nature. God penetrates into even the darkest abyss of human suffering, our own God-forsakenness, and by his presence heals us and restores us to himself. I believe that this is the main connection between this kenotic view of creation, of self-renouncing and self-discovery, that is exemplified in a way that the harrowing of hell is understood. Historically, the harrowing of hell is seen as the emergence, the sudden cataclysmic breakthrough into the world of the underworld, where Christ breaks down the doors and robs hell of its captives. This is no better seen than in the mural of the resurrection in the Cora Church. Christ stands glorified in the darkness of Hades. He's grabbing Adam and Eve by their wrists in the stance of power and authority. The righteous men of the past stand around in awe of their Savior, and the devil sinks into the abyss below, bound hand and foot by the image of the cross. Adam and Eve cooperate with the rescue from death in a very loose sense, but it's evident that the choice is one initiated by Jesus. The obedience unto death, even death on the cross, is so that God could be present even in the places where he was once absent, which is to say, our fallen human nature. Jesus Christ died so that he could rob hell in a triumphant victory, even before his resurrection the next morning. It is a foretaste of the resurrection which propels humanity into the resurrection, much like the sacraments propel us even now into the coming eschaton and make it available to us now through the Eucharist. The silence of Holy Saturday is a holy silence. And so it's here I want to revisit how pantheism is related to tragedy, and we'll look at how this relates to the harrowing of hell in just a moment. But this is important to grasp how hope defies tragedy. I'm drawing this from Przywara in an excursus he gives based on the research of the German historian Walter F. Otto. Przywara, this is very shortly after his criticism of von Balthasar and kenotic theology at large, writes, the cult of Mimos of the god Dionysius, who reconstitutes himself amid ecstatic mutilation, is transformed in the development of Greek tragedy. In the increasing secularization of something originally sacral, the sacrality that is secularized, though, is that of the lower gods, the chthonic dimension of life's elementary drives in its brute creative cruelty, which increasingly appears sublimated as world and soul. What would appear to be a degrading secularization of the sacral is in reality an elevating sublimation of the vital, because of the governing sacrality is in the case of the sacrality of the vital. The Reformation, however, destroyed the form of representation that implicitly held sway here, in order to replace it with the temporally irresolvable contradiction between a distant divinity that works all things alone, in the metaphysical distance of the wrathful Deus absconditus, and in the historical distance of the redeeming Deus revelatus, in the purely unique historical Christ, and an immanent and God-defying sphere of the profane. As a result, the secularization of the sacred that one finds in various forms in antiquity returns, albeit at a different level. The defiant agon with God in the Aeschylean tragedy lives on in the Faust motif, whose influence upon modern tragedy is ubiquitous, as a secularization of the struggle of Christ and of the Christian as a member of Christ with the will of the Father. The form of ancient tragedy, understood as an elevating sublimation of the vital, is thus renewed to the extent that the Christian mystery of suffering redeeming love is secularized, in keeping with the original impulse of the Reformation in terms of the tragedy that unfolds between a God of abyssal darkness and a humanity both defiant and helpless. The mystery of redemption is first displaced by the tragic passion, as in the almost bourgeois, anthropocentric style of Bach's passions, and is finally altogether absorbed into cosmic tragedy. The Christian mystery of a God who spares not even his Son, whom he sacrifices on our behalf, and hence the mystery of the ferocity of God's creative love, is replaced by that most ancient mystery of nature, the creative ferocity of the life drive, or life and fire. The tragic and the Christian are thus related in the way that Romans 8 views the world, a world that is redeemed, but redeemed in that it cooperates with redemption in the sign of the cross. There are the groaning of all creation and the first fruits of the Spirit. Indeed, the groaning of the Spirit itself in the intercessory bearing of our weakness. Romans 8, 20-26. But this is understood at the same time in terms of the jubilation of being in all things more than conquerors for the sake of him who loved us. Verses 31-39. But precisely for this reason, in the defining form of the awaiting and patient perseverance. We can see again in this, as in the first video we did with Przywara, that the tragic is not at home in the Christian except on our side as creatures. As we suffer, Christ has already suffered for our sake. Now, as we suffer, we can even enjoy the jubilation of having been redeemed and in the process of being redeemed even now. The Spirit is not the focal point of unity, but the intercessor for our unity in the Word of God, in whom we gain access to the Father. The ultimate point is patience, and patience is the mark of the finite creature if it is indeed to receive the infinite. Tragedy always wants to, so to speak, get to the good part. Christian, however, understands that the psalm of the cross, my God, why hast thou forsaken me, is not simply an erasure of sorrow, but it's the symbol of patience. It is not a psalm in a rush to get to the ending where the psalmist is redeemed. It is patience that is required of creatures, and that God who endured things patiently in his humanity, also by this analogy, is patient with us in our errors. This is the important part. As it is written in the Epistle to the Hebrews, faith is the substance of things hoped for. It is precisely because our horizon is finite that the things which are infinite can break through time and be made available now. Tragedy wants to skip the now and launch to the end when all things are completed. This is the opposite of patience, which bears all things in hope, for it believes that the eternal is breaking through into the present. This is why the kenotic theology of the Trinity and the kenotic view of creation has a different view of the harrowing of hell. It is because the life we live between the ascension and the second coming is itself an analogy for Holy Saturday. We are living in our own kind of Holy Saturday as we live in the world now. The sorrows and complaints of life belong to the 3 hours on the cross. Once Jesus dies on the cross, the temple veil is torn, the tombs are opened. He cries out, "It is finished," and it is here that all is accomplished. All power is given to him in the resurrection, which begins even with the harrowing of hell. Sorrow does not belong to Holy Saturday because it is the anticipation of the resurrection. This is why in the Liturgy of the Hours, the 9th hour, or the none, is prayed with the often joyous psalms. Psalm 83, for instance, "How lovely is your dwelling place, O Lord of hosts. My soul yearns and pines to the courts of the Lord. My heart and my flesh have exalted the living God." St. John Cassian, who was a desert ascetic of the 5th century, testifies to this. He says, "But at the 9th hour, penetrating to Hades, he there by the brightness of his splendor extinguished the indescribable darkness of hell, and bursting its brazen gates, breaking the iron bars, brought away with him to the skies the captive band of saints. At the same hour too, Cornelius, the centurion, continuing with his customary devotion in his prayers, is made aware through the converse of the angel with him that his prayers and alms are remembered before the Lord. And at the 9th hour, the mystery of the calling of the Gentiles is clearly shown to him, which had been revealed to Peter in his ecstasy of mind at the 6th hour. So it's the very content of our progress in this life that makes our life in this world like the time between the 9th hour on Good Friday and the joyful dawn on Easter Sunday. This is a time mixed with present sorrows and future hopes, where we are in the hour of conversion, where Christ sets the dead free, while we on earth are in the state of mourning on a, you could say, final Sabbath day. We can rejoice at the same time we fast because we are in the time between. So if the harrowing of hell is a time of victory, then the church is growing in anticipation for the resurrection of all at the end of time, and it claims it confidently. A victorious harrowing of hell has the church in a state of growth and hope on the earth, spreading good news. A view of the harrowing of hell as a tragic event or a continuation of the cross, however, falls into the logic of the tragic. It is simply another day of suffering. It is a day like all other days. The question would be then if we view this Holy Saturday as indeed a final Sabbath of the Old Covenant, the last day of the Old Covenant, or the first day of the New. In a sense, it is both, but we who belong to the New Covenant do not belong to this final Sabbath day. We mourn for the sorrows of this life, but also rejoice that we may suffer for the sake of righteousness. We ought to, like the ancient church, view the time of Holy Saturday as one of triumph, but also hope for the coming of Christ, knowing that the victory is won, and we await our redemption in the imminent future. The alternative and minority and truly relatively new approach of the harrowing of hell, which we are familiar with today as a mournful occasion or simply a sad continuation of the cross, only comes forth in the late Middle Ages. The inklings of this tragic harrowing of hell appear, from what I can tell, in Meister Eckhart. Eckhart was the mystical Dominican theologian who ever contradicted his predecessor to St. Thomas Aquinas and at times rivaled him as the doctor for the Dominican friars. He perceived the harrowing of hell as the final detachment of the soul into darkness of negative theology, and in the darkness of hell, the soul is purified for its ascent into heaven. He views the harrowing of hell as not entirely separate from God, but a chastisement from God and a place for self-contempt and remediation. He often speaks in conflicting paradoxes on hell, describing it both as this chastisement and separation from God, but goes so far as to say he would prefer to have God in hell than be apart from God in heaven, remarking that natural felicity is worse than punishment by God. These contradictions are rife in Eckhart, but do prefigure developments in the Renaissance. For the Cardinal Nicholas of Cusa, the harrowing of hell is somewhat diminished into not only an expectation of Christ returning to the land of the living for our sake, but is indeed a final Sabbath rest of uncertainty and penance. It is the coincidence of opposites, which he is known for coining and discussing, but a coincidence of opposites for God, the God who is life in the place of death, God separated from God and God-forsakenness, and thus, like Eckhart, a mystical encounter which is both a detachment and a reunion of all opposites, life and death, God and godlessness, heaven and hell, good and evil. He uniquely situates the harrowing of hell, however, in tragic terms, calling it Christ's second death in his work De Visione Dei, which implies it as a continuation of the Passion, or even something worse. For all of this, we have a further development from Hegel, whose interpolation of Good Friday on the fabric of God's being, the speculative Good Friday we saw with Müller and Baron, as being this forerunner to von Balthasar's absolute distance. His speculative Good Friday is the moment in which the self-reflection of the Trinity, or the absolute idea, where the positive is faced with its negation. This contradiction is sublated with a synthesis into spirit, the alchemical process of the idea becoming more infinite and becoming spirit. This process from position to negation and then its final sublation is recasting Holy Saturday between the negation and the sublation, which is to say, the abandonment of God to God himself, the contradiction of the absolute idea to itself, becomes the vehicle by which it is finally constituted. Thus, we have all the prerequisites for von Balthasar's Holy Saturday theology. You might remember from the last video how for Przywara, the description of God-forsakenness on the cross is the experience of God-forsakenness. It is not ontological God-forsakenness. For von Balthasar, one of the few times he invokes a strict metaphysics is to actually situate this absolute distance ontologically. He protests that this is experiential and not ontological, but the condition is set despite his refusal to say it so. He invokes metaphysical language. He says hypostasis, constitution, immanent trinity, and Godhead. This is what he says in Theodramatik 4 on page 333. If Jesus can be said to be forsaken by the Father, the conditions for this forsaking must lie within the Trinity, in the absolute distance/distinction between the hypostasis who surrenders the Godhead and the hypostasis who receives it, close quote. This is the condition for Holy Saturday, a smaller version of the protological and primordial constitution of the persons he describes in Mysterium Pascale. Quote, the persons of the Trinity constitute themselves as who they are through the very act of pouring themselves out for each other, close quote. In this way, Balthasar's Holy Saturday theology is much in line with Hegel. Balthasar's Christ on Holy Saturday is passive, silent, and suffering. It is also unavoidably implicating metaphysics because he's using this metaphysical language. So where does this innovation come from? Notably, all these men, from Nicholas of Cusa, Meister Eckhart, to Hegel and von Balthasar, they happen to be German. And this is no coincidence. It is from within the German intellectual environment that leads us back to the burgeoning German theology of kenosis. So I explained in the last video how the 20th century was dominated by German intellectual developments, especially in theology, philosophy, science, and politics. Today, I'd like to take a different kind of investigation. We're going to look more deeply into this concept of the German spirit, the German soul, and the way that Germany from the medieval period into the 20th century has a peculiar self-conception which deserves at least a brief investigation. It can be summarized, especially for Hans Urs von Balthasar, with the opening lines from his Apocalypse of the German Soul, where he explains the title itself refers to personal eschatology, that is, our judgment for Christ, and that the German project is really a revealing of the inner prospect for German salvation. It is therefore von Balthasar's object to pierce the veil, so to speak, and find the heart of the German soul through this philosophical journey, to find the cross hidden in its attempts to find God. His strategy is to find the link between Christianity and German culture, to recouple them at this junction. Balthasar highlights in his title, Apocalypse of the German Soul, that this apocalypse or revelation of something is discerned through its deficiencies. It is a distinctly German concern to focus on eschatology. By looking at German literature, music, theater, and of course philosophy, this becomes unveiled. However, his analysis is his own. I'd like to take a broader look at German history and touch on its major contributors. So before Christianity, German culture is unique from its Gallic neighbors in a few ways. Julius Caesar, in his writings, in his campaigns in Gaul, recounts of the Germans. They have no druids to preside over matters related to the divine. They do not have much enthusiasm for sacrifices. They count as gods only those phenomena that they can perceive and by whose power they are plainly helped: the sun, fire, and moon. Others they do not know even from hearsay. Their whole life is spent on hunting and military pursuits. From early childhood, they devote themselves to toil and endurance. The men who abstain the longest from sexual activity enjoy the greatest praise among their people. There's some conflicts with what he's saying here with other historians such as Tacitus, but Caesar's recounting at least some distinctions among German culture and religion to the nearby tribes, especially the Gauls. Germans were peculiar in many ways, but it's worth noting here that their view of sacrifice was not exterior. It wasn't based on the druidic sacrifices or offering sacrifices as we would typically understand it. They, in a matter of fact, have more of a interior sacrifice, that is abstinence and sort of penitential acts, devoting themselves to toil and endurance. This self-sacrifice is reflected in a few things that Tacitus mentions, especially in regards to the way that German culture and religion was frequently receptive to other religions, a sort of self-renouncing culture. It was always transformative, but while being transformative, it always had this underlying character, these principles that guided it in its reception of its neighbors. This is noted well in the ways that they did, in fact, practice their religion. So prior to Christianity, this idea of self-immolation, voluntary sacrifice, is a prefigurement to kenosis, as you could probably tell. It's first evident in that human sacrifices were not compelled. They did not perform executions in the ritual manner as did druids. They would often be voluntary sacrifices, and whenever they were executing or performing executions or imprisoning, it didn't have a religious connotation. The blood guilt and the elements of repayment, these didn't have religious connotations. Likewise, the chief of their gods demonstrates this rather well. This entity was both the overlord and the chthonic underworld ruler called Wotan or Odin, whose name roughly translates to Lord of the Frenzy or Master of the Possessed. He's a transliteration of a kind of Dionysius, as you could probably tell. And this is clear in some of the mythology surrounding him. So Odin was said to have been hung in heaven on a world tree for 9 nights and wounded by a spear, offering himself as a sacrifice to himself. In the vein of sacrifice, he's known for sacrificing his good eye, his right eye, for the sake of gaining wisdom. He's associated with a lot of mercurial elements, which is very unusual for an overlord god. He was a trickster. He's known for being cunning. He was a traveler or wandering deity, and he dispensed wisdom. He importantly is also the one in the creation myth, in the creation of humanity, to give humans their soul. The clearest emphasis on eschatology enters the frame when considering the Germanic reception of the myth of Ragnarok. You might have heard about Ragnarok. It's the story of the so-called twilight of the gods, Götterdämmerung. This is a prophetic event which describes the destruction of the world, the killing of almost all of the gods, including their chief gods, Odin included, and the waste of the cosmos in its eventual rebirth into a new one. This was all apparently foreknown by Odin, but in his humility and wisdom, he would do nothing to stop it. So German culture absorbed a lot from other tribes in Northern Europe, but this would be only a brief interlude. Many Germans became Arians due to the efforts of Arian bishops in the Roman Empire in the East, and tribes like the Goths converted and then moved back into Germany. By the time the Western Roman Empire fell, Germany was a terse admixture of both paganism and Arianism. So slowly, many of the Arians of Germany rejoined the church and abide by the creed, and by the 8th century, the missionary activity from the church left only strange and underdeveloped Catholic communities, as well as pagans on the outskirts. This culminated with the apostle to the Germans, St. Boniface. We might be familiar with this cutting down of the Donar oak, which is a sacred tree where many sacrifices and divinations were practiced. Boniface spent much of his life in pursuit of, you could say, the German soul, and converted many in his multiple missions to Northern Europe. It is an emblem for the conversion of Germany that the archbishop himself was killed on his final mission, not by frustrated pagans, rather by a band of robbers. As Caesar said, they worshipped only what they could see. Because Germany remained relatively isolated from the empire and the church generally, it was difficult to weed out the tendencies which first characterized its worship of the one God. This meant that it was always a difficulty setting out to root out folk retellings and unintentional theological errors. There was also a significant number of Jews, the first Ashkenazi Jews, who settled in Germany seeking mercantile opportunities. These communities were favorably treated compared to France and Italy. They were sometimes exiled or ghettoed in very small and localized areas. It's noted by the historian Friedrich Lauder that the successor to St. Boniface, successor to him as archbishop, spoke about the necessity of a stable relationship between Jews and Christians. He actually wrote to the Pope, and one of the only primary documents that we have from the time asking what was proper in regards to the relationship to the Jews. And it was determined that not to interfere with them, not to interrupt their activities in regards to their worship or anything like that, but it was ultimately decided that in some areas it was better for them to be relocated, although they were not completely expelled from the territory, not least of which is because of its difficult political situation. During the scholastic period, Germany continued to become a hotbed for heterodoxy, due again to its isolation, and then finally its imperial seat, which is seen in the investiture controversy. Germany is also where William of Ockham famously fled, and where he was excommunicated. And despite his excommunication, his writings enjoyed detailed study in the universities in Germany. It is remarkable that William of Ockham, again, excommunicated monk who fled from papal judgment and wrote tract after tract against the church, calling Pope John XXII the Antichrist, he was one of the main doctors of the church for Franciscans and Augustinians in that region. It's also evident that more controversial writings were similarly studied outside the purview of the hierarchy, as with Origen of Alexandria. Bishops often kept large libraries of such writings, especially on Origen. We can see this very clearly in numerous German Catholics of the medieval period. St. Albert the Great, for instance, had some, you could say, Origenistic tendencies in his perspective, but this was very much tempered by his Aristotelian and, of course, his Augustinian dogmatics. In a less orthodox sense, Meister Eckhart's reception of Origen is even more pronounced. Eckhart is noted for positing an almost complete annihilation of the creature when it returns to God, regarding the Trinity is not constitutive of God's being, and for his possible alleged universalism. Albert the Great and Meister Eckhart formed two respective poles among the Dominicans, which Albert and his student Thomas Aquinas eventually went out. The Eckhartian mysticism, however, dominates Germany regardless, especially among the laity, especially with his views on the absolute subject, which continues into the preeminent and intellectually respected German cardinal of the early Renaissance, Nicholas of Cusa. Eckhart's search for God within the soul leads to his profound detachment from the sensible and the material, and he considers the darkness of his apophatic theology, in his own phrasing, a step into hell, which he says is an imitation of Jesus on Holy Saturday right before his resurrection. He's received among the intellectual elite, again, not merely just the clergy, but also the laity as well, and through occult means, occult literally being something that's not overseen, not to the eyes. Now, Nicholas of Cusa was noted, again, for his library and being one of the foremost polymaths of the 15th century. He's noted for a few doctrines which are more suspect, given what we know today about the coincidence of opposites and his ecumenism. He's also been long accused of pantheism in the more traditional sense of pantheism, viewing the contraries and opposites of the universe as existing in God foremost and in simultaneity. So far from the polarity of Father Przywara, Nicholas of Cusa treats contraries as something not emergent in creation, but as a model for the primeval archetype, where even in God we can find privation and even, in a sense, evil. His treatise on learned ignorance also has been noted as a precursor to Immanuel Kant's Critique of Pure Reason. Nicholas of Cusa regarded the fall of Constantinople rather differently. This is in regards to his ecumenism, and he had a rather high opinion of Islam and Jewish practice in terms that are actually fairly reminiscent of Vatican II's Nostra Aetate. Curiously, as one of the first theologians to describe the harrowing of hell as a continuation of Christ's agony on the cross, and his proto-pantheism is still cited by occultists to this day. So the isolation of Germany and Poland become critical in the late Middle Ages and the early Renaissance. So we've discussed Joachim of Fiore to some extent before, and he was active in Calabria in Italy. Though his spiritual successors are in Italy are among a group of radical and extreme Franciscan friars called the Fraticelli. These Franciscans are noted for producing many influential friars of the time after St. Francis, including Pierre de Jean Olivier and Michael of Cesena. The Fraticelli were constantly at odds with the Pope, and they alternated between holding prominent university positions and being outright excommunicated. So in the final condemnation by Pope John the 22nd, and the flight of Michael of Cesena with William of Ockham to the courts of the King of Bavaria, both Ockham and the Fraticelli began their influence in the German courts and eventually became standardized reading of the German schools. This is apparent in the writings of Martin Luther, who claimed he was a longtime student of William of Ockham. That is, that he read his works consistently. And he actually cites Fraticelli and in some Franciscan sources in his early writings, especially the German Augustinian schoolman Gabriel Biel. Luther's violent reaction to the heterodoxy that he found in Biel, the Fraticelli and other occult sources in his day, played no small part in his revolt against the entire church. And in his work, Luther, Right or Wrong, Father Harry McSorley painstakingly documents this. Father McSorley says that Luther consistently was seeing the views of Gabriel Biel and other Fraticelli as actually the views of the church. So oftentimes in that very important period between 1517 and 1520, when Luther is developing the most and when all of the most important aspects to his protest are taking place, that is consistently being posed against Gabriel Biel and against some of the Fraticelli, not against the actual teachings of the church. And something documented also from Dr. Michael Gillespie was that much of the Protestant break with Rome occurred in Germany, and it was on account of the political distrust of Italy and Italian theology as well, and also a rampant Joachimism that persisted throughout this period. The firm establishment of Protestantism in places where these occult readings were prevalent was more so because they gave a pretext to the political break. It's not so much that people were totally enraptured with Joachimism in Germany at the time, although this would become evident in the period as being eschatological in nature. Although it was a very nice pretext for a lot of the kings and potentates at the time to instigate a break with Rome on account of these writings. It would be otherwise absurd, if you would think about it, to note that these so-called wars of religion, if they weren't political in nature, would take place between countries of ostensibly the same faith, as we would have in the 30 Years' War a century later. But what matters here is not the political situation. It's the continuation of the German inward turn, so to speak. The search for meaning within the mind and within the self is exemplified in Martin Luther's search for justification within himself, and being unable to find it, he rejected that it is within himself. It's here that Luther prefigures Hegel's maxim that thinking is reality. If I cannot find Christ's righteousness within me by my experience or my thinking about it, it cannot be within me per se. Overall, this transition from the German idea of worshiping what is seen to its eagerness for interiorized sacrifice is also the direction of its theology alongside Joachim of Fiore. Willis found this quote from the Germanist and philosopher Abu Haz. I'll read it now, as it very much summarizes this direction, this inward turn. The apocalyptic hopes of the Franciscans, born from Joachim's vision of the Aetas Spiritus, were transformed in the Rhineland into an inner mystical event, the birth of God in the soul. Cusanus, or Nicholas of Cusa, inherited the inner spirituality of the Friends of God and the German mystical tradition that had itself interiorized the apocalyptic ideals of the Franciscan spirituals. In Cusanus, the mysticism of inner poverty achieves its intellectual transfiguration. The eschaton of the spirit becomes metaphysics. This is the seedbed for the theosophical schools in Germany following the Protestant break with Rome. It's already begun in the Middle Ages with the spread of Joachimism, the mystical speculation in Germany, and of course Meister Eckhart and Nicholas of Cusa. We see here the first sign of what is happening in the mystic underpinnings of German idealism, making the eschaton an interior matter of the soul, and the soul becoming a transcendental face in which the divine can be discerned. Therefore, by the time that German idealism has its recognizable elements, the form of German philosophy is already present in the figures we saw above. The inward turn of Meister Eckhart, the speculative coincidentia oppositorum of Nicholas of Cusa, the spiritual voluntarism of Luther, Meister Eckhart, Nicholas of Cusa, and Martin Luther are not German idealists. But there cannot be any doubt that the character of German idealism depends on their contributions. What later appears as transcendental philosophy in Kant, or absolute spirit in Hegel, begins as a mystical anthropology, the German seeking God within himself and within his soul.
So I'd like to provide a somewhat brief interlude to discuss the German mystical tradition, beginning with Meister Eckhart. The roots of German idealism emerged from a genealogy Hans Urs von Balthasar identifies in his Apocalypse of the German Soul, beginning with Meister Eckhart and his Friends of God community, followed by Nicholas of Cusa, then the writer of the Theologia Deutsch manuscript, Renaissance Kabbalists and alchemists like Reuchlin and Paracelsus, Luther, then followed most importantly by Jakob Böhme, whose ideas spread throughout Germany by his students Ettinger and von Baader, finally reaching their apogee with Schelling and Hegel. The influence of Meister Eckhart on the German speculative tradition cannot be overstated. Although he is classified as a scholastic, Eckhart's thought is significant for how it breaks with the orthodox theology of his teacher St. Albert the Great and his contemporary St. Thomas Aquinas in order to postulate a theory of divine transcendence that is at once divine nothingness. According to Gershom Schollem's Major Trends in Jewish Mysticism, this affinity of the mystic with the great rationalist has its astounding parallel, as the most recent research has shown, in the relationship of the great Christian mystic Meister Eckhart to Maimonides, by whom he seems to be much more influenced than was any scholastic before him. While the great scholastics such as Thomas Aquinas and Albertus Magnus, although having learned and indeed accepted much from him, nonetheless frequently oppose him, the rabbi is, as Joseph Koch has ascertained for the great Christian mystic Eckhart, a literary authority to whom Augustine is a best superior. Eckhart's proto-theosophy was a combination of mystical insights forged from the apophaticism of Maimonides and Dionysius the Areopagite. As we have quoted Dionysius previously, he states, "The cause of all is above all being, and therefore above being itself, for it is beyond being. Nor is it a being among beings, but beyond being and beyond non-being." Eckhart takes this proposition a step further, in which the source and cause of being is nothingness, as is the path towards mystical union, the negation of being. As Jay has already mentioned, Eckhart and the Friends of God of God were influenced, if not instructed, by the students of Joachim de Fiore, the spiritual Franciscans, but the German contribution to their apocalypticism took a turn toward the subject. Instead of a future chiliastic age of the spirit, the Rhineland mystics like Eckhart sought the final epoch as a terroir of the soul, accessed by withdrawal and self-renunciation, thus inaugurating the German mystical tradition of kenosis. Eckhart states, "There is something in the soul that is uncreated and uncreatable. If the whole soul were such, it would be uncreated and uncreatable. In this breakthrough, I discover that God and I are one. God is a being beyond being, a nothingness beyond being and nothingness. In this abyss, the Abgrund, all distinction ceases. The ground, grund of the soul, and the ground of God are one ground. Therefore the soul must go down into her own ground, and there she finds God as in his nothingness." And here's the quote that Hegel was most fond of. "The eye with which God sees me is the eye with which I see him. My eye and his eye are one. By a righteous standard, I am weighed in God, and God in me. If God were not, I would not be. If I were not, then he were not." The Abgrund. One of Eckhart's most influential theosophic innovations is the concept of the Abgrund, meaning abyss, gulf, or non-ground. This heterodox assertion works from the orthodox precedent of Psalm 42:7, abyssus abyssum evocat, where St. Augustine interprets this to mean that the abyss, the bottomless pit of the human heart, calls unto the limitless depths of God's mercy and wisdom, the God-sized whole principle. Eckhart radicalizes this concept. In Eckhart's language, God, or God, refers to the personal God who creates and relates to the world. Gottheit, or Godhead, or Umgrund, refers to the utterly transcendent divine essence beyond relation, action, or name. Similarity followed by an ever greater dissimilarity is substituted with a dissimilarity followed by an ever greater similarity. Negation becomes the confluence between God and man, not the safeguard between creaturely immanence and divine transcendence. Eckhart says in Sermon 52, "Before there was a God, there was the Godhead." If the personal God is secondary to the Umgrund, then God must be composite, as we discussed last time, and envisioned along the same lines as between Yahweh and Ein Sof in Kabbalah. Similar to the way that Jay has described the metaxy as a kind of forced calcification of the interval between the polarity as a third thing, the Abgrund objectifies and subjectivizes the negative designation as the essence. While in Augustine, the abyss is the pregnant gulf between the creator and creature, divided by original sin and illusional deprivations of creaturely existence. In Eckhart, Maimonides, and Luria, the abyss calls unto itself. The gulf that subsumes both creator and creature is that by which both are called to union. The essence of the Abgrund is emptiness. God is a groundless ground, an Umgrund, beyond all names, beyond all distinctions, a coincidence of opposites. Eckhart used Abgrund to point to God as absolute simplicity, beyond all categories of being, including the distinction between being and non-being, the groundless ground of all that is. Like for Maimonides, Eckhart's God can only be expressed positively as a double negative, the groundless ground, or what is called the negation of privation in Maimonides. Eckhart escalates into the maxim, the negation of the negation, a term that will echo throughout German history with Cusa, Boehme, Hegel, and Marx. Creation flows and foams forth from the Abgrund without necessity. Eckhart suggests that creation flows spontaneously and freely from the Abgrund, not out of compulsion or need, but as a kenotic overflowing of divine plenitude. The Kabbalists refer to this as jouissance, the pleasure of no pleasure, that defines the oscillating birth pangs of the Zimzum, contracting between joy and tribulation. Gelassenheit, the letting be. Next appears Eckhart's concept of the Gelassenheit, meaning letting go, detachment, or self-surrender, but ecstatic joy in doing so, see sparagmos. Here is where the apophatic metaphysics and kenotic mysticism collide in the German mystical tradition. Before we can get to the kernel of how Eckhart uses the letting go of Gelassenheit to define mystical kenosis, we must first understand how Abgrund is interiorized in the soul by two similar terms he proposes, the Seelengrund, in the ground of the soul where God and the human subject converge. As we already quoted, he states, "The ground or grund of the soul and the ground of God are one ground. Therefore the soul must go down into her own ground, and there she finds God, as in his nothingness." The next concept is the Seelenfunken, the spark of the soul. For Eckhart, like the Kabbalists, the shell precedes the fruit, just as the descent precedes the ascent. After plummeting into the abyss of his soul, the Seelengrund, to achieve mystical union with the divine, man uncovers the spark of the divine. If God and man are of the same genus, it must be possible to set free the divine kernel of being in man's inmost self by the ever-increasing conquest of his outer self-identity. This divine kernel, this little spark of God, which is concealed within the shell of selfhood, is as high above all that is purely human and personal as heaven is high above earth. It is the germ of eternal life, the seed of God, the point of divine grace. According to Ernst Benz, the essential characteristic of German idealistic philosophy is that objects of reality themselves are no longer considered to be the basis for the interpretation of reality, but the consciousness of man, the mind, having become conscious of itself in him, the self. The world of the mind and spirit is no longer, as in Descartes, a world of abstractions, but a tangible manifestation of God, as in the opinion of Meister Eckhart. This decisive step in modern philosophy was prepared by mysticism and especially by the mystical doctrine of the spark of the soul, or in the soul, or the scintilla in anima in the case of Jakob Böhme, the Seelenfunken, as Meister Eckhart taught. This idea of the spark of the soul has a particular meaning. For him is not an intellectual discovery, but is born of the personal mystical experience, of the individual experience in the union of the mystic with God. We cannot doubt the legitimacy of this experience, even if we have encountered it ourselves. The history of Christian mysticism shows us that this experience is a fact, independent of all theories on the possibility and legitimacy of that fact. What does this term, the spark of the soul, mean? There is something innate in the created human soul, the stronghold in the soul, the summit of the soul, the apex of the soul, the spark in the soul. It is in the spark that the union between God and man is realized, that God and the soul touch. In this spark, God himself engenders his Son. There he becomes totally real. There he enters with all the plenitude of his being. But Meister Eckhart described this experience of union, which becomes real in the spark of the soul, not only from the side of God as the invasion or outpouring of God into the human soul, but also from the side of man as man's elevation and ascension through his apex, the point where the soul, thus elevated and exalted, participates not only in the inner life of God, but also in his activity as creator and savior. In this bold idea, which says that the mystic, in a state of union with God, himself performs the creative work of God, the decisive step, which we just mentioned, appears, the act by which the basis of the understanding of reality is transferred from the divine transcendence into the human soul, in the spark of the soul, into the summit of the intellect, into the intellectual act itself, Eckhart says. In the eternal birth, the soul becomes pure and one. Thus, its existence is the same as God's. This existence is the beginning of each work of God in the heavens and on earth. It is the origin, the Ursprung, and source of all divine works. Eckhart goes even one step further toward idealistic philosophy in the soul, that is to say, in this supreme act of consciousness realized in the mystical union, man creates himself. Eckhart speaks of the Schöpfung, the self-creation. Of Eckhart says, man. I was my first cause, he states. I was the cause of myself. There I wished myself, and I wished nothing other. I was what I wished, and what I wished was I. For in this essence of God, in which he is beyond all essence and all difference, there I was myself, and I recognized myself as creator of this man. And because of that, I am the cause of myself according to my being, which is eternal, but not according to my becoming, which is temporal. And because of that, I am unbegotten, a being which was never born, and thus I can never die. From here we begin to see how Eckhart's assertion of the Gelassenheit, the letting go of the self as the mystical inner discovery of the divine, sets the precedent for the German Canonic tradition that will reach its apogee in Hegel and subsequent 20th century Weimar Kabbalists, whom von Balthasar is all too eager to baptize. Eckhart's concept is perhaps most visible when we see how the self-creation of letting go pretends the 20th century pseudo-Christian Kabbalist philosopher Simone Weil's notion of decreation. She states, decreation, to make something created pass into the uncreated. We participate in the creation of the world by decreating ourselves. For Weil, creation itself is already an act of divine withdrawal. God renounces himself in allowing something other than himself to exist. To imitate God, therefore, is to renounce one's own existence as an independent sinner, to decreate oneself so that the divine love may flow freely. Likewise, Eckhart's self-creation is a return to the original nothingness, nihil, from which God creates by letting go. In the kenosis, the ex nihilo becomes a metaxical third thing that can be claimed as a positive attribute in potency. Von Balthasar identifies this kenotic stream as an inner apocalypse in the positive sense, a rhythmic identity with the Creator that von Balthasar cannot be bothered to work out metaphysically, so he hides behind an unfalsifiable mysticism. The negation of the negation. Meister Eckhart was the first to posit the concept of the negation that would figure so importantly for the development of German idealism and Marxism, and that uncannily parallel developments in Kabbalistic mysticism happening in the same time and place. For Eckhart, God is negated of the negation. In the Godhead, or the Gottheit, all distinctions are overcome, even that between God and not God. As he states in Sermon 71, God is a negation of negation, a nothing that is above being. Eckhart explicitly posits a dialectical structure of divinity. First, there is the affirmation that God is being. Secondly, there is negation. God is nothingness and beyond being. Thirdly, in completing the Trinity, there is the breakthrough that Eckhart calls Durchbruch, where God is discovered to be a unity of opposites beyond being and non-being, a negation of the negative limit between being and non-being, where the opposition between creator and creature is likewise obliterated. As Balthasar states in The Apocalypse of the German Soul, Eckhart's Godhead is the negation of negation, an abyss beyond being and nothingness. The soul's path to God is a negation of negation, detachment, that annihilates all images, even the idea of God, to find the divine nothing where being and non-being, creator and creature can no longer be differentiated. Eckhart's conflation of the Abgrund and the Seelengrund, the ground of God's freedom and nothingness, and the ground of the soul as its mirror, prefigures the negative freedom of liberalism, the turn toward the subject, but in dialectical form. Indeed, is perhaps the notion of possessiveness that characterizes the fundamental problem of the human being for Eckhart. True freedom involves a kind of self-dispossession and a letting go of the attachment to the mindness of one's actions. This, for Eckhart, is the kind of spiritual poverty that results in genuine freedom. The external poverty and renunciation of possessions by the Joachimites is eternalized in this schema, where the path towards limitless freedom is wrought by dispossession of the self in a kind of proto-kenosis, when the imago Dei is substituted by the spark of the divine abyss of freedom. It also is worth noting that for Eckhart and the Friends of God, and the Theologia Deutsch, all sin is downstream from possessiveness, an emphasis on self. For Eckhart and later Böhme, freedom precedes essence. Echoing both, Schelling proclaims, freedom precedes being. Limitless freedom issues from the groundless ground of the Ungrund. Freedom for or freedom against can always only be a negative freedom when the for is defined as a nothing, an abyss. Vacation replaces vocation. Freedom against being, preceding and surmounting being, not become what you are, as Przywara has said. Speculative Good Friday for Eckhart and Cusa. Balthasar reads the history of German thought as a struggle between two movements, the Katabasis, descent into the abyss, the Abgrund and Ungrund, the moment of negation, self-emptying or loss, and the Anabasis, the ascent or reconciliation, the negation of the negation, the return through contradiction. The descent precedes the ascent. Skipping forward a bit, von Balthasar posits his Holy Saturday theology as a response and correction to Hegel's speculative Good Friday, we saw mentioned in the Bishop Robert Barron video. Hegel's death of God, where negativity is internal to the absolute, and God realizes himself in and through negation. Balthasar's Holy Saturday responds as the death of God, the negation of the negation. For Balthasar, superdeath is the life of the immanent Trinity, revealed in the non-speculative, abyssal, freely embraced descent of Christ to the infinite distance of God-forsakenness and hell itself. Agata Bleek-Robeson posits this death of God as the central motif of modernity, where Jewish and Christian mystical theogonies coincide between the interwoven themes of Zimzum and kenosis. She states, for some, most notably Hegel, the religion of the death of God is coextensive with what he calls the modern religious sentiment and its philosophical outcome and thinking under the auspices of the speculative Good Friday. And although Hegel here explicitly means the memory of the Passion, it well may be that implicitly he also thinks in terms of Luria's Zimzum, the other death of God, which coincided with the first exteriorization of the Spirit and the creation of the world. Having in mind that the Hegelian term exteriorization, Entäußerung, is originally Martin Luther's term for kenosis, we can immediately see the link between the two deaths of God, Jewish, Kabbalistic, and Christian, the radical kenosis in creation as juxtaposed with, but not necessarily opposed to, the radical kenosis in incarnation. The necessity of the negative for God or the subject to pass through opposition prior to actualization is a fundamental precept of the German mystical tradition and what after Hegel we have come to call the dialectic. Both Eckhart and Nicholas of Cusa prefigure the emphasis on Christ's descent that will lay the groundwork for Hegel and Balthasar. As we quoted Eckhart before, therefore the soul must go down into her own ground, and there she finds God as in his nothingness. He also states, Christ descended into the lowest and most hidden parts of the soul, into hell itself, that he might draw her up again into heaven. So for Eckhart, the harrowing of hell is a psychological and metaphysical event where descent precedes ascent, and unity with the divine coalesces around nothingness. Now Nicholas of Cusa. Central to Nicholas of Cusa's main propositions of the coincidence of opposites and learned ignorance is the subject of Good Friday and the death of God as well. He meditates on the paradox that in the crucified and dead Christ, God and nothing coincide. Eternity and temporality, life and death, absolute and finite, where Holy Saturday is the theological moment of coincidentia oppositorum. In Christ, life and death, eternity and time coincide, because in him the lowest is united to the highest. On Holy Saturday, the Logos is dead. God enters into the negation of all being. Yet that descent into absolute negation is itself the act of divine fullness, the paradoxical fullness of emptiness, the plenitudo vacui. God descends even into what is opposed to him, that he may bring all into unity. Thus, the harrowing of hell is the metaphysical completion of the incarnation. For Cusa, the infinite taking into itself the infinite contradiction of the finite. Whereas in Good Friday we see the death of God, on Holy Saturday we see the rest of God in the absolute contradiction, the coinciding of the most distant and the most near. Cusa states, being and not being are not opposed, but are unified in an identity that surpasses contradiction. In God, contraries are not contrary. In the infinite, the maximum and minimum coincide. Therefore, the opposites, good and evil, large and small, are one. Like Eckhart before, Cusa receives the mantle of the German canonic tradition, where the apocalypticism of the Fraticelli is interiorized. The three ages of Father, Son, and Holy Ghost are transfigured into an inner path of mystical descent, where identity, negation, and sublation return the soul to the divine. Following from this coincidence of opposites, Nicholas of Cusa's docta ignorantia, learned ignorance, is not simply knowing what you do not know. It is a method of approaching God grounded in the insight that finite reason collapses at the point where opposites coincide. It's important to note here that St. Augustine defines this version of the Imago Dei, his version of the Imago Dei, the Imago Trinitatis, as memory, intellect, and will. Cusa's doctrine of learned ignorance refutes all three, which would keep with Eckhart's annihilation of the self as the model for Unio Mystica. Will is replaced by stillness and quietism, intellect by confusion, memory by forgetting. Perhaps this forgetting foreshadows how Cyril Reagan uses the term misremembering in a positive sense. In the previous video, Jay illuminated the proper way of understanding the coincidence of opposites versus the sense in which it's used by the likes of Cusa, Boehme, and Hegel. Likewise, a similar contrast needs to be drawn between the way Dionysius the Areopagite employs the term agnosia from Cusa's learned ignorance. In short, agnosia is the limit of knowledge before divine transcendence. Docta ignorantia is knowing the structure of one's not knowing. Agnosia is a limit concept where negativity protects divine transcendence from theosophy. Learned ignorance is an epistemology where negation reveals a new positive epistemological property in identity with God. Cusa splits knowledge into a twofold doctrine of light, the lumen inferius, or light of reason, and the lumen superius, the light of unknowing. Only by the higher light can the intellect be raised to see what it does not see, that is, to know the ignorance as learned. The vision of God occurs not in the light of the creature, but in the light in which God sees himself. So I'd like to pause here and have Jay speak a bit about this distinction between learned ignorance and Nicholas of Cusa and Dionysius the Areopagite's dazzling darkness, or the concept of night that Erich Przywara speaks of at the end of Analogia Entis, that that Jay presented on last time.
We can frequently see the same notions invoked by both doctors of the church and by the most heretical thinkers, especially regarding these aspects of divine darkness, the paradox of knowing and not knowing the infinite God, the abyss of God's being, so on and so forth. These relate to two very distinct aspects of apophatic theology. Apophatic theology, or negative theology, is critical to understand properly in order to distinguish the right way and wrong way of speaking about God. The descriptions of God found in Dionysius the Areopagite can be provocative. He refers to God as a dazzling darkness and as beyond being. And beyond being means he doesn't exist in the way that we think of trees, rocks, and humans as existing. He is the source of all created being, and since we only know being insofar as it is created, we don't have any sense or reference for what it means for God to be pre-existent. This is expounded upon in this phrase, dazzling darkness. There's a few key passages which refer to God's incomprehensibility with regards to light. Light, as we know, gives intelligibility to other things we can see because light is reflecting off of it. And in the Old Testament, we have several testimonies to God being not only invisible, but super visible. God cannot be seen because we will die if we look at him. Many passages refer to God as dwelling in a deep darkness. When God visits Abraham in Genesis 15 and binds him to his covenant, darkness and great horror fall upon Abraham. When Moses ascends Mount Sinai and receives the Ten Commandments in Exodus 20, God is described as being within thick darkness. Most of all, the theophany of Psalm 18 proposes a startling and paradoxical image. God is described as both having a covering or covert of darkness surrounding him, while also being a fiery brightness. The depiction of God is like that of a thundercloud, with an outer darkness that flashes forth bolts of lightning from its inner luminosity. This conflicting image is explained in the New Testament in a few different ways, but most of all in 1 Timothy 6. St. Paul says that God dwells in unapproachable light, which confirms his immortality, his unknowability, and the fact that no one can see God. The explanation goes something like this. God is the purest light. He is the source for all light. Light itself is something that God made on the first day of creation. This light, which derives from God's light, illuminates everything we see, and we can see as it passes through the air or it reflects off of material things. So this light is visible because we can see it, and because it illuminates everything else, we understand light by this function. However, God's own light is not something which can be observed, because it is infinite and so blinding. We cannot perceive it with the eye, we cannot perceive it even intellectually. It does not function like created light, which can be seen. This superluminous light is therefore not like the light we see in creation, and thus, because it cannot be seen, can be described as functioning like darkness. It is, from our subjective point of view, darkness, even though objectively it is in fact light, and in absolute terms, it is the only true light. You should see how important the polarity of subject and object supports in this distinction, since our subjective perception of God is not the same as God in himself. He is not truly a darkness, but appears as darkness to us because we cannot see him. He is too bright for us. This fact has been demonstrated in iconography as well. The earlier icon of Christ's Harrowing of Hell, where he's surrounded by this symbol of God's uncreated glory, is this circle or ovoid with gradations of blue. This is called a mandorla, or an almond, and proceeds from an exterior white outline or skirt, and then as you go deeper into the interior of this image, it becomes a darkening shade of blue. This represents the truth about God's light, that externally we can see that it is in fact light, but its interior cannot be plumbed or observed. It is in that sense a darkness to the finite creature observing it. We cannot see the light of God in an unmediated way. Thus we have the declaration of John 1:18. No one has ever seen God, but the Son of God, who is in the bosom of the Father, has made God known. How is this possible? Because of the communicatio idiomatum. Because his human nature expresses the uncreated and immortal divinity. What appears to us then is what Dionysius the Areopagite calls theandric activity, a word which refers to the divine, theo, and human, andros, in Jesus Christ. St. John of Damascus picks this up in Book 3, Chapter 19, in his exposition of the faith. He wrote, quote, "The theandric energy makes plain that when God became man, that is, when he became incarnate, both his human energy was divine, that is, deified, and not without part in his divine energy, and his divine energy was not without part in his human energy, but either was observed in conjunction with the other, as in the case of a flaming sword, we speak of the cutting burn as one and the burning cut as one, but nonetheless contend that the cut and the burn have different activities and different natures. The burn comes from the nature of fire, and the cut from the nature of steel. Likewise, when we speak of one theandric energy of Christ, we understand two distinct energies of his two natures, a divine energy belonging to his divinity, a human energy belonging to his humanity. Close quote. The two natures together act alongside each other in the harmony of Christ's one person. This is why he does divine activities through human instruments, such as healing blindness through human saliva or stopping a storm with human speech. This is why he does human activities by his divine power, such as choosing to die for the salvation of men and being raised from the dead. What is therefore important is to recognize that this is only by this theandric activity that we can come to know God despite having not seen his invisible nature. Whomever sees the Son sees the Father, because the one divine nature is expressed in the divinized humanity of the Son. This means that beyond the revelation of God in Jesus Christ, there is no true theology. We only know God through apophatic theology, the darkness of negative theology otherwise. This is enforced by the Analogia Entis. Remember, since the greater dissimilarity removes all possibility of describing God outside of these effects, which is creation itself, we cannot say that there's any greater likeness, and we have to always couch terms of likeness in terms of greater unlikeness. We cannot know what God is, but only that he is, or that he exists. This means God, from our perspective, is much like existence itself, indeterminate and indefinite. This aspect of God is a guardrail of patristic theology, especially after the Trinitarian debates of the 4th century. It is also the most widely accepted axiom of scholastic theology, to the point where apophatic theology is one of the few universal tenets in the universities in the medieval and early Renaissance period. St. Thomas Aquinas most of all exposits this in his Summa Theologiae, Part 1, Question 13, where he goes into great detail on the possibility of naming God. He repeatedly invokes Dionysius the Areopagite, but he also carefully scaffolded everything he wrote in apophatic orthodoxy, and this comes to a head in Article 11. He discusses the most proper name of God as the indefinite term, he who is, the tetragrammaton. He says that this name, which is given in Exodus 3:14, is indeed the most proper name we have for God, since, quote, all other names are either less universal or, if convertible with it, add something above it, at least an idea. Hence, in a certain way, they inform or specify a form and determine it. Now, our intellect cannot know the essence of God itself in this life, as it is in itself, but whatever mode it applies in determining what it understands about God falls short of the mode of what God is in himself. Therefore, the less determinate the names are, and the more universal and absolute they are, the more properly they are applied to God. Hence, the Damascene, St. John of Damascus, says that he who is the principle of all names applied to God, for comprehending all in itself, it contains existence itself as an infinite and indeterminate sea of substance. Now, by any other name, some mode of substance is determined, whereas this name, he who is, determines no mode of being, but is indeterminate to all. Therefore, it denominates the infinite ocean of substance, close quote. This is an important fact to understand this question. This infinite ocean of substance, this abyss of God's being, cannot be seen by creatures, and is thus an abyss and a darkness on this account. But what is infinite is also indeterminate. Aquinas argues this much in Summa Contra Gentiles in Book 3, Question 2, and he concurs with St. Maximus Confessor, who wrote much earlier than he did, quote, the divine is not a subject, for the divine is entirely without parts, because it is completely non-quantitative, and it is completely non-quantitative because it is also completely non-qualitative, and it is completely non-qualitative because it is also entirely simple, and it is entirely simple because it is entirely dimensionless, and it is entirely dimensionless because it is entirely infinite, close quote. We thus have the pieces for the ultimate difference in how we distinguish the proper and improper approach to the question of the divine abyss or dazzling darkness. The divinity is understood as indeterminate by both the doctors of the church and by counterfeit theologies, but in different respects. We speak of God as indeterminate insofar as he is infinite actuality. He is the infinite fullness of, and all things pre-exist in him. The limitless being of Ein Sof is not infinite actuality, but it is instead infinite potency. It is a God who is in reality and objectively a darkness. not a darkness in appearance alone, or subjectively as we would understand it. It is a God which is indeterminate and formless by its very constitution, a God who is indeterminate because it is a confusion of polarities rather than the source of all polarities.
Now I'd like to discuss the Theologia Deutsch, or also what's called the Theologia Germanica, which was a manuscript written by an unknown author appearing in the 14th century out of the Friends of God movement that originated from Eckhart and the Rhineland mystics. It is seen as a popularization of Eckhart's mysticism, emphasizing the inner turn of the subject that is at once an act of self-denial and negation. Martin Luther highly praised this work, producing an edition of it in 1516. Of it, he said, "Next to the Bible and St. Augustine, no book has ever come into my hands from which I have learned more of God and Christ and man and all things that are." Von Balthasar also appraises it highly as the seed of later German theosophy's preoccupation with inner rebirth, self-abandonment, and the birth of God in the soul. He identifies its proto-kenotic turn as the purest German mirror of the Christ form, the spiritual birth of kenosis into German thought, where God's humility is reenacted in the soul. He claims, "Here the German spirit learns to live the mystery of God's abasement as the form of its own being, a piety of interior detachment, where the divine light breaks forth within the ground of the self and the creature ceases to be other than God." Balthasar celebrates the Theologia Deutsch for how it imagines Christ as the archetype of self-emptying, advancing Eckhart's Gelassenheit to its Christological apex. The Theologia echoes Eckhart's famous assertion that the eye with which I see God is the eye with which God sees me, advancing it further to say, in the soul made pure, God sees and knows himself. Or when Eckhart states, to be empty of self is to be full of God, the Theologia advances. Where the creature ends, there God begins to be. We can see here how the creator-creature distinction is being further eroded and camouflaged in the process by the false humility of the kenosis. Paradoxically, kenosis shrinks the gap between God and creation. We can see how Balthasar seeks to shed certain particularities of the German mystical tradition while preserving the immutable dynamism of the Godhead implied in the Abgrund, coincidence of opposites, negation of negation, and the inner kenosis. This sets up a univocity between creator and creature in the act of letting go, where the unmoved creator's inner life becomes identical with the dynamic life world. Tracing the genealogy of German mysticism between Cusa and Theologia Deutsch falls the Renaissance and perhaps the most explicit appearance of Kabbalistic and Jewish messianic influence seen until German idealism, or even then the late 20th century. Reuchlin, Agrippa, and Paracelsus carry the torch perhaps too conspicuously. Johannes Reuchlin was one of the first German philosophers to openly blur the lines between Kabbalah and Christian mysticism in his work De Arte Kabbalistica that attempted to conjoin Cusa's Coincidentia Oppositorum with the Kabbalistic Ein Sof. For the German mystics, kenosis is an inward emptying of creaturely selfhood so that God can birth the Son in the ground of the soul. Reuchlin, however, gives kenosis a philological and theosophical form. The next is Paracelsus. The next figure in Balthasar's genealogy is the Swiss physician and alchemist known as Paracelsus. According to Ernst Benz, Paracelsus is the heir of Reuchlin's theosophical Kabbalism, transformed from the speculative sphere of divine names into the dynamic language of nature. Both Paracelsus and Cornelius Agrippa were students of Johannes Reuchlin and worked in tandem to develop a system of alchemy that synthesized Meister Eckhart's descent theology, Cusa's coincidence of opposites, the Christian Kabbalah of Pico and Reuchlin, to uncover the fundamental principle in nature. Paracelsus's unity of opposites is known as the conjunctio, the alchemical wedding. He transforms the old alchemical conjunctio, joining sulfur and mercury in the vessel, into a cosmic process. In De Homunculus, he states, man is the unity between two worlds. For Paracelsus, the fire of nature, the ignis naturae, is the inner creative power, the archeus, that vivifies and purifies all things. Every process of generation, decay, and renewal is animated in this divine fire. Fire is the great master of all art, and he who does not know it knows nothing. This fire, however, is not merely physical. It is the spiritual instrument of divine judgment and healing in matter, just as Origen saw divine fire as both judgment and purification in spirit. Echoing this, Balthasar claims in Theo Drama 5, the world's history is a furnace in which the love that descends into the abyss purifies and redeems all that resist it. The Paracelsian cosmogony follows from the German mystical tradition as the descent of spirit into matter. The divine word, or archeus, descends into prima materia, giving it form and life. This descent is not merely creative, but redemptive. The divine must enter into corruption to purify and transmute it. The human alchemist mirrors this divine process by performing opus alchemicum, the separation, purification, and reunion, also called solve et coagula, of substances. In this sense, Paracelsus envisions a kenotic cosmos. The divine enters into nature's lowest and most chaotic depths, not to annihilate them, but to draw them back into harmony through unity of substance and privation. Jay may need to correct me here, but Paracelsus very much seems to fall on the pantheist side, as he states in De Natura Rerum, all things are full of God, and he is in all things. Paracelsus explicitly says in De Arcanis and Philosophia Sagax that the true physician must know the Kabbalah of the natural world, the Kabbalah Naturalis, and the secret wisdom of Adam. In Apocalypse of the German Soul, von Balthasar repeatedly heaps praise upon Paracelsus, stating, in Paracelsus, the German soul first awakens to the idea of a world organically structured from the divine word. Against the dry streams that surround him, Paracelsus brings an elemental freshness and immediacy to reality, a sense for the living unity of creation. The human being is for Paracelsus the true point of union of the worlds, called to restore harmony through knowledge and virtue. He sees nature as a script, a divine writing which shines with the signatures of God. Paracelsus stands on unmistakably Christian grounds. His cosmos is suffused with the presence of Christ and the powers of redemption. Perhaps it is his unmistakable pantheism that Balthasar so admires. Przywara, however, states, but the kind of metaphysics we mean isn't a metaphysics of a God who gives birth to himself ever anew out of his own internal dialectic, as one sees in the dynamistic theosophy of Paracelsus and Jakob Böhme. In that, for them, it is in the most proper sense God himself who primordially grounds and ungrounds the ground and abyss of the world, all within an ever-renewed alternation between the fire of wrath and the fire of love. Nor do we mean the metaphysics of Cusa's coincidentia oppositorum, taken in absolute sense, such as would directly identify the cosmic coincidentia with God as coincidentia. We can see here how Erich Przywara identifies the negative safeguards that are within a properly structured metaphysics of the Analogia Entis are instrumentalized and made univocal between creator and creature, so that nothingness becomes a positive third thing that can be used to assimilate without dissimilarity, creator or creature to creator. The final figure I'd like to look at today, before handing it back over to Jay, is Jakob Böhme. Next is the most significant figure in this story. Mentioned in the previous Przywara quote, the 16th century peasant visionary Jakob Böhme. His influence is felt everywhere in the early modern period, even more so than Descartes. A case can be made for Böhme as the most seminal modern philosopher. From German idealism and pietism to English materialism, from Russian sociology to the Quakers, from Rosicrucianism and early Freemasonry to the Pennsylvania colony, from Emanuel Swedenborg to Elias Ashmole, Eliphas Levi, and Louis-Claude Saint-Martin, a new age was born from Böhme's revelation that the world proceeds from God's internal struggle and dynamism, a life in fire. Without Böhme's Christian Kabbalist metaphysical syncretism, Freemasonry would have remained a guild. According to Böhme, the life of God is a life in fire, but the light of love arises from the fire. Light and fire in Böhme's dialectical system struggle against one another like his other oppositional pairs, love and wrath, the yes and the no, providing the electromotive force that generates God in the world. Not by coincidence, such oppositional struggles within the Godhead mirror the Kabbalistic cosmogonies imagined in the Sefer Yetzirah, Zohar, and Isaac Luria. In Morals and Dogma, Albert Pike states, all truly dogmatic religions have issued from the Kabbalah and returned to it. Everything scientific and grand in the religious dreams of all the Illuminati, Jakob Böhme, Swedenborg, Saint-Martin, and others, is borrowed from the Kabbalah. All the Masonic associations owe to it their secrets and their symbols. Although today we associate theosophy with the late 19th century perennialist movement, Böhme was the first to invent the term, stating, "Theosophy is a seeing into the essence of all essences, into the eternal and temporal birth of all things. The true philosopher must be a theosopher, for he must see with God's light." Notice here the emphasis on the faculty of sight and how it bears upon what Jay is describing in Balthasar's turn toward aesthetics. It has been understood from the earliest reception of Böhme's writing in the 17th century that he must have had intensive instruction in the Jewish Kabbalah, seeing as his system uncannily paralleled so many of its concepts. It was for this reason he has become so revered. Although Reuchlin is regarded as the first German Christian Kabbalist, his interest in Jewish mysticism was motivated by Renaissance humanism and somewhat cursory and provisional. Reuchlin used Kabbalah to argue for the Trinity using Kabbalistic symbolism to demonstrate that Judaism contained the seeds of Christianity, and to legitimize Christian theology by linking it to perceived ancient Hebrew wisdom tradition. Böhme, on the other hand, employed Kabbalah to develop a theory of everything, a God's eye view. He internalized Kabbalistic structures and turned them into a visionary metaphysical system. Ungrund as the abyssal divine nothing, comparable to Ein Sof and Ein. Emanation in stages of divine self-revelation, Sophia, then the seven qualities. The contracting and outbreaking motions in God. The polarity of severity and mercy, the dramatic structure inside the Godhead. This becomes what Hegel later calls a speculative theosophy. Jakob Böhme began to write just before the publication of the first Rosicrucian manifestos. He was a native of Görlitz in Lusatia, on the borders of Bohemia. Böhme was a simple shoemaker who, in 1600, had a mystical vision. Looking at a gleam of light reflected on a pewter vessel, he felt himself able to peer into the inner essence of all things. In a letter, he described the experience. "The gate was opened unto me, so that in 1/4 of an hour I saw and knew more than if I had been many years together at a university, at which I did exceedingly admire, and I knew not how it happened to me. And thereupon I turned my heart to praise God for it, for I saw and knew the being of all beings, also the birth or eternal generation of the Holy Trinity, the descent and origin of this world. The assumption that Satan is an attribute of God," I'm quoting here from Moshe Adel's Primeval Evil in the Kabbalah, was found already in the Book of Bahir, and fits Böhme's view of the devil as located within the realm of the deity. Likewise, Böhme's vision of darkness as one of the two principles that precedes the light is reminiscent of the Kabbalistic approach. In Primeval Evil in the Kabbalah, the foremost living Jewish scholar on the Kabbalah, Moshe Adel, begins with a series of quotes arriving at Jakob Böhme. He states, "This is the reason why the perfection of all is constituted by good and evil together." This is from Zohar 11, folio 1843. "Steresis precedes existence, and all this is hinted at by the myth. He builds worlds and destroys them, because ruin and desolation come from these worlds." Quoting Moshe Cordovero, "Evil always precedes the good. It is always that the shell precedes the fruit." Chaim Vital, "Know that the shell preceded the holiness in all things. Evil encompasses good, and evil precedes in order to safeguard it." Finally, quoting Hegel, "But if God is absolute existence, the question may be asked, what absolute existence is this which has not all actuality, and more particularly evil within it?" Böhme's great struggle has been, since to him God is everything, to grasp the negative, evil, the devil, in and from God, to grasp God as absolute. And this struggle characterizes all his writings and brings about the torture of his mind. It requires a great and severe mental effort to bring together in one what in shape and form lies so far asunder. With all the strength that he possesses, Böhme brings the two together, and therein shatters all the immediate significance of actuality possessed by both. In general, Hans Urs von Balthasar has positive appraisals for Jakob Böhme and seeks to recover aspects of his mysticism in order to inoculate the Catholic religion of what he sees as unredeemable in Hegel. He states, "Böhme's dialectic between the dark and the light reveals a God who does not simply exist as static unity, but as dynamic movement, a living drama of love that embraces both creation and destruction. This profoundly influences a Christian understanding of kenosis and the incarnation as divine self-gift." It's from Explorations in Theology. in the glory of the Lord, he says. Jakob Böhme, who one might call the first German mystic philosopher, grasped in a luminous but enigmatic way the interplay of divine opposites, the unity of light and darkness, wrath and love, which form the foundation of all creation and redemption. Böhme's symbolic language, far from mere speculation, presents a vision of the divine drama that resonates deeply with the Christian mystery of the Trinity as a dynamic movement of self-giving love and judgment. This dialectic is not a contradiction to be resolved, but a mystery to be entered into by faith and contemplation. I've been going to great lengths here to demonstrate how Jakob Böhme so clearly adopts Jewish Kabbalah into a pseudo-Christian metaphysics, because this bears so much weight on the Gnostic return and modernity thesis and von Balthasar's project in Apocalypse of the German Soul. Balthasar, and most conspicuously the contemporary scholar Cyril Regan, who Jay has discussed, go to excessive lengths, turning flamboyant cartwheels to try to disassociate Böhme from Kabbalah and re-identify him as a recipient of Valentinian gnosis. This echoes Eric Vogelin's sleight of hand I mentioned in the introduction, where the Gnostic pathology of the modern age could only arise from inside Christianity, and most emphatically, not from outside, exonerating the revolutionary influence of Jewish messianism. It suffices to mention that nearly every student of Böhme from the 17th century onward saw promise in Böhme's thought on the very ground that it so clearly redefined the Christian mysteries according to Kabbalistic innovations. Gershom Scholem writes in his Major Trends in Jewish Mysticism, "It is impossible to overlook the fact that this doctrine, whose fascinating profundity is undeniable, found a highly remarkable parallel in the ideas of the great theosophist Jakob Böhme, the shoemaker of Gorlitz, whose thoughts exercised so great an influence on many Christian mystics of the 17th and 18th centuries, especially in Germany, Holland, and England. Böhme's doctrine of the origins of evil, which created such a stir, indeed bears all the traits of Kabbalistic thought. He too defines evil as dark and negative principle of wrath in God, albeit eternally transfigured into light in the theosophical organism of divine life. In general, if one abstracts from the Christian metaphors in which he tried, in part at least, to express his intuitions, Böhme, more than any other Christian mystic, shows the closest affinity to Kabbalism precisely where he is most original. He has, as it were, discovered the world of Sephiroth all over again. It is possible, of course, that he deliberately assimilated elements of Kabbalistic thought after he had made, in the period following upon his illumination, their acquaintance, their friends, who, unlike himself, were scholars. At any rate, the connection between his ideas and those of the Theosophic Kabbalah was quite evident to his followers, from Abraham von Frankenberg to Franz von Baader, and it was all left to the modern literature on the subject to obscure it. F.C. Oettinger, one of the later followers of Böhme, relates in his autobiography that in his youth he asked the Kabbalist Kopel Hecht in Frankfurt on Main how he might best gain an understanding of Kabbalism, and that Hecht referred to him to a Christian author. He said, spoke of Kabbalism more openly than the Zohar. I asked him which he meant, and he replied Jakob Böhme, and also told me of the parallels between his metaphors and those of the Kabbalah. An important legacy of Balthasar's Apocalypse of the German Soul is his attempt to divert the possibility of Jewish mystical sources as the primary path of transmission for German kenosis and Böhme's theosophy. Instead of Kabbalah, von Balthasar indicts Valentinian gnosis, a long-dead mystical tradition with zero living influence past the 6th century, as the archetype for what he views disfavorably in Böhme and wants to remove from Hegel. This desperate and delusional shift in diagnosis is the foundation for what is called today the modern Gnosticism thesis. When the specter of Gnosticism is evoked in this way, it has always done so to exonerate Kabbalah and Jewish messianism as the source of alienation and modernity. This is how Vogelin, as we already mentioned, can claim that the spiritual pathologies of the modern age can only arise from within Christianity itself. The contemporary historian, as Jay is about to discuss, Cyril Regan, attempts to further solidify Balthasar's claim of the Gnostic return in modernity in his book of the same name, in the Heterodox Hegel, Gnostic Apocalypse, Jakob Böhme's Haunted Narrative, and the Anatomy of Misremembering. In order to disguise and sequester the Kabbalistic influences in modernity, O'Regan proposes what he calls the Gnostic narrative pattern. This pattern, according to O'Regan, reappears spontaneously without direct genealogical transmission anytime certain theological and metaphysical conditions align. O'Regan defines this motif according to 4 principles. First, a non-tragic primal catastrophe, a fall or rupture in the divine or metaphysical order that precedes the world. 2, a flawed or derivative cosmos. The world is not simply good or created ex nihilo, but emerges from a prior error, contraction, or deficiency in the divine. 3, anthropology of alienation. Humanity contains a spark or sinner that does not truly belong to the created order. Number 4, redeemer figure who reorients the subject. Salvation is a recovery of lost interiority rather than atonement before a transcendent creator. Number 5, narrative of recollection. Truth comes through remembering one's origins, not through receiving revelation. For O'Regan, modernity's turn toward the subject unleashes this Gnostic pattern out of thin air. He sets the historical transmission of Kabbalah to Jakob Böhme off limits by claiming that only in Illyrianic cosmology does a divine struggle between opposites happen in the Godhead, and only then after the catastrophe of the Zimzu. As we've already seen, this point is highly debatable, if not laughable. The Book of Bahir and the Zohar both reference a God who contains both good and evil, and whose intradivine struggle produces his divine nature as well as the cosmos. Moshe Adel states in his Primeval Evil in the Kabbalah. A new approach appeared, however, with the emergence of the main schools of Kabbalah in the late 12th and early 13th century, in which the account of Genesis was understood as a dealing not with the created universe, but with an intradivine process. This meant that darkness and tohu vohu were projected now within the divine realm and were understood sometimes as connected to the emergence of evil. Such a development is predicated on a conception of the deity as infinite. Cosmogony became theogony, in fact, some form of divine autogenesis, which preceded or what was parallel to processes connected to the creation of the lower worlds. Many Kabbalists conceive the process of emanation not as just a pouring from the divine outside as in Neoplatonism, but as an intradivine process. This process of autogenesis meant that what Kabbalists understood as evil became an element in the divine life, thus enabling a series of speculations that differ dramatically from the prevalent accounts in the 3 monotheistic religions as to the absolute spirituality, goodness, and omnipotence of God. Although not found in all the Kabbalistic books and schools, this view became widespread in hundreds of Kabbalistic treatises, most of which regarded creation as a process of emanation, which presupposes some form of primeval evil at the beginning of this process. Those views had an impact on the development of Kabbalah and became more dominant in the 16th century. It is plausible that the new dynamics inaugurated by this interpretation of Genesis had an impact on Jakob Böhme's similar speculations, and through him, presumably, also the impact of Christian Kabbalah on Hegel's philosophy. It was more than possible, if not certain, that Böhme was deeply studied in various texts and traditions of the Kabbalah. His great pewter dish vision took place in the year 1600, where he had the mysteries of the cosmos and the inner workings of the Godhead revealed to him. It is known that he learned Paracelsian alchemy and Reuchling's Christian Kabbalah from Balthasar Walter, who had recently completed a pilgrimage to Poland and Palestine, likely encountering the Safed community of Isaac Luria in search of magical, alchemical, and Kabbalistic wisdom in the year prior, 1599. We can easily see how Böhme's mystical insights map onto Luria's cosmology much more cleanly than Valentinus' system. The Ungrund equals Ein Sof, both a pre-divine abyss with no attributes. Number 2, the theophany through self-contraction. Böhme's drawing in of the divine will is remarkably close to Zimzum as self-withdrawal. Cosmic catastrophe, Böhme's dark nature and the wrath world, resembles Shivarat HaKalim, the breakage of vessels. Number 4, divine sparks in creation. Böhme's scintilla, the flash, parallels the Nitzatzot, the scattered sparks. Number 5, salvation as tikkun-like reintegration. Böhme has a remarkably similar dynamic of restoring divine harmony. And then anthropology of the microcosm. Humans as cosmic repairers is strongly Lurianic. Böhme speaks often of a primordial divine self-withdrawal in which God allows space for the creation and for opposition to arise, darkness, wrath, and Satan. This is closely related to later mystical ideas of divine contraction or concealment in Lurianic Zimzum of Kabbalah. The Ungrund, the ungrounded abyss of divine freedom before being, and the abyss and the divine darkness, is where Böhme teaches that God reveals himself through a dark abyss, a primal nothingness, or a groundless ground from which both light and darkness emerge in tension. For Böhme, God enters into the darkness of death, even into hell, to manifest love and bring forth creation and redemption. The eternal nothing, to quote him from Aurora, the eternal nothing is the cause of all being. It desires to be manifest. This desire is the eternal nature. From the Three Principles, God is not a God of dead being, but a God of living fire, for fire maketh life manifest. From Mysterium Magnum. In the light of God, all opposites are one, yet in the fire they are in strife, and in this strife the love of God is known. Aurora, God contracts himself into himself and gives birth to another will, the fire essence through which creation is born. Christ brought the divine will into the human soul, into the abyss, into hell, and broke the wrath with love. In bridging the gap between kenosis and zimzum, he states, humility is the deepest essence of God. It bows itself under everything, even under sin and death, and turns all into good. How, Böhme asked, did the world of pre-creation transcend itself into creation? Before creation, he answered, there was a primal source, an eternal unity, an undifferentiated, indistinct, literal nothing. Oddly enough, this nothing possessed within itself an inner striving, a nisus, a drive for self-realization. That drive, Böhme asserted, gave rise to its opposite, the will, the interaction of which, with nisus, transformed the nothing into something of the created universe. Erich Przywara says, in the way that the theosophy of Jakob Böhme tries to make the mysterium crucis transparent to an interdivine dialectic between an abyss of wrath and a ground of love within God himself, in which God, so to speak, crucifies himself in a crossing between a God of darkness, who darkly appears in the cross of Christ, and a God of light, who reflected in the resurrection of Christ. For this would be to take what is most incomprehensible in God and conceptualize it into a comprehensible dialectic. It would constitute the worst kind of enmity toward the cross of Christ, precisely because it is enmity that is disguised, since in this case of this kind of reduction, the paradoxical, scandalous, foolish, mad reality that the cross of Christ has been dissolved into a dialectical cosmo-theosophy, which actually, precisely at Golgotha, renews the very situation of the first original sin, the desire to know God as God knows, and thus to be like God. And we can see here how this indictment of Böhme also tracks with Balthasar's infinite distance in the Theo Drama, in which the unknowable aspects of God become a knowable cosmo-theosophy. Böhme rejects the traditional understanding of a God existing whole and complete apart from creation, and conceives him instead as an evolving being. Böhme believes that God develops or realizes himself through creation, and he creates out of a desire to confront himself or to achieve self-awareness. Considered apart from creation, God is not yet God. In one of his later works, Böhme wrote, no thing can be revealed to itself without opposition. In other words, for God to become the truly realized God, he must oppose an other to himself, through which he comes to be. This process of God expressing himself in creation and achieving self-revelation reaches completion with man. And this echoes one of Balthasar's claims that God is for us, that both he and Karl Barth adopted. I think that proposition in Balthasar, also the concept that freedom precedes essence, that Balthasar takes from Schelling, who took it from Böhme, is another aspect in which Kabbalistic concepts enter into Balthasar's aesthetic Theo Drama. Likewise, the infinite distance across which the Father pours himself out into the Son is another way in which Böhme's oppositions appear in Balthasar. So we can see how the theology of kenosis and dialogue are set upon a foundation of Böhme's theosophy. I'd now like to read a quote from a letter written by Wolfgang Smith to Malachi Martin. If I were younger, how I would love to follow in your footsteps to learn Hebrew and delve into the Kabbalistic literature, without, of course, forgetting Jakob Böhme. Actually, it seems to me that Kabbalah, Hermeticism, and the doctrine of our German mystic can hardly be separated. These three legacies seem to form one underlying tradition, one grand perennial doctrine, which, as you say, springs from Christ himself. What Böhme has done is to expound that doctrine more openly and in overtly Christian terms. Perhaps, thanks to him, the Catholic Church will one day make Kabbalah its own. And I wonder whether perhaps it will be on the basis of this assimilated Kabbalah that the Church will eventually resolve the enigma of the separated religions, and in doing so will realize her own authentic and ultimate Catholicity. So Catholicity here for Wolfgang Smith and Malachi Martin is the same concept that Albert Pike uses in his above quote, in which all religions issue forth from a perennial Kabbalah. So the kenosis from Philippians 2:7, he emptied himself, is Christ self-emptying in the incarnation and passion. In mystical and theosophical thought, especially in Jakob Böhme, this becomes a cosmic principle. God manifests by self-withdrawal, the nothing becomes the all by self-surrender. Creation arises through God's self-contraction into finitude. Redemption mirrors this. The divine descends into matter to raise it again in a spiritual alchemy. Thus for Böhme, the kenosis is the inner dynamic of the kunutio. Only what empties itself can unite. Only through death and negation does the higher synthesis emerge.
So Jakob Böhme has been mentioned on this channel before, a German layman and mystic who was born a year after the death of Isaac Luria. He was born in the borderlands of Bavaria and Poland, where the Luria family of Ashkenazi Jews predominantly resided. And he was well studied on mystical literature, as is evident in his clear poaching of Lurianic themes in the alchemical metaphysics of Paracelsus. Hegel called Böhme the first German philosopher, perhaps with good reason. Böhme's influences are clear. His borrowing of Eckhart's Seelegrund for his Ungrund, the divine abyss and interior darkness, and his use of Joachimite Trinitarian history, his father-son dyad, leading to the unity of spirit, a series of contractions and restorations which unite opposites. This is, however, all derivative from his primary source in Kabbalah. There can be little doubt that Böhme is seeking a baptized form of Kabbalah, and unlike his predecessors, Pico or Ficino, he is privy to Kabbalah through direct means, as with his lifelong mentor, Balthasar Walter. Walter traveled to the Holy Land frequently and was the most probable source for Böhme's acquaintance with Paracelsus, and is, in fact, a strong link to the activity of Isaac Luria and Moses Cordevero's disciples in both Poland and Palestine. So Böhme acknowledges the forerunner to German idealism, mainly in the sense that he lends his esoteric grammar to the most prominent contributors of German idealism. Böhme's thought is one of theosophic revelation, discovering the divine essence within the soul and viewing God as he is within himself. Böhme is likely the person to coin the term theosophy, a construction from the Greek word theo, or God, and sophia, for wisdom. Thus, theosophic speculation is really an attempt to know God as God knows himself, not merely seeking the wisdom of God, as would be implied with the word philosophy, the love of wisdom, but believing that one already possesses it, that one is capable of knowing wisdom as God knows wisdom. Thus, the foundations of German idealism begin with the expressly esoteric and the alchemical tradition, rather than this mystical dimension coming later. The precipitating authors for Böhme's theosophy and the turn towards interior understanding comes through a number of well-documented occultists. Descartes, he's a French Catholic, but he's known to have partaken in Rosicrucian readings and had his most formative experiences in the Netherlands, where theosophy, Kabbalah, and of course Böhme were read without as much controversy. And this is a rather mainstream admission. Dr. Scott Hahn and Benjamin Weicker discuss this in their book, Politicizing the Bible, about the Netherlands and the occultic readings that took place there, especially Rosicrucian activity connected with Descartes. Some Rosicrucian documents are also potentially attributable to Descartes. This is similarly expressed in the Dutch Jewish pantheist Baruch Spinoza, whose own writings were heavily influenced by both Böhme and Descartes. It's been remarked by at least one historian that Spinoza is nothing other than Cartesian dualism brought to its logical end. When this theosophic speculation returns to Germany with Leibniz, the German Lutheran Johann Hamann, and the German Jewish philosopher Moses Mendelssohn, the philosophy's origins in mysticism are obscured by its heavier philosophical baggage, which accumulated between these early 17th and then to the late 18th centuries. Throughout this whole period, there are three main features of the mystical precursor to German idealism. I'm drawing the general principles here from Father Erich Przywara's Survey of Immanuel Kant and Kant Today, which was first printed in 1930. and then his 1958 essay, Man, World, God, Symbol, which is included in the Erdmann's editions of Analogia Entis. The first feature is the theosophical. What I mean by theosophy is the unmediated knowledge of God, the notion that God can be known in this life as God knows himself. This is believed, as it would run parallel in Kabbalah, to be caused by the divine sparks of the Sefirot being present in the soul. In German idealism, this is more ambiguous, but is mostly interpreted as being the capacity for reason, that being the ground of the soul, so to speak. So the axiomatic Deus in nobis, or God in us, in German idealism, one of the hallmarks of its beliefs, is that in a very true sense, the divinity is within us, a view that access to the divine can be infinitely attained through introspection and reason. The second feature of the mysticism latent in German idealism is the inverse, the inner experience of our own being equating to the experience of reality. This is the so-called turn towards the subject. If you remember from our previous video, the division between subject and object forces a polarity between the two in which there is a unity in tension, a similarity but an ever greater dissimilarity. In German idealism, there is an overemphasis on the subject, and thus an overemphasis on thinking, reason, and systematics at the expense of the objective, the real, and the empirical. This is the complementary side of Deus in nobis, or God in us. It's an exaltation of that in nobis, which equates God with the inner Geist, or soul, the inner spirit of mankind. God's attraction into us means we as human beings are now endowed with unimaginable powers. God retracts for the sake of man. God is represented for the sake of man. And finally, there's a strict consequence of the collapse of the symbol and the symbolized, the collapse of man and God in a final sublation. The thing and what the thing symbolizes unite into an aesthetic confusion. Art, poetry, sex, music, and history become both the symbol of God and God himself. Our experience is a direct revelation in this idea of the absolute, which is equal to the divine revelation in the church. And in this way, it's even greater than the church since it is universal thanks to our experience and reason. This is the metaphysics of spirit, the first phenomenology. It is the world becoming spirit through a process of awakened consciousness. You could also say gnosis. By the time Immanuel Kant inaugurates German idealism, properly so called, this mysticism is well figured into the German intellectual equation. In fact, it is precisely in defense of this philosophy to which Kant dedicates his career. Kant's famous arousing from his dogmatic slumber, which is a well-known statement about why Kant enters into the philosophy or the philosophical debates of his age, is in response to the Scottish philosopher David Hume. So what exactly is Kant responding to? It's Hume's facile dismissal of free will and spirit, which cannot exist in the face of Hume's ostensible determinism and mechanical material philosophy. Kant's starting point for his philosophy, the so-called antinomies and dialectic of spirit and world, the very structure of reality for Kant, is all in service of trying to preserve the reality and even primacy of the spirit. Therefore, when he writes his most popular work, Critique of Pure Reason, it is looking to establish a potential synthesis between these realms, matter and spirit. It is also an attempt to find the object in the subject, so to speak. Kant wants to propose a rational case for how we are able to interpret objects at all, and does so by invoking the same theosophic motifs. This is the unity of the infinite man who is, to put in Przywara's words, damnably finite. It is the infinite godlike nature present in the human soul, which cannot be ever fully attained because of our finitude, a unity of opposites, if you might say it that way, the divine inner nature and the demonic existence it is attached to. Now, I can't fully commit to a full dissection of Kant's transcendentalism here. What I can say is that Przywara recognizes Kant's philosophy as really an anthropology. It is trying to unite the cosmos into the unity of the subject, making man into the creator of the cosmos by understanding it. Man creates the cosmos by understanding. This should sound familiar to us because it is precisely the notion of Yetzirah, forming the world through language and comprehension. Kant's transcendentalism and his idealism is a rationalized theosophy. He reckons this much with the polarity of cosmos and reason. This is, quote, two things fill the mind with ever new and increasing admiration, the starry heavens above me and the moral law within me. As Przywara argues, this theopanistic fusion of subject and object is recognized by all his disciples. It is evident that Kant's practical reason and his theoretical reason cannot coexist, and they don't have a coherent order between each other. It is therefore inevitable that this synthesis, the Kantian man, is, in Przywara's words, ripped apart. It is here that we encounter Kant's completion in Hegel. Friedrich Hegel has a direct educational lineage to Kant, and he is truly the main vehicle through which Neo-Kantianism is understood to this day. Hegel is more in tune with the esoteric and mystical elements of German idealism, and this is noted by Dr. Cyril O'Regan in his work, The Heterodox Hegel. Hegel's phenomenology of spirit is very clearly reenacting the emanative logic of Böhme and Isaac Luria, at times drawing directly from Böhme and alluding to Kabbalah in his logic. Spirit arises from an initial alienation, proceeds into history, into an abyss of absolute knowing. It is an evolution, but an evolutionary process that never completes. It is important to mention here that Hegel's progress from thesis to antithesis and synthesis is not a self-contained process. It's not a finite process. It is an infinite process of becoming. This is often missed, but it is the key to understanding what Przywara means when he calls theopanism progress in infinitum. This progress never ends. We are always at the end of history. We are always on the cusp of another synthesis. The world is always being formed, and the process of tikkun olam has no day where it is complete. This is the paradox that has been mentioned before by Will in the paradox of Kafka. The Messiah doesn't come on the last day, but the very last. What does that mean? It's simple. This is always the last day. Hegel's contemporaries, including Goethe and Hölderlin, although they fit into German idealism as well, recognize the imminent danger of Hegel's work and his own contributions. This is the renewed advent of tragedy out of the Christian anti-tragedy, which we heard from Przywara a little while ago. The figure of Faust in Goethe is often remarked to be Hegel himself in a demonic investigation looking into where angels rightly fear to tread. However, it is notable that the feature of sacrifice plays throughout Faust, and the cosmology of Goethe has all the hallmarks of his German mystical tradition, including from von Baader and Paracelsus. A similar mourning, or at least a tacit recognition of this mystical fall of philosophy, is expressed in Friedrich Hölderlin, another contemporary of Hegel and Goethe. He views the spirit as manifest in both art and poetry, with such a spirit mediating the coincidence between opposites, the reconciliation of thesis and antithesis, and a confluence which foments beauty. Here we see the aesthetic aspect of German idealism at work. The opposition of God and man is ameliorated in beauty, the fusion in spirit and absorption of man into God, and also God into man. Hölderlin writes in one poem, quote, "Thus the sons of earth now drink in the fire of heaven without danger, and it is our duty, poets, to stand bareheaded under the storms of God, grasping with our own hand the Father's beam itself, and to offer the gift of heaven wrapped in song to the people." At this point, the fate of German idealism is one of critique, which should be evident from Kant onwards. Fichte and Schelling are critiquing Kant. Hegel critiques Fichte, and Schelling critiques Hegel. Goethe critiques Hegel as well. Schopenhauer and Nietzsche critique everybody, and so on and so forth. But the German tradition and German idealism stand tightly locked arm in arm, inseparable in seeking this progress and infinitum together. It is in fact the combination of critique and correction that gives German idealism this very character. One engages in critique from within the tradition, and in so doing furthers the tradition. That's the dialectic. And so Hans Urs von Balthasar too belongs to this tradition when he assesses the entire tradition of German idealism in his work, The Apocalypse of the German Soul. So this is not a quote from von Balthasar's work, Apocalypse of the German Soul, but I think this is revealing to what he's actually trying to do in this first independent and seminal work. He's trying to diagnose German idealism and modernity as he sees it as the most existential problem for the church in his day. This is in reflecting on this issue, he says, "The genius who could have given a complete Catholic answer to the giants of German idealism had not yet been born. Hence an answer had to be struggled for piecemeal. The ideal solution would have been the establishment of academies in which Rome would participate in the thinking and learning process. Instead, philosophers and theologians worked mostly on their own, producing only partial answers, and as isolated individuals, they could easily be disposed of. In retrospect, it must be admitted that these condemnations were justified. The modernist excesses needed to be trimmed, for they were destroying central mysteries of revelation. Still, condemnation itself did not show a positive way forward, and many an intellect which should have been encouraged to find such a path was in fact disheartened, intimidated, and embittered." So why does he see it this way? He stands at the end of a long line of dissatisfied idealists, and Balthasar himself is looking to recondition the church to solve the problem of German idealism, insofar as German idealism has become modernity. So just from the title alone, Apocalypse of the German Soul, in which he's working on this project, there's a tinge of the theosophical to it. If you recall that quote from Haas about making the apocalypse an interior apocalypse, this being achieved in spiritual impoverishment. This book is really Balthasar's attempt to review German idealism from the perspective of the church, and more so to properly define modernity and German idealism alongside one another. Balthasar in depth examines and attempts to work out the problem of modernity in an extensive analysis of German culture, philosophy, and religion. He would perhaps like to see himself as this genius he's alluding to, although he doesn't explicitly call himself such. And it is here in Apocalypse of the German Soul that Balthasar's separation from Przywara becomes most evident and first evident, and it occasions Przywara's assessment of his Dionysian and Origenist double emphasis in that work we quoted in the last video and alluded to earlier, even in the title. This is exemplified in the choice of myths that Balthasar substitutes for Phaeton and Dionysius. Balthasar has his own pair of mythological figures to contrast. He has, instead of Phaeton, Prometheus, the image for the enlightenment and self-fathering man. Unlike Przywara, these two myths are not contrasting theopanism and pantheism. Rather, these are both firmly on the pantheist side. The self-fathering man is the pantheist man. Unlike Przywara, because the two myths are posed against each other within the same sphere, he is navigating his project within what Przywara would call pantheism, rather than between theopanism and pantheism. Dionysius is represented by the so-called father of existentialism, Soren Kierkegaard, and Prometheus by the famous anti-Christian philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche. Balthasar senses that Nietzsche is somewhat dishonest in this representation of Dionysius, and his attempts to revive the Dionysius of the past is really a Prometheus that he identifies as Hegelian in character. So he writes in his Apocalypse of the German Soul that, quote, Dionysus, Bacchic frenzy, and Apollo, clean and simple peace, are the one ember of existence, close quote, which is his expression of the unity of these opposites, the coalescing infusion of the Promethean Hegel and the Dionysian Kierkegaard. In other words, Balthasar is not content to discard of Hegel or German idealism. He, from the very beginning, wants to establish how Hegel is right, but in need of serious correction. Balthasar wants to propose a way to show how Hegel's system is defective, and fatally so, and offer the way forward to incorporate what is right in him as part of this one ember of existence. He then writes that, quote, for Nietzsche, even the man is killed, sacrificed to the superman. For Kierkegaard, however, the individual can vanish in self-extermination before God and be raised by God as a new creature, close quote. Balthasar regards this image a self-crucifying Dionysus, or as we saw earlier, a self-crucifying Odin, who wishes to remake himself alongside the eternal punishment of Prometheus for the crime of exalting creatures, and attempts to find the middle way between them. This is where he arrives at the conclusion that what's present in German idealism, which can reconcile it to Christianity, is in this act of letting go, this act of self-renunciation and kenosis. So now we can begin to discuss some of the specifics of Hans Urs von Balthasar's theology, and especially regard his aesthetic theology. If you're familiar with von Balthasar at all, you'll know that he is considered an aesthetic theologian, and it is here we can begin our analysis. So we'll transition first by looking at how kenosis plays into his aesthetic theology, and looking more about how he's actually trying to define modernity, which is ostensibly the enemy or the polemical target of his work, Apocalypse of the German Soul. So we should look at first exactly what he means when he levies his critique at modernity and German idealism. What is he discovering in his nearly 1,000-page volume, Apocalypse of the German Soul? What was this whole theologic enterprise supposed to do? Let's start by recognizing that von Balthasar is not concerned with the strictly defined modernism. This is something that's explicitly defined by Pope St. Pius X and Pascendi. Balthasar is more concerned with the general malaise that characterizes the modern world, the philosophical principles which are tacitly fed to us by the modern world. He views modernity as a twofold task. It is a turn towards the subject that German idealism achieves, and a destruction of the past that German idealism wants to achieve. We can look at these one at a time. I mentioned earlier that there's this turn towards the subject in the polarity between subject and object. But we should focus again on what this actually means and what this entails, because it's still probably quite ambiguous. So if you recall from our previous video, the distinction of subject and object is one between the act and the object, between the act of knowledge and the object of knowledge, things within us and things outside of us. We are firmly on the side of subject. We are in the act of knowledge. The object of our knowledge is outside of us. This unity and tension is really the final distinction of what is the act, or what is abstract, and what is concrete, and what is the target of thought, the order ascendi and the order cognoscendi. This is essentially abolished in German idealism. The turn towards the subject is something we saw prominently in Kant's philosophy and is completed in Hegel's. Because Kant is trying to relocate the object into the act by saying we only know things as they appear to us, not things as they are, Kant and his fellow German philosophers are inadvertently relocating all of reality into thought. This conclusion is, in a sense, objectifying the world and also subjectivizing reality as a whole. The world becomes a thing. It's an object that can be handled and manipulated. Conversely, reality is only ever locked into our sense, the I, as it's often called, this transcendental I or self. We can only know what is in our minds, and thus whatever is not an object in our minds is not real in that sense. For Kant, this is because we are creating the world as we're experiencing it. And this is, again, more explicit in Hegel's equivocation of thinking with reality, his very bombastic statement that thinking is reality. This perspective drags down the so-called noumena, this form of things, the essence of things, into the material world, the phenomena. Subsequently, the spiritual realm is reserved exclusively for things dialectically opposed to matter, which Kant would have as spirit itself, free will, and the mind. This dialectic is brought to its extremes in both Hegel and Marx. Hegel completes this turn towards the subject by making everything an absolute subject and absolute idea, both absolute in God and God absolutely working all in all. This is Hegel's phenomenology, everything in pure spirit and spirit becoming actual in the world as the completion of Kant's theoretical reason. Marx alternatively carries over Kant's practical reason into pure materialism. This is a radical form of what Przywara called theopanism, which is found throughout systems such as Platonism and Gnosticism. All idealism in making subject absolute denigrates the reality of the material. Marx, conversely, is taking practical reason and trying to reassert it, and this makes him firmly on the pantheist side. The other leg of Balthasar's identification of modernity is the destruction of the past. The word modern usually means something recent and is usually expressed within modernity as a positive thing. The modern world, as both Dr. Michael Gillespie in the Theological Origins of Modernity and in von Balthasar himself, assess that modernity defines itself dialectically against its own past. Modernity is often concerned with situating itself as something self-fathering, radically new, and ultimately original. It cannot be found in the past. This is, as you might imagine it, one of the reasons why Descartes is often called the first modern philosopher, is because he is setting a definite start point and trying to father his own philosophy and situate himself as a new beginning point for philosophy. That's so often why in German idealism, Descartes is held in such high regard or examined so closely. You can depict this impulse of self-fathering as revolution, a revolution against the Titans, which you can reflect in the image of Zeus castrating his own father Saturn and throwing him from the chariot, the repeated image for the so-called Enlightenment thinkers, the overturning of the Titans and the deposing of Saturn. It is the revolt against the previous order, the purging of the previous order, and to do this, there's a process of misremembering the past in order to efface it, to make it useless, to make it castrated, or to make it unattractive. This means recasting the united Christendom as an oppressive tyranny, the putting away of paganism as a tragic loss of knowledge that needs to be undone, and the communal aspect of religion as a silly superstition, so on and so forth. There's a renovation of key ideas in Christianity at the same time. Ideas that are considered useful are thought to have been perennial ideas, things that Christianity took into itself. And then its negative elements are thought to have been introduced with Christianity, which can be stripped away. This is something which crops up repeatedly in German idealism, in Hegel's renovation of the Trinity into absolute idea, coming to know itself through contradiction, This is also seen in Holderlin's poem about bread and wine. This poem casts Jesus as a kind of torchbearer for the gods of Olympus and the Titans themselves. In my own work, I've argued extensively that this is at its most perverse in Friedrich Nietzsche, who concocts entire false histories and narratives out of thin air to assign blame to Christianity for things actually rampant in paganism, and then praises paganism for things that were only present in Christianity. This is evident, for instance, in the fact that he calls Christianity a slave morality, loved by the pitiful and the underclass. This is despite the fact that he would know and should know that this is true of, in fact, the Bacchanalia, which is his favorite festival, the Dionysius festival. And Christians in antiquity, especially the martyrs and doctors of the church, were most often from the educated military elite. But I digress. We should now recognize that von Balthasar is identifying modernity as a species of what Przywara actually calls theopanism. This is the logical flow of the argument. Modernity is derivative of German idealism. German idealism is a kind of theopanism, and thus the parade of horribles coming from modernity all share this character of theopanism. This means for Balthasar, these categories of German idealism, Gnosticism, Platonism, and Protestantism all occupy more or less the same vein of error. However, if you remember from the last video, this is not the way we assess modernity in light of Erich Przywara's analysis. Modernity, and along with it modern philosophy, is in fact a composite of theopanism and pantheism and has elements of both, which we extensively demonstrated. It is a real confusion of both sides, and it is hardly sufficient to simply pluck out the theopanist side as problematic. Von Balthasar has only done half the work. Nevertheless, the consequences for his whole enterprise are drastic as a consequence. By identifying modernity as the enemy and identifying modernity as German idealism and theopanism, he has given himself permission, a carte blanche, to react to it from the opposite side, from the perspective of pantheism. This much was said by Przywara, who in reading von Balthasar's Apocalypse of the German Soul, concluded that he had said yes to Origen's Life and Fire, and that he had said yes to Origen's pantheism, in saying no to his theopanism. I'd like to read a brief summary of von Balthasar's assessment of Apocalypse of the German Soul from Dr. Cyril Origen. I've cited him a few times. Origen is a theologian who has actually positively appraised von Balthasar and has in his book, Anatomy of Misremembering, received praise for his systematic study of von Balthasar. Origen is both an admirer of von Balthasar and in his own philosophy can be thought of as a redactor or reviser of von Balthasar, as well as Erich Vogel. He's consistently defended and redefined this term metaxy as a key metaphysical instrument. With von Balthasar, he has some awareness of his shortcomings, but has also given him a consistent endorsement and is seeking to redact or revise him. You could even think of him as being in this tradition of critique in German idealism. And so with respect to these two principles that I've identified here that turn towards the subject and the destruction of the past, Origen writes, first, von Balthasar anticipates both of these points in Apocalypse der deutschen Seele, which represent his most extensive treatment of modernity. The ontological depletion of reality that goes hand in hand with the depletion of the human person becomes the instrument of his own instruments. The first part of this quote assesses von Balthasar as taking a very Heideggerian perspective. The problem identified here is that the same problem of Heidegger is Dasein. Heidegger saw a belief pervading modernity that mankind can somehow completely exhaust reality of its meaning, in a sense completing it, and that technology in this way becomes a means of both enslaving reality while at the same time man enslaves himself to technology. Heidegger, however, doesn't have a full scope of how this can be fixed, and so Balthasar is at liberty to expand on Heidegger. Origen agrees that Balthasar has this bent when he writes, on the basis of Apocalypse and also the continuing influence of Heidegger, when it comes to constructing modernity in the trilogy, that is the trilogy of Theo Logic, Theo Drama, and Glory of the Lord, one can say that idealist and vitalist reactions deepen rather than alleviate the objectification, which is at the same time the subjectification of reality. Origen in the second part here finds Balthasar in trying to map out the problems of German idealism. The attempts are, you could say, trying to re-enchant reality or remystify it, or actually further objectifying reality. And of course, that implies they're deficient. This is, again, another turn towards the subject. And whether a German idealist or an existentialist, this trope manifests continuously. The gap between the subject and the object is worsened and deepened in modernity, and reactions to modernity actually tear the wound open fresh each time. Finally, Origen connects this with Balthasar's other insight. In Balthasar's view, modernity also generates an ethos radically different in terms of expression and supposition from that current in the pre-modern period. As determined within the horizon of the modern, the relation between the modern and the pre-modern is largely polemical. No set of pre-modern practices can be normatively legitimated, just as no pre-modern forms of life can be judged to be inherently valuable. They are judged to be lacking in warrant and usually found to illustrate ignorance, superstition, fanatical excess, and for sure, a lack of appropriate autonomy. This is the main thrust at the end of this quote from Dr. Origen, directing von Balthasar's thought. Modernity is unable to look at what came before it without judging it as without foundations, enabled by magical thinking, uncritical, being close-minded, and finally, disregarding human agency. That's a very important point for von Balthasar here. These are the 3 fine points of von Balthasar's project. 1, addressing the issue of first principles or metaphysics. 2, addressing the issue of human freedom. And 3, addressing the proper place for mysticism, critique, and receptiveness. And so from this perspective, von Balthasar gives himself and others full permission to express pantheism in service of refuting this very dangerous theopanism. This also means he can find unlikely allies from all across the board, as he implies here the Heideggerian perspective in his mentors Gustav Sievert and Ferdinand Ulrich. Von Balthasar's main task in refuting what he calls modernity is building a coalition of sorts against modernity, again, what he identifies as modernity. This is one reason for his dialogue with figures like Karl Barth. His relationship with Karl Barth is well known. He wrote a book on Barth's theology, The Theology of Karl Barth, and tried for decades to convince Barth to become Catholic. His main strategy was saying that Barth was, in a sense, already Catholic in his thought. This shouldn't be theoretically possible, though, if we think about what we're identifying here. Karl Barth is very theopanistic in many regards. Theopanism is a term that Przywara, in fact, first deployed against Karl Barth in a review of his work in the early 1920s. It shouldn't be the case that Barth was actually anything but a theopanist. This is where the distinction between the different kinds of theopanism becomes important. Karl Barth is theopanist, but along with some of his other dialectical theologians, as well as the Eastern Orthodox theologian Sergei Bulgakov, are theopanists but find instruments to not get caught up in the subject, so to speak, to avoid falling into strict Hegelianism. Remember that if part of the problem is interiorization, the unthinking theopanism would probably look something like solipsism, a view that nothing is real except what's in one's own mind. Thus, for Barth and Bulgakov and others, to have the means of describing the relationship of absolute subject, God, to the object of creation needs to be managed through various themes. And most of all, and this is what is really the connecting point here for von Balthasar, is through the Ur-kenosis, which is present in all 3. This unifying doctrine is in service to this refutation and also reincorporation of German idealism and modernity. So if we keep in mind that von Balthasar is looking to identify modernity as derivative of German idealism and thus theopanism, it makes sense why he sees modernity and he calls modernity essentially Gnostic. Balthasar uses this phrase Gnosticism in a very distinctive and peculiar way. He is not referring to a kind of genealogical inheritance between German idealism and the 2nd and 3rd century heresy of Gnosticism associated with Basilides or with Valentinus. He's using the phrase to describe how theopanism functions like this heresy. This is one of von Balthasar's key points, is that if 2 things function mechanically similar to each other, then they, in a sense, can be referred to each other. Not necessarily equivocated, but that the name aptly applies from one to the other. This on its own is not a false equivalency. Gnosticism is a kind of theopanism, and both are concerned with hidden knowledge or gnosis, which must be attained in order to be saved. Both are overly spiritualizing, and they don't view matter as anything but an extension of thought. In this sense, von Balthasar is, in a sense, following Przywara, in that Przywara is willing to compare and contrast theopanist ideas to each other and pantheist ideas to each other. However, von Balthasar's analysis suffers from 2 very sizable defects. First is, simply speaking, what von Balthasar is criticizing is not real. It's not at least a real concrete Gnosticism. He finishes Apocalypse of the German Soul about 5 years before the Nag Hammadi library was discovered in 1945. The library at Nag Hammadi is really the only place where we have text from Gnostic authors themselves. And it was several decades afterward that actually began to triangulate what Gnosticism actually was historically between the text from Nag Hammadi, the texts as they appear in the Church Fathers, such as in St. Irenaeus, and the reception of those texts in, for instance, the Hermetic literature. Consequently, von Balthasar is not using the word Gnostic in anything except a kind of caricature. He's only able to draw ideas of Gnosticism as they appear polemically speaking. So crowning any and all errors under the title of Gnostic is, even if it was transformative of Gnosticism, is not really rooted in anything concrete or real. More importantly, even if it is something which may have coexisted along Gnosticism as a competitor in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, he won't be able to identify or distinguish them. This is key for idea like apocalyptic, you could say apocalyptic religions in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, and also importantly for us, Kabbalah. This is the second error. Balthasar's move here ends up relegating all modern errors to Gnosticism, which puts his entire analysis into a very precarious position. We saw in the previous video how modernity is not merely or only Gnostic. Modernity has the character of being a composite between theopanism and pantheism, and still lacking the Analogia Entis. It's therefore not enough to indict it for its Gnostic tendencies. This leaves the other half of the problem, pantheism, completely unscathed. It is this fact which steers and fuels von Balthasar's pantheism, his firm no to the origin of pneumatic ascent, which is to say, pre-existent souls, pure spirit. And this is why he can't help but say yes to the origin of a life and fire, the so-called pure spirit of life and the unifying force of love. But Balthasar's framing of this issue has some very clear consequences in both his ability to see and discern what is problematic with an objective and Aristotelian view of metexy, which is again a deficient form of the Analogia Entis, and it's thus a failure to recognize the complete scope of the problem of modernity. Von Balthasar basically leaves himself without any tools to differentiate Catholicism to the German philosophy of life or Lebensphilosophie, and with it Jewish Messianism, in contemporaries like Martin Buber and Franz Rosenzweig. This impossibility is evident in Cyril O'Regan's account in Anatomy of Misremembering. Figures like Buber and Rosenzweig are only ever critiqued insofar as they channel Hegelianism. They are routinely commended in virtually all other facets of their thought, and even borrowed in some respects, as with the use of a very peculiar way of using Buber's I thou. Likewise for the issue of Kabbalah and Jewish mysticism. While we saw Erich Przywara capable of contending against the notion of a God coming to know himself through the law, as well as the I thou, von Balthasar does not have the capacity given his framing. O'Regan rather dubiously notes that Balthasar is, in his own words, no friend to Kabbalistic thinking. But in his footnotes admits there's virtually nothing in von Balthasar's corpus regarding the topic. He almost never mentions it. The pitiful number of times the issue comes up, Balthasar either commends it or he says it is a proper way to understand things, as in borrowing the term Adam Kadmon in Apocalypse of the German Soul, or he just groups it under Gnosticism and not the ways in which it has 1 foot inside and 1 foot outside of Gnosticism. O'Regan admits that the Jewish scholars, Moshe Idel and Elliot Wolfson, have both put forward clear evidence that Kabbalah is not simply a Jewish form of Gnosticism. It's not a Jewish form of Neoplatonism. It is inextricable to liturgical life, prayer life, and the theological unfolding of Judaism spanning almost 2 millennia. It is intrinsic to Judaism after the destruction of the Second Temple, or rather in Rabbinic Judaism, and by the medieval period, it is a predominant form of liturgical life and understanding and coming to a relation to God, so to speak, as much as could be imagined, or as much as the Jewish mystic imagines he is having in Kabbalah. So why does this matter? Because even if you were Moshe Idel or Elliot Wolfson and you thought Kabbalah was really interesting or really cool or something like that, you cannot say that von Balthasar has the tools to evaluate German idealism at all if he's not capable of recognizing what Gnosticism is, or the way that Kabbalah and not Gnosticism specifically play into German idealism. German idealism originates from a confluence of sources. One of the main contributions to German idealism is Jewish mysticism. There's no mistaking it. And much of Cyril Origen's work prior to Anatomy of Misremembering is actually trying to shore up these deficiencies in von Balthasar's analysis by identifying the mystical origins of German idealism and Hegelianism. Von Balthasar doesn't really have a firm grasp on how Gnosticism would have entered the German intellectual tradition, apart from a terse lineage to Hermeticism. Because of the incestuous coexistence of Hermetic and Kabbalistic traditions, there's a big piece missing from von Balthasar's whole project. He's apparently missing half of the problem with not only modernity, but also with what he calls modernity, that is German idealism. So his whole effort needs to be completely overhauled. He has failed to identify the problems of German idealism correctly, and he's done it so insufficiently. This manifests in his appropriation of the Ur-kenosis. Von Balthasar is simply utilizing one half of German idealism to ameliorate the other. So how does this make him anything except a continuation of the errors of German idealism? One note before we move on. A key reason I have focused on this aspect of von Balthasar's thought is because it has trickled into traditionalist Catholics and traditional Catholic circles who unwittingly follow von Balthasar's assessment of modernity as basically Gnostic. One person to implicate for this is Erich Voegelin. Now, Voegelin is fairly popular in the right wing as a political philosopher, but it's critical to keep in mind that he doesn't have a background in philosophy. He was trained in law and political science. He, in fact, gets the idea about Gnosticism in the so-called immanentization of the eschaton from von Balthasar himself. He writes in 1994, quote, "If I remember correctly, I first became aware of the problem of Gnosticism in the application of this symbolic form to modern ideological phenomena through Hans Urs von Balthasar's introduction to Prometheus in 1937, close quote. This work, Prometheus, is the first part of von Balthasar's work, Apocalypse of the German Soul. Voegelin likewise draws on Hans Jonas' critiques for Gnosticism extensively, which puts Voegelin's philosophy into a very dubious light. That being said, I do want to return to von Balthasar himself. We're going to look more thoroughly at how the kenosis motif functions both in the individual and in the church in his own theology, and this will be alluded here. I'd like to first pull this quote from von Balthasar writing in his assessment of his idea of the fourfold church. "We too are called, it is the same expressed in modern terms, to experience the love of Christ, and in him the love of the triune God that is beyond all experience. This happens quite naturally in a genuinely Christian life. It is superfluous to torment ourselves here with dialectical cross relations. There is a certain Catholic spirit that is given as a gift to those who let go in faith and do not seek intellectually to recapture what they have thus left behind. The inevitable result of failing this is the division of faith and love of neighbor. Also blamed by Kierkegaard and Luther, it is significant that the Church particularly wished to condemn the principle of experience in modernism." You can see that Balthasar's regard for modernity is that it is under the spell of a false existentialism. He writes that Kierkegaard finds his existentialism in Martin Luther, and Kierkegaard himself being called the father of existentialism. And so what Balthasar argues it is corrected in reunifying the intellect and will, respectively here, faith and love. The Protestant faith alone is paradigmatic for von Balthasar because it inaugurates modernity's separation of truth and goodness. This is a separation also found in Kant's absolute division of noumena and phenomena, and in some ways the ontological chasm between faith and works, essence and energy, so on and so forth. Balthasar sees truth and goodness as requiring reunification, and that is done through the very vehicle of German idealism's most prized preoccupation, which was beauty. If you know much about the Transcendentals, you'll know that truth is being as found in the intellect, and goodness is being as found in the will. The unification of faith and love, consisting in the metaxy of both intellect and will towards being, is what is known as beauty in scholastic metaphysics. Beauty is the confluence of truth and goodness, insofar as truth is the intellect's activity towards being, and goodness the will's activity towards being. But Balthasar finds here modernity, which defines itself against the past, is the rejection of this unity and the eradication of beauty altogether. This is why he wants to only work against modernity through aesthetics. Aesthetics for von Balthasar is the main interest of modernity, the way to fulfill it and also nullify it. This is also how he divides his theological enterprise. Von Balthasar is going to subsume discussions of faith and love under aesthetics, much as truth and goodness enter a confluence in beauty. By developing an aesthetic theology, Von Balthasar is also developing a theology which contains a built-in account of faith and love. Let's take a look at how Von Balthasar defines aesthetics and consequently aesthetic theology. Aesthetics is the one possible approach to the heart of theology. Aesthetics has for us a purely theological sense, the perception in faith of the self-authenticating glory of God's utterly free gift. So, in his words, we have here a theology that is a perception or vision of a self-authenticating or epistemically certain glory. Glory, the title of his latter book, originates from the Greek doxa, meaning opinion or sensory or empirical evidence. This glory for von Balthasar is obtained in faith or thought of God's activity. This is important to dissect. Aesthetics is at one and the same time a theology of symbols, since it deals with forms, not essences, as well as a theosophy of God's being, since the form of God is expressed univocally in the incarnation, which is how Balthasar gets to his God's eye view in the first place. To reiterate, aesthetics is the vision of a form, and faith grants us access to a special verification of what can be sensed and seen in the form. Let's ask two follow-up questions that may be rather obvious. What is vision and what is form? Drawing from the first edition of Glory of the Lord, fortunately entitled Seeing the Form, we have both of these given to us in unsystematic terms. Von Balthasar alludes to Aquinas in saying that form has a twofold sense. It is a species and it is a splendor or glory. Von Balthasar translates this splendor into an appearance, which points towards the underlying depths of a thing. The depths are the true form, and the conjoining of both appearance and depths into a single item means that the form at all times is accessible in the appearance of a thing. He says that, quote, the appearance of the form as revelation of the depths is an indissoluble union of two things. It is the real presence of the depths of the whole of reality, and it is a real pointing beyond itself of these depths, close quote. This is von Balthasar's polarity of the sign or symbol within the object, and the object's true form. Both symbol and object are within the object. Von Balthasar likewise has a dual sense for vision, both permissive. The first is a reception of a form which comprehends what appears before it. The second is being enraptured or invaded by the form, which changes us interiorly toward the form being observed. He says that, quote, no one can really behold who has not already been enraptured. No one can be enraptured who has not already perceived, close quote. So you can see the chain of logic here. The act of perception receives the appearance, which opens a channel for the form to seize the observer. Some comparisons can be drawn to the problem of metaphysics described by Erich Przywara in his 1932 Analogia Entis. Recall this image I gave from the previous video. This approximates what von Balthasar is describing here with one important caveat. The twofold aspect is drawing into union both sides of this polarity into the center. The subject on the left is being enraptured by the object on the right. This means the depths of the object are visible despite being, in a sense, invisible. This unity and tension for Przywara between subject and object is not present here. Von Balthasar's polarity is not between subject and object, but rather the polarity is actually within the object itself. The subject is drawn into the inner polarity of the object, the polarity of appearances and depths. You might represent this by, I suppose you could have both sides indicating the object as the polarity would be only within the object. The observer fuses into the appearance by this enrapturing and thus proceeds towards the horizons of the depths of the object, the abyss and the inner abyss of the form. This is clearly derivative of Kant's noumena and phenomena, with the added caveat of the unity being in the object and not in the subject. So for Kant, it's within the subject. Within von Balthasar, this polarity is within the object itself. The philosophical intricacies notwithstanding, it suffices to recognize that the distinction is not in the transcendental subject, but the transcendental object. This is the pantheistic inverse of Kant's theopanism. The consequences of theology are dire. Von Balthasar recognizes that such divisions are not proper within God, who is neither subject nor object. So he concludes, quote, in God himself, being is appearance, and appearance is being. The glory that radiates from the Father to the Son is the eternal form, eternally seen and seeing, close quote. So in God, the form and the glory are identical. This is what is meant in the quote on the right. The glory is self-authenticating. because the glory does not only point to the depths of the form, but it is itself the form. So whenever the glory of God is seen, the form of God is also seen. And whenever the form of God is seen, one is enraptured and united with God. There's no need for validation of the appearance. There's no mistaking the appearance for another form. This is what is meant as well by in faith. Faith is the vision of God's form, and the more perfect the faith, the more visible God's form. This means that ultimately, once the form is seen, faith and love are immediately apprehended. Thus, the intellect and will are seized by God as soon as his form is seen. And subsequently, all that follows from faith and love, intellect and will, is subsequent to and secondary to this primacy of aesthetics. Faith and love are subsumed into the beauty of God's glory. The significance, then, of vision for von Balthasar is that it is the means for revelation, for the apocalyptic as much as it is revelation, and especially for the context of beauty and form. His assessment of patristics, especially in the ressourcement of the 20th century, is a critical function here. Much of Balthasar's work in establishing the Christian pre-modern occupation with what he believes is the remedy for modernity is rooted in his conception of vision. Now, before we can look at how Balthasar treats the topic of vision, we should first look at how vision is understood in more recent works than von Balthasar's work in patristics. Balthasar's retrieval of St. Maximus Confessor, for instance, in the book of Cosmic Liturgy, is not considered an especially good work of scholarship any longer, although at the time it was a watershed study because of the fact that St. Maximus was frequently ignored, aside from his debates in the monothelitism controversy. I won't be referencing von Balthasar's study, but rather I'll be looking at how the concept of vision is understood in more contemporary studies. So for Greek fathers, especially St. Maximus, I'll be alluding to the work of Dr. Zachhuber and Dr. Blauers. And then for the Latin and really Augustinian ideas about vision, I'll be referencing Dr. Barnes, Dr. Dile, and Dr. Ayres. So the individual authors among the Greek fathers and Latin fathers, they're very diverse and they have their own peculiarities. And it's unfortunate I have to gloss so much in this, but please understand that there is a general trend that I'm referring to here. And I hope that what this is establishing is really a difference between two languages and not so much between individual theologians prior to the Sixth Ecumenical Council. So the Greek fathers use this word, theoria, for vision, and this refers to the way that sensory data is manifested to the soul. Sensory data communicates, that is, it communes with the mind as it receives the form of what is sensed. This is found literally in the word for form. In form, the word is morphe, since the mind morphs into what it is seeing or sensing. This is the representation in the mind, the morphe. Now, when it comes to receiving the form of God, this has a very strict consequence. What we might call the beatific vision is not so much a vision for Greek fathers. It is the active participation of the soul in the form of God, as the mind moves beyond the sensory forms and is shaped by God into his likeness. This means that at no point can the soul receive or see God in a direct sense, because it is not receiving the entire form of God. It can be changed into a likeness which it has the form of God immanently. This was an important exegesis for St. Gregory of Nyssa's refutation of the heretic Eunomius. St. Gregory of Nyssa argued on the basis of Wisdom 7 and Malachi 3 that because God imparts his power and affects things like a divine fire, in a similar sense, the nous, or the mind, is lit like a fire. This fire is raised by God to the mind's own fire, its form, as it becomes like God and comes to know God. So the image there is that the soul is being lit by this power of God and becomes more like fire as it attains increased holiness. And so our vision of God is always mediated through the soul. This likeness found within the soul means that the vision of God is always a vision of the form of God in one's own soul. This is how St. Gregory of Nyssa, for instance, understood the notion of holiness, where God is seen in this life within the perfection of our soul as we come closer to God. It is for this reason that the Eastern Orthodox hold that through a process of interior examination and progressive growth in holiness, one can experience the gift of beatitude even in this life through the process of hesychasm, the hesychast being those who spend their lives attempting to attain that level of holiness where they can enjoy the vision of the form of God even in this life. Now you should recognize how the word for vision, theoria, is feminine. This indicates something grammatically latent, that vision in this way is receptive and passive. It is spontaneous and permissive, whether it is God revealing himself or even in material things. The mind is morphed, it is shaped by the things that are acting upon it. Thus, vision is truly an aesthetic activity. It is not only the intellect receiving the form, but the entire soul and the will being flushed with the same divine fire, forming the mind into the form of God. It is this change into the divine likeness, which is reminiscent of Romans 5:5, that the love of God is being poured into our hearts and changing us from within. This is only really made concrete by the time of St. Maximus. St. Maximus is concerned with what the will and volition really is, given the debates of his time. Obviously, he's in the monothelitism controversy and needs to explain how Christ has two wills. He recognizes that there is a deficient explanation of the will in Origen's, you could say, too Hellenistic view of the will, where the will is just something that is derivative of the intellect. Maximus, and this is perhaps because of his familiarity with Augustine or even independently, simply contemplating the scriptures, he elevates the will to a co-equal power with the intellect. And he furnishes the tradition after him, the Greek tradition, with a more complete definition of will, and thus a more satisfying metaphysic of what vision entails. Now, in contrast to the Greek tradition, the Latin tradition has a rather different conception of vision. This is important because these two are mutually exclusive. It is not simply that they're describing two different kinds of vision. It's simply that they are not compatible. One might be right, one might be wrong. Both could be describing something partially. They could be a absolute truth that they're viewing from different ways. But they're simply speaking, this is not a misunderstanding. We'll see that in just a second. But these two ideas, there's no confluence, there's no reconciling these two. There's simply different formulations that are mutually exclusive. So unlike theoria of the Greek fathers, the Latin fathers use the more familiar term visio. Visio is much more of a sensory term. It references vision in the eyes. Visio is the way that the mind, as you could say, constructs concepts. It is thinking in material terms and remains grounded in reality through this way of imaging reality. This is done by the mind conceiving of a likeness to the thing it senses, a phantasm which it forms actively into the likeness. So again, this is not the same between all Latin fathers, but we find this much in Augustine's later writings, especially in De Trinitate. This is evident in the activity of vision as active for St. Augustine. So vision is an activity that is very active as opposed to theoria, which is more passive or receptive. As a result, the very notion of vision in constructing a form or likeness to God is opposed to the notion of visio. We cannot see the invisible God. We cannot see the form of the invisible God. Augustine meditates deeply on this in light of the debates he's engaged with in his own time. So rather than eunomias with St. Gregory of Nyssa, rather than the Origenists or Monothelites, whom St. Maximus was concerned with, Augustine was engaging with a group called the Homoians. These were a type of Arian, or those who deny the true divinity of Christ. And their argument was something like this: because Christ can be seen, he cannot be the true God because the true God is invisible. Augustine meditates on both Matthew 5:8, which says, "Blessed are the pure of heart, for they shall see God," and of course, Philippians 2:7, "He was in the form of God, but emptied himself into the form of a servant." Visio here is thus, as it was with his predecessors, St. Hilary Poitiers and St. Ambrose, concerned with appearances of things. It is not concerned with the forms other than how they manifest in appearances. Augustine argues, therefore, that the vision of God is impossible in this life. It is only possible in the apocalypse of God at the end of time, as a reward for the righteous who persevere. So this is the way that Augustine understands also what Christ says to Philip, that the one who sees Christ has seen the Father. The appearance of the form of God through the humanity of Christ is the same form of God that the Father has. It is only through this direct observation of God through the visible Christ that such beatitude is even possible. This is therefore a much stronger and energetic account of what it is we shall see in the eschaton. In a sense, we are seeing God as he is, but it is in this way limited by our own finitude. Rather than the vision of the soul in theosis becoming like God as it is in the Greek fathers, the vision is the appearance of God to us, changing us through our knowledge of him, the appearance of God himself being the object of our subjective vision. So in contrast to theoria, we can see both the description I've just given and the fact that visio is masculine, it is the activity of the creature in constructing forms mentally and imagining them. This is the area of most precise difference. Vision is primarily intellectual. This does not mean it is without will. For Augustine, one cannot know God and not also love God. One cannot love God and also not know God. It's important, though, to recognize that the vision of God is sustained by intention, that is the will. By the will to engage in the vision, the activity is not a confluence of intellect and will into aesthetic, but rather the contemplation of God with the full attention and intent to do so, in the love for God. This is still passive insofar as God must instigate the human will to love him, but it is active in that the activity which follows God's activation of our will is our own. It has been remarked by Dr. Albrecht Dile a half century ago that St. Augustine is the person who perhaps discovered the will, and that is free will. None since then have really refuted the idea, and it is repeated frequently to this day. The account that Augustine gives is based on his unique place in the Latin-speaking world, particularly with his relationship and his understanding of Roman law. Roman law is one of the first, and really is the first place where intent actually plays a part in the common cultural insight into what constitutes justice. The intent of someone is taken into account in Roman law, where, as in Greek law and the understanding of law prior to that, and even beyond the Mediterranean, it was not something that was really all that recognizable. Augustine used this knowledge in conjunction with his knowledge of the Psalms to elaborate on the power of the will in all activity, including the intellect. It was noted that intent or purposes not being present in Greek law was one of the reasons that Roman law was considered superior, and it's also the reason why, even to this day, legislation often references Roman law and not Greek law, not Persian law. It references specifically Roman law. So at this end of this brief analysis, I know that this was perhaps a little bit abstract and hard to get through. I can leave you with two different images to contrast these. For theoria, or vision in the Greek fathers, the way that we come to see God is, you could almost think of it like the difference between a mirror and a window. The light passing through a window can only be seen the less that you see your own image or reflection in the window. If you can look past your own image in the window, the light reflecting off the mirror or the window, seeing yourself, you can see the light passing through, and thus the form of God passing through the window of your soul. For the Latin fathers, the term visio refers to something a little bit different. It's your mind is rushing to reconstruct the image that you're perceiving. If I say the word city, the first thing your mind does is starts putting together elements of what a city might look like. You might be imagining Venice, you might be imagining a metropolis from a movie, but you are immediately faced with the fact that you are an image creating machine. And it is only through, in this life, abstraction, being able to think beyond images, and it is really only through that regular practice that we'll be able to attain what will eventually become the beatific vision. So at this brief and, again, terse analysis, I hope the important point is clear. There's two separate concepts at play between Latin and Greek fathers with regards to will and with regards to vision, and these inform their practices to this day. And I also believe it is here that von Balthasar is blending and ultimately confusing the two concepts into a fatal marriage between Greek and Latin ideas of vision into Heidegger's concept of imagination in the Dasein. It was certainly an attractive proposition for Balthasar to consider that it would be possible to see God in this life as he is. That it would be possible for us to imagine God or to perceive God without having to, you could say, the Latin fathers die first, or without, in the Greek fathers, to see God as he is without the mediation of the soul being the window to God or the image of God. It is a fusion of this Greek account that we can see God in this life, but only through the holiness and interior examination of the soul, and the Latin account where we can see God as he is, but only in the next life. And here we can see the supposed synthesis, what I call here a confusion of the Latin and Greek terms for vision into his own native term, the German word Verstellung. The word here carries the connotation of an act or performance. It's not exactly active, it's not exactly passive, and it evinces the confusion of whether or not vision is one or the other. active or passive. This confusion, intentional or not, is riddled throughout von Balthasar's writings, and especially when it comes to mysticism. His major contention throughout his theological career is that mysticism is not only the valid component for Christian theology, but it is the only necessary component for Christian theology. And this is not the mysticism that we might find in, for instance, St. Gregory of Nyssa, St. Thomas Aquinas, Dionysius the Areopagite, or St. John of the Cross. This is a mysticism of von Balthasar's own formulation, one he shares with the lay mystic Adrienne von Speyr, the so-called God's eye view of the Trinity, a formal depiction of God as he is, and one expounded upon in this life. This is one that can be absent of ethical concerns, one that can be absent of a robust metaphysics. It is something that is direct and immediate, and without the mediation of, for instance, the ethical state of one's soul or the metaphysical aspect of viewing God beyond images.
Hey, Jay, can I ask a question quickly?
Yes.
How would you distinguish theosophy from mysticism?
It's a good question. Theosophy, as I defined it earlier, is the unmediated vision of God in this life. So theosophy, even in itself, is very presumptuous. It's the idea that we can somehow formulate what God properly is in himself. Mysticism is, appropriated by von Balthasar, but historically speaking, the way that the mystical tradition has been held by Christians and even by some Hellenized Jews prior, such as Philo of Alexandria, is it was always very concretely tied to the ethical condition, so that being a prerequisite for mysticism to be even possible, and then also the metaphysical, because God is the source and the summit of all being. So because he is both the origin and destination of all of existence, his name being I am, God being identified with his essence or being his own being, this means that metaphysics is a very important component to one's mysticism. And so we see with those names I just mentioned, Thomas Aquinas, Dionysius the Areopagite, think of Albert the Great, Gregory of Nyssa, John of the Cross. These are metaphysicians in a very concrete sense. They contributed perhaps the most to our understanding of metaphysics. And it's not so much to say that this is a speculative metaphysics where we're trying to imagine, God's own interior being. It's strictly couched in and contained by apophatic theology, that is, negative theology. Did that answer your question?
Yes, very good. Thank you.
So with that aspect explained, we can have a look at how the view that von Balthasar is taking with regards to mysticism and vision is antithetical to the Catholic tradition. Aquinas has a succinct explanation of how such a formal depiction of God is simply not possible in this life. So he writes in the Summa, "For since in every knowledge some form is required whereby the object is known or seen, this form by which the intellect is perfected is neither a quiddity, that is a whatness or a definable essence, abstracted by the intellect from composite things, nor an impression left on our intellect by the separate substance, but the form of God united to our intellect as its form, so as to be both that which is understood and that whereby it is understood. This, however, must not be understood as though the divine essence were in reality the form of our intellect, but the meaning is that the proportion of the divine essence to our intellect is as the proportion of form to matter." So what's nice about this definition, and the reason I selected it, this is from the supplement to the Summa, so this is part of his unfinished aspect of the Summa Theologica. This is a good explanation with regards to the relation of God's form to what we're perceiving, that is, form to matter. This is the only real way we can maybe situate how there's a relationship between vision as it's understood in the East and in the West. So in the East, what we're actually perceiving, the form of God, is the form in our souls. And this is acted upon, or in a sense, it's being conditioned by, made proportionate to the form of God. So God is forming the soul, and this is becoming a proper image to God. And then in our own intellects, in the Latin tradition, this is the matter upon which God is acting, and that we are able to conceptualize God, the form of God, in a way that is proper and ordered in proportion to our capacities as finite creatures. And at no point, neither in Aquinas nor in the Greek fathers, this is important. What the reason why this is an important through line, you could say, is that the divine essence is not the form in our intellect. Vision is either the mind or the nous toward the soul, or it is mediating the external form into the intellect. Their unity, and this is the word proportion here, this is analogous, is only by the commensurability and proportion of the form that we have in our mind, or the form of God as he is in himself. At all times, there must be an analogy between the divine essence and the creatures, and that's the basis for the Analogia Entis. This idea that we can fuse the forms and creatures in the creator is the same analogy, the same unity and tension between act and object. That is, fusion is not a preferable word, but that there is a correspondence, that there is one is derivative of the other. That is, the form in our minds is derivative of the form of God and is a proper likeness when we have a proper conception of God. So if you remember Przywara's polarity between act and object again, we can see how the Greek and Latin accounts of vision play into this. St. Maximus and St. Augustine both profess an analogy of being. They are very strong proponents of the analogy of being. And between the act of vision and the object of vision itself is the unity and tension, the Analogia Entis, and with regards to form. Maximus emphasizes the way that object is within the act, and not in the way that Kant situated it, but rather the object as it's perceived in the act. That is, that the act of knowledge is always receiving the object of knowledge. While Augustine is emphasizing the distance or the dissimilarity of the object to the act, and that what is perceived in the act is never the complete object. So in their own ways, they're both right, but even though they're not reconcilable, it's very clear that this is dependent on where their emphases lie, and they have to draw very different conclusions. Von Balthasar, in contrast, has merged together the act and the object. If you remember from the earlier polarity, where both where the vision of the form and the vision of the appearances of the form are both located within the object. The outcome is, of course, the abandonment of even a sensible dialectic, and he is going to arrive at a mutual identity. It is recognized that he's following his friends and mentors Ferdinand Ulrich and Gustav Siebert in replicating Heidegger's being in the nothingness, which is accessed in our imagination, the Einbildungskraft. The imagination of Einbildungskraft is central to Heidegger, as it is, in his own words, a synonym for his famous Dasein. Dasein is the letting beings be, the holding out of being into the nothing. This distinction in dialectic mode in Heidegger is in service to the attainment of the full self-disclosure of being. Here they both encounter a kenosis. Dasein is the self-emptying of the nothing into being, much as glory is a self-emptying of form for von Balthasar. For all the countless material differences we could list between them, it is relevant that Heidegger on this basis is careful to avoid metaphysics, much as von Balthasar is skeptical of metaphysical integrity as being necessary or even a worthwhile pursuit. The same kenotic motifs and the place of aesthetics is likewise evident. Balthasar's aesthetics draws together his views on faith and morals, becoming the locus for his whole theology. His aesthetics, however, is predicated on this mistaken notion of vision, one which bears greater similarity to Heidegger than the Church Fathers or the Scholastics. What von Balthasar has done is quite literally the basic mistake we found in pantheism, to merge together act and object, as his own reaction to the Kantian separation of act and object. You see how this relates back to his proposal that modernity's main problem is separating faith and love? Faith and love, representing intellect and will respectively, are distinct even as they are in rhythm and in a unity in tension. Von Balthasar believes that this unity in tension is more unity than tension, because they can be fused together in the confluence of faith and love, intellect and will, truth and goodness, all of this into beauty and aesthetics. So now, what does this mean for von Balthasar's project against modernity? It is these 3 points that define his entire theological enterprise in the same scholastic division of the transcendentals: truth, goodness, and beauty. This is how he prepares his attack on modernity, what he calls modernity, that is, German idealism. These divide almost intentionally between his 3 main series: Theo Logic, Theo Dramatik, and of course, Glory of the Lord, Herrschaftlichkeit. So in this image here, we have von Balthasar and his longtime friend and sometimes mentor, Henri de Lubac. Now, de Lubac's own status in the church is disputed, especially since he was recognized at the time, and for the most part in the present day, to have been anonymously critiqued by the magisterium for his theology of grace. That is, de Lubac's assertion that there is no such thing as a pure nature, but rather that grace was always meant and must be meant for rational creatures. There was no other option for God except to bestow grace to creatures by nature, even without the fall or in with the fall. It is here that von Balthasar launches a defense of his fellow communio founder. We should recognize first that von Balthasar's repetition that form is revelation and knowledge means accessing the form is the condition and definition of faith. Revelation is not progressive, but imminent and present. The only thing that is progressive is that the attainment of faith is deepened as we plumb the depths of the object. Because all beauty participates in the beauty of God, all aesthetics is an analogous revelation to the form of God. It is preparation and a necessary preparation for the truth of God according to his form. And this is made concrete in Jesus Christ. So with regards to Hegel, this is his way of inoculating Christianity by presenting a pre-modern Christianity, pre-modern as he would define it, which is much at odds with the Hegelian memory of it. And then he situates it alongside what he might find more compelling in Hegel. More than merely the notion that grace perfects nature, this is a view that grace is necessary for nature, that grace is needed in order for nature to be complete at all. Because it is derived from grace, nature has no purpose or other orientation except for grace. As opposed to Hegel's theology for the sake of philosophy, von Balthasar is expressing the same current as philosophy for the sake of theology. He does this by positing philosophy as not merely ordered towards God transcendently, but also immanently. This is an aspect he borrows from Hegel, but in its inverse. It functions as a way to dam up the theopanist conclusions of German idealism. His desire in Theo Logic is really this simple: to prevent the detachment of the so-called God logic from the God man. Von Balthasar does this by drilling the very concept of the God man into the fabric of reality. You can see where this starts to run afoul of Przywara's Analogia Entis. There is no Analogia Entis properly speaking, because it already presupposes the incarnation from the very first moment. By the first instance of man observing beauty, he is already entering in the so-called analogy of faith. The achievement of absolute spirit is in the act of creation and not the destruction of that creation through his self-sublating march of God through history. And so his method of inoculating Christianity against Hegel is to reject Hegel's logic to save Hegel's dialectic. That is, the dialectic of Father and Son coming into spirit becomes the motion which is imitated by creation rather than the motion of creation itself contained in God. Von Balthasar wants to keep Hegel's dynamic God while trying to maintain a semblance or appearance of divine impassibility. Therefore, creation has its own space where motion happens, in an inexplicable mirror of divine so-called motion. Because of this open-ended aspect of identity, which is not totalizing and not exhaustive, von Balthasar sees himself as preserving mystery for both God and for creation. Revelation is, to paraphrase von Balthasar, an invitation. Thus, there's an important step for theology, which is to remove the obstacle of metaphysics. This is not to say von Balthasar is not concerned at all with metaphysics, or that he thinks metaphysics needs to be ended and that metaphysics books need to be burned, but he's not so much worried about having a robust metaphysics that can stand up to scrutiny. Von Balthasar is looking to establish the mysterious aspect of creaturely being and ordering it back towards the infinite mystery of God, and we can see, therefore, why he doesn't greatly praise the preoccupation of the Church Fathers with attaining a systematic and coherent ontology. This is the parallel to de Lubac's trajectory of wanting to return to the scriptural idiom, contra Karl Rahner, who wants to move beyond it. Von Balthasar would like to maintain the mystical and the beautiful within the true, and to do this, he sees the need for precise metaphysics as a kind of Chinese finger trap. It's easy to get locked into a concern over the symbol or the metaphysics and mistake this for contemplation and comprehension for exhausting a mystery without reserve. This leads us to the flip side of the impulse, which is to emphasize the standing ground for creatures as part of this open-ended invitation and negotiation. If revelation is an invitation, then the accepting or declining of that invitation is going to be the choice which defines our eternal destiny. Of course, there's nothing heterodox necessarily about that idea, the idea of God calling us, and revelation and the incarnation being the call itself. It's really a matter of how this notion is cashed out in activity, and it's here that this image becomes a bit murky. I think this quote from Pope John Paul II in May 2000 explains both von Balthasar's meaning and shows his influence on the Vatican. Quote, "As the theologian Hans Urs von Balthasar appropriately said, there is a relationship between aesthetics and ethics. Art invites us to develop the beauty of life while fully living its moral demands and tirelessly seeking the truth." Close quote. This is not merely the proclamation of Hebrews chapter 1, verse 2, that the call of God is now through a son. This is a tether between revelation, beauty, and ethics, and really in a fundamentally novel way. Think of it this way. Form reveals nature, that is, what a thing is revealed through what a thing does. It does this through its appearance, activity, and works. In another more scriptural idiom would be, a good tree produces good fruit, a bad tree produces bad fruit, and you shall know them by their fruits. What happens then when the appearance is within the object and the fruits are not distinct from the tree? This is the reduction of ethics and really all goodness to metaphysics. It is also in the spirit of von Balthasar's reception of Martin Heidegger. I should say in fairness that von Balthasar is not without any rebuttal to Heidegger, but these rebuttals are not entirely cogent. Remember the men he cited as his primary influences, Gustav Sieverth, Ferdinand Ulrich. Both are students of Heidegger, both are his intellectual heirs. They were even cited by Przywara as representing Catholic Heideggerianism. It's not a small thing that Heidegger remains among the most popular and influential non-Catholic philosophers still used by theologians to this day. And to that extent, we still see Heidegger as the main opposing, and you could say tongue-in-cheek, theologian who rivals St. Thomas Aquinas. Dr. Peter Joseph Frietz has observed that there's almost always an inverse proportionality between a theologian's reception of Heidegger and the regard for Thomas Aquinas, and really Thomism generally. This is most obvious, he wrote, because Przywara and the recently deceased Dr. Alistair MacIntyre were both fierce critics of Heidegger who also had a strong appreciation for Aquinas. This is one of the areas where the most evident. And von Balthasar himself, in his reception of Heidegger, even if mixed, is commensurately not as receptive or even ambivalent or critical of St. Thomas Aquinas. And this is relevant in regards to the topic of Heidegger's view of ethics. Ethics is not frequently a topic that Heidegger discusses, and there's a reason for that. It's always downstream from Dasein. It is an ontological affair, and all morality is viewed to the authenticity of being. This is cast into the yes and the no of being, the openness and refusal of being. Von Balthasar has his own way of expressing this in his depiction of the drama between God and creatures. The openness to being is openness to God. Unlike Heidegger, this is an openness which is direct and becomes immediate in the context of salvation history. Unlike Przywara, this openness is not the Analogia Entis, the ontological guardrails for Catholic metaphysics. At the foundations, von Balthasar in Theodramatik is trying to establish creaturely freedom in the context of the dialogue between God and creatures. And this is quite the opposite in the Analogia Entis. The Analogia Entis is emphasizing the dissimilarity, and it's only in the similarity between God and creatures that our freedom is established for Przywara and really the Catholic tradition. God's gift to creatures is their participation in freedom for von Balthasar, which itself is rooted in the Trinity. For von Balthasar, it is the ultimate difference in freedom that united Father and Son and the Holy Spirit. So what happens then in von Balthasar's theodramatik is that the goodness of creatures is confirmed in their yes to being and a yes to God through obedience. Obedience is the fact that constitutes Balthasar's triune God and is the purpose of the divine drama. It is the dialogue of creatures and God face to face, where creatures are given the choice to obey or not obey. So von Balthasar, like Pope John Paul II, is using this brand of what we might call personalism, more specifically the personalism of Max Scheler. This philosophy occurs throughout both authors, von Balthasar and John Paul II. John Paul II wrote his doctoral dissertation on Max Scheler's ethics, and he also cites von Balthasar in regards to human freedom towards God, specifically citing von Balthasar in the Marian dimension of the church. This dimension is prior to hierarchy or to the church's teaching authority with regards to faith and morals. This is a freedom, and this is a commission that is given through the Marian dimension of the church, which is something rather distinctive to von Balthasar's own understanding of the fourfold church. What's unusual here in Pope John Paul II's citation of von Balthasar is that von Balthasar was still alive when John Paul II cited him. He was not even chosen to be a cardinal yet when this citation happened. It is rare, and it is a telling sign that this papal tradition of not citing living authors was departed from in John Paul II's address, where this quote comes from. John Paul II has a very strong emphasis on the recommissioning of the members of the church, not for judgment or authority, but rather through their own charisms or their own varied service, receptivity, and pouring oneself out in service. We'll revisit this very shortly. What's important for the moment is to see that the ability for the church in this shared perspective between von Balthasar and John Paul II is to emphasize freedom and receptivity rather than the moral goodness that they have. Moral goodness is downstream from this receptivity. This is not to say that they don't believe in ethics or that ethics has a place, that Christianity in its essence has a mainly moral mission, or that these men don't think the church doesn't have a place in defining morals as well as faith. It's very clear that's not what's being argued. What I am saying is that, as is found in von Balthasar at least, ethics in all moral concern is derivative. It is secondary to autonomy and revelation, and especially to aesthetics. Human freedom is functionally a concern of obedience. How is obedience obtained? It is obtained through the vision of the form. It is the enrapturing. Therefore, it is obedience from which ethics is knowable. We observe what is revealed and submit to it. This is more of a problem of knowledge than will, in a matter of fact. Rather than consistently debating ethics or the operation of grace in history, von Balthasar more frequently opts for a positive case regarding obedience and human freedom. This is, as with the other apocalyptic and epistemic concerns, really boils down to a problem of form. So now we should look at how, since von Balthasar has evacuated metaphysics and ethics into the aesthetic form and how aesthetic has taken this primacy, we can summarize everything insofar as he has an aesthetic theology as a modification of Hegel and Heidegger to form his own Catholic theology, in which he can resist modernity. So having moved metaphysics and ethics into aesthetics, what happens now? What is his actual aesthetic theology? He proposes throughout his works, and especially in Herrlichkeit, the Glory of the Lord, which is a work that he spends perhaps the most time on and one of his most important works in his own words. He wants to renew mysticism, visions, and wonder at God in his creation and through his creation. We can see this most evidently in his close relationship with the woman in this image, Adrienne von Speyr. Von Speyr is a lay mystic with whom he had a partnership with for almost 3 decades. There's a lot more I'm going to unpack with this relationship, but for the moment, we need to see how this aesthetic theology plays out in von Balthasar's task of protecting Catholicism from modernity. We could say that this is a correction of theosophy by proposing what is a truer theosophy or a new vision of what theosophy should entail. Von Balthasar has charged aesthetic theology with the burdens of both circumventing a robust metaphysics and a focus on the ethical aspect of Christian life. Rather than metaphysics, truth is really one only found in seeing the form of God in faith. Rather than ethics, goodness is attained in the letting go, in the obedience, and in allowing oneself to be enraptured by the form of God in this vision. So, the way all this plays out requires us to see how God, in this sense, shows up in creation. God appears in creation through the true, through the good and the beautiful, but especially and primally through beauty. It is through the beauty of things and the beauty of things made that we can see the invisible things of God, as an allusion to Romans 1. All things participate in the primal beauty insofar as they exist. We participate ourselves in the primal beauty if we obey God and see his invisible form in the visible world. And to really set this up in our comprehension here, rather than the primary transcendental in regards to relation to God being, it's really mediated most through beauty. So truth and goodness relate to being, in respectively to intellect and will. And the difference here is we're going to be doing this through, in the aesthetic theology, this is mostly mediated through beauty. And so it's here that von Balthasar is looking to run askew both Hegel and Heidegger. Von Balthasar is rejecting both of them in this basis and in the sense that they are incompatible with what he deems true Christian thought. He identifies both as negative currents in modernity, whom both stymie the possibility of a Christianity that is rooted in the vision of God. Von Balthasar and his later admirers see that Hegel and Heidegger both have their own proposals for aesthetics, and it is the task of this aesthetic theology to overcome the aesthetic aspects of Hegel and Heidegger, to propose an alternative to what is their seductive anti-Christian propositions. Von Balthasar's Heraclite, or Glory of the Lord, series is his main work on aesthetics. It also happens to be where he cites von Speyr the most. It is the foremost of his three series, and it's here he tries to situate his work against theosophy. Von Balthasar is quite receptive to, for instance, Sergei Bulgakov, and his main differences from him are in regard to those places where von Balthasar evidently wants to craft something distinct from Russian sophiology. He says this much in the seventh part of the work, Glory of the Lord, where he says, quote, "It is therefore preferable to be guided by some of Bulgakov's fundamental ideas, and to take the selflessness of the divine persons as of pure relations in the love within the Godhead as the basis of everything. This selflessness is the basis of the first form of kenosis that lies in creation, especially in the creation of man who is free. For the Creator has given up a part of his freedom to the creature in the act of creating, but this he can dare to do only in virtue of his foreseeing, in taking into account the second and truest kenosis, that of the cross, in which he makes good the uttermost consequences of creation's freedom and goes beyond them. In this kenosis, as the surrender of the form of God becomes the decisive act of the Son, who translates his being begotten by the Father, and in this his dependence upon him, into the expressive form of maturely obedience. But the whole Trinity remains involved in this act, the Father by sending out the Son and abandoning him on the cross, the Spirit by uniting them, now only in the expressive form of their separation." Close quote. The difference here is that the theosophy which von Balthasar is seeming to propose is not one achieved within the soul, but within the contemplation of the material. It is this foreseeing, the foreseeing of the cross, which von Balthasar uses to distinguish himself from the German idealism rife in Bulgakov and other aesthetic theologians. It is not so much that God reenacts the Ur-kenosis, the pouring out of the Son, but that God undergoes the Ur-kenosis with respect to the historical event of the crucifixion. Thus, the interpretation of the Lamb slain at the foundations of the world is really the Ur-kenosis, and it's always in light of this historical event. The form of God is so present in the crucifixion, it is the form of God's antecedent. It is with respect to this event that God chooses to be a God of this kind, the God of this essence. In some sense, the form of God is dependent upon the necessity of this event. The emphasis on this event simultaneously, and obviously the ugly and violent and cruel death of God at the hands of sinners, as well as the manifestation, is as well for von Balthasar the manifestation most beautiful. And in some sense, we can agree that there is something beautiful, but it's always hidden. The image of a man crucified is not inherently or materially beautiful, but is necessarily a beautiful event for von Balthasar. Can be really mainly beautiful for understanding revelation and receiving faith in the image of Christ crucified, in order to reveal something invisible of God and even the invisible form of God. This reflects von Balthasar's wish to put forward the most attractive version of Christianity possible. It is done by disenchanting the competition, especially Hegel and Heidegger, and then forwarding a Christian aesthetics which is so suffused with the visualized God in the form of the cross that there really is no other option. So we have the root of von Balthasar's efforts here. The mission of his theology is to establish the vision of the beautiful only within the scope of vision of God, a possibility for von Balthasar. Within the aesthetics, he has charged with the full weight of both truth and goodness. If the question is now, how does the Ur-kenosis establish this mission against modernity? It shouldn't be hard to see it in action in his aesthetic change from the form of God to the form of God. The Ur-kenosis establishing the mission against modernity. We're going to look at each of these aspects a little bit more deeply. And first place we should start with is diminishing robust metaphysics. Now, von Balthasar is routinely unconcerned with the question of a robust metaphysics. Again, he sees it as a kind of Chinese finger trap, to use that analogy, in that it's not a worthwhile pursuit. It's a false friend to Christian philosophy and Christian theology. He gives himself and Christian tradition at large the permission to employ the kenotic motif as a substitute for mystery. Kenosis is this mysterious process. It can't really be explained by metaphysics, and as such, the mystery of God is contained within this kenotic act. The Ur-kenosis cannot be explained or doctrinally formulated in a completely coherent way. So whereas as we saw in the beginning of this video, the kenosis in the incarnation can be explained with some aspect of metaphysics, or it can be metaphysically defined what's actually occurring. Kenosis cannot be defined, or the Ur-kenosis cannot be defined using those strict metaphysical guardrails. So in the context of Bulgakov and Karl Barth, both of whom speculate on an Ur-kenosis as well, and they even support each other's work, von Balthasar arrives at actually a different place altogether. It is in this way that he's actually aping Friedrich Schelling in order to dispute with Hegel. And this is what causes him to assert more of Schelling that he might otherwise like. His timidity towards critical and robust metaphysics is not necessarily out of a fear of removing the mystery of God. Here he's following Schelling a little bit more than he might like, because it's really that he doesn't see spirit as circumscribed by any such analysis of being. Many Christian theologians prior, the mystery of God's being is tied to his simplicity. So the idea of God being, beyond subject, beyond knowing, this is tied to God's simplicity. And simplicity is in regards to God's non-composition. He is not a subject. And furthermore, his simplicity is a metaphysical statement. His essence and his existence are not distinct. They're only distinct in our ways of understanding them, but within God, these are not. His existence is his essence. His essence is his existence. God is beyond being, and this entails everything. Everything is put up upon this facade, so to speak, or this wall. God is beyond being. His unity is beyond unity. His truth is beyond truth, so on, so forth. And that's really Dionysius the Areopagite, along with everyone who follows him consistently. This is the transformation, the radical transformation from Plato and later Plotinus, asserting this notion that something is beyond being, hyperousia, as I've put here. This is in reference to that aspect. For Platonists, it's usually understood that the good or the one or the unity that precedes being, and therefore it is beyond being because it is one or because it is unity. This aspect of being, or this aspect of something being beyond being, is that being, that whatever this is itself unity or the good, or as it is in Plato, or for Plotinus, it is the unity or the one. It is the privileging of one aspect of the transcendentals, which has some effects on understanding reality that goes beyond the scope of what we're discussing today. What appears in von Balthasar is this privileging of actually love over all else. That is, the divine love and divine freedom is anterior to the essence. It's before the essence. Or if it is the divine essence, it's logically anterior to the form of God. And von Balthasar is going to explain it like this. And if you're familiar with Schelling, this will sound very familiar. We shall never know how to express the abyss-like depths of the Father's self-giving, the Father who, in an eternal super-kenosis, makes himself destitute of all that he is, and can be so as to bring forth a consubstantial divinity, the Son. All the contingent abasements of God in the economy of salvation are forever included and outstripped in the eternal event of love. Close quote. Now, this is very obviously not a statement which can be defended on metaphysical grounds as in classical theism. This eternal event of divine love is the highest abasement. It's a primordial abasement of God. This can't be merely shrugged off because we see some metaphysical language here. Bring forth a consubstantial divinity, all that he is. These are metaphysical terms that are being brought into this description of the kenosis. This is all in reference to the immanent Trinity. This is not in reference to the economic Trinity, even if it's put alongside it. What von Balthasar is describing here is God's eternal and interior life. This is inescapably a metaphysical description. And von Balthasar needs to deprive metaphysics of a certain place in order to prevent the metaphysical consequences of a statement like this. Now, Dr. Cyril O'Regan, in his defense of von Balthasar, admits that this is one of the areas which von Balthasar is actually rightly criticized. It is clear that von Balthasar's own version of the Ur-kenosis is actually quite damaging to any hope for a divine impassibility. That is, the view that the divine essence cannot suffer. Divine impassibility has its own history, but it is in fact one of the most important aspects of the faith, that we might hope on in eternal salvation because we finally get rest, for instance, or that the righteous man is not subject to his passions, that he's not that he doesn't suffer when he suffers, so to speak, that a man could be martyred and be martyred for a good cause and not actually suffer interiorly for his exterior sufferings, that he could even rejoice in his sufferings. This is being, as the Greek would say, apathetic or apatheia, without passions, impassible. And in this way, we're becoming like God. In this regard, von Balthasar is taking a very novel approach. His view, in the words of Cyril O'Regan, quote, can in fact reflect the demand for explanation, which Balthasar not only does not satisfy, but which he oftentimes impatiently, perhaps too impatiently, withdraws, close quote. O'Regan says that his defense of impassibility is, quote, invoked before any conceptual effort has been made to show positively what a notion of impassibility, which is influenced by and not reducible to Platonism, conceptually might bear, close quote. Balthasar's frequent flights to regurgitate the dogmatic necessities of God being impassible when pressed for an explanation sort of fly in the face of the whole reason he's writing a book in the first place. If you imagine he's describing in Mysterium Pascale here about the Father self-giving in these very exalted terms, invoking metaphysical language, when pressed, he abandons them pretty, as O'Regan says here, a little too impatiently. So why is von Balthasar willing to, as O'Regan says, pay the price with any hope of metaphysics? His aesthetic theology demands it. Von Balthasar is keen on finding the form of God immediately in the crucifixion. And to do this, he needs to, you could say, push back the kenosis into the Godhead to make it so. God's form needs to be constituted by kenosis if the kenosis is to be the direct revelation of God's form. The ultimate act of pouring out oneself, the love of God expressed on the cross, is not merely the human or creaturely expression of a divine act. It must be directly revelatory of the form of God hinted in the incarnation. This raises an obvious problem, however. The kenosis, as we saw in the beginning of this video, implies motion. Moreover, it implies a gradation from one state to another. It's relative. The explanation from Aquinas is that kenosis is always relative. Thus, we might be looking for an original state or nature if we're looking to explain how an Ur-kenosis is even possible. We're in that sense looking for a God prior to God, a natural God prior to God's formal act of love. Here again, we're invoking Schelling. But this is not, again, exclusive to something that von Balthasar concocts or invents himself. This is something that is pertinent to both Bulgakov and especially Karl Barth. The Reformed scholar Bruce McCormack has written several works on this topic, one of which describes the differences between von Balthasar and Karl Barth's theology of the Ur-kenosis. McCormack remarks in his book, The Eternal Humility of the Son, that the three figures preeminent for the kenotic Trinity are the Reformed Lutheran Karl Barth, the Eastern Orthodox Sergei Bulgakov, and the Roman Catholic Hans Urs von Balthasar. And so we can look at how McCormack appraises Barth, whom he mostly agrees with, and then proceed to von Balthasar. Barth is representative of the Weimar dialectical theology as it copes with the question of God in his works. And within this question of a God before a God, McCormack writes, quote, the analogy of being developed by Karl Barth takes the form of an analogy between a divine act in which God gives himself for its true being, in a human act in which the human receives his or her true being. It is illegitimate to posit anything in God as ontologically prior to the decision in which God gives himself the being that he then actualized in time. Or McCormack sees that there is a divine event or a divine decision to be this type of God, a God of love and self-giving, even a God of Trinity, a God who is ontologically a God of covenant and creation. God's very existence is, as McCormack puts it, a God of freedom and a God in his freedom for man, a God who exists for man in this current form, this God of love. Kenosis is then the ontological foundation of God in this view shared by Barth and von Balthasar. Barth is, to quote McCormack again, making the covenant of grace to be the ground of the being of the triune God in this analogy, close quote. This is the way that Ur-kenosis functions in both their accounts. It makes the metaphysics only ever a metaphysics grounded in the kenosis. There's nothing ontologically or metaphysically prior to this God of kenosis. This involves setting Christology as primary in theology. and thereafter searching for a metaphysical or eternal basis for the incarnation. You'll probably have heard this before, people who are arguing that we need to make Christology primary in theology. This is actually derivative from this impulse in Karl Barth and Sergei Bulgakov. It's not merely a polemical aspect, which is claiming that, for instance, Scripture is the only theology and theology is only found in Scripture. It's actually an attempt to find the Christological event, the Christ event, the incarnation as something that is constitutive of God's being. McCormack writes in the same article about the logical consequences of this decision of God to be on a metaphysical level, God's covenant, writing, "The oneness of three persons of the Trinity," Barth is saying, "is a oneness that has an origin and that has consequences, that has, in other words, a history. A history is a movement from here to there. If there is no such movement, there can be no history. Suffice it is to say that the unity in question is a living and open unity that includes a direction downward toward the human race." So Barth, according to Bruce McCormack, and he argues that this is not a controversial reading of Barth, views the Trinity as a historical process, an eternal transitive act between the persons of the Trinity that eventually includes the predestined. This should sound to you very much like Joachim of Fior's same assertion of unity, the exegesis on John 17, that they be one even as we are one. The unity is achieved through a historical covenant, one in which the unity of a subject and object is only accomplished through spirit. Barth explicitly uses this in terms of an I-thou relation, even within the Trinity, that is, multiple subjects in the Trinity. Barth is indebted to Bulgakov for this aspect of the I-thou, but deploys it differently insofar as he's using it to secure the covenant as an eternal act of being, a God who himself is covenant. You'll remember Barth's idea of a covenant, one covenant in two forms, is because the covenant is within God. Because for Barth, all relations are two-way, direct, and reciprocal, the concrete for Barth requires a referent, as an I-thou always demands a subject and object relationship. This means the distinction of subject and object exists in the Trinity. Again, that would imply that polarities exist in the Trinity and that absolute difference exists in the Trinity, so on and so forth. If you remember from the last video, Przywara opens his work on metaphysics by identifying the obvious distinction between subject and object, the ontic and noetic. This polarity arises from the act of creation, the analogy of being. In this form, as it is in Barth, to a different extent von Balthasar, God is coming to know himself through creation. That is, the analogy of being is the manifestation of this interior analogy in God. And finally, we can see how McCormack might understand von Balthasar's version of the Ur-kenosis. He writes in his book, Eternal Humility of the Son, "Clearly, von Balthasar wanted to move beyond speaking of a suffering in God that amounts to little more than empathy. He wanted to understand the Logos as the experiencing subject of Jesus' human suffering, so as to be in a position to say that God suffers in Christ. He takes as the assured starting point for his transcendental move in understanding of Jesus' death and God abandonment as resulting in a situation of God against God, of the opening of an infinite distance that is alleged to be the consequence of eternal generation. But Balthasar did well, I think, to insist the self-renunciation is inherent in the kind of love that God is. But he was wrong to assign this self-revelation first and primarily to the Father. And he could not, in that case, have ventured into the problematic sphere of the Schelling-esque idea that self-positing as Son results in infinite distance, pain, and provides the ground in God of the emergence of evils, natural and volitional. McCormack thus understands that there's a reorientation in von Balthasar that is not even present in Barth or Bulgakov. Barth makes the I-thou a measure of distinction, which enables him to make the unity of the Trinity an agreement of wills, and McCormack situates Balthasar as going too far by saying that the Father is the first person to pour himself out. McCormack recognizes that von Balthasar is describing this infinite distance in the Trinity following Friedrich Schelling and the problems posed in his theology. And as far as the appropriation of the I-thou and Balthasar's use of Schelling goes, this is only the first part of the problem. The interior I-thou of the Trinity in this equation is distinctly expressed in a kenotic church. You may have heard of this idea of a kenotic church, a church that must continually renounce itself. It should be established that there is a sense, and even a primary sense, where the church is indeed meant to suffer. The church should expect to suffer persecution and resistance. If Christ was hated by the world, will also be hated. This is not, however, the same as the emphasis for a kenotic church, which is an eager embrace and even provocation for the type of persecution and type of renunciation that is entailed by this suffering for the sake of the church. The view is that the church to the world is cast as one like God among creatures, because God is seen in this Ur-kenosis model as making room for creatures, or making room for their freedom, that is. It gives the world a dialectical status with the church, in which the church learns from the world and God learns from creation. Or rather, the church learns through the world, God learns through creation. The theology of dialogue functions in this way. And to be as fair as I can, the learning that's taking place is portrayed as an unfolding of revelation. It's not that there's objective revelation found in the world, but it's a deepening of what the church already knows. This non-Christian world is understood to possess not a new objective revelation, but rather something that is contained within the church, that through this experience, through this suffering and this self-renunciation, comes to the fore. Really, to understand the problem scope, you have to first grasp what is going wrong in this relationship of God to creature. So as we've seen, much of the point of portraying God and creatures in this dramatic term is to guarantee freedom to the creature. This freedom is between God and not God, or rather between good and evil. The circumstance for such freedom in the eyes of von Balthasar and those adjacent to him is accomplished by God making space for creatures and giving them a tertium quid to meet him on. This third thing, so to speak, is existence. So God gives us this third thing, this existence, and then we both stand opposite, face to face with him in this open-ended negotiation. The definition of drama in this sense is a negotiation between these two entities where the outcome is open-ended. That's almost exactly the definition that von Balthasar gives: open-ended negotiation between two entities. This dialogue requires mutual recognition as well as a desire for some good. This obviously bears some similarities to Martin Buber's I-thou philosophy insofar as the meeting of the two subjects, or this rather than a subject and an object in the I and thou, come together to be tentatively united. Unlike Buber, however, the Catholic reception of this mystical arrangement, which is supposedly magically conjoining these two entities, is used to emphasize God's kenosis in a negotiation. Now, most Catholic theologians would recognize that God's already imparted himself to us in allowing us to stand in the drama at all. That is, we only ever exist in God. But it is necessary to further recognize that God imparts more to mankind by giving himself. You can hear some twangs of proper theology there. God gives us everything in the commercium, as Przywara indicated. God receives in return our sorrows and misgivings, all our sins, and ultimately death. What is the difference then between the commercium and the Theo Drama? It's the definition here of drama. The negotiation we have with God is always one-sided because it's not a negotiation. We are always in an ever greater dissimilarity. The starting point of the drama is not until the incarnation, and even then, it is not a drama by this definition still. It is not open-ended since God determines the outcome. That is, that he would raise his son and that the elect would be saved. Finally, it's not a dialogue in this sense because there's not two, but there's only one logos at work here. Dialogos, two logos. There's only one logos in this equation. This is because we participate in God. We never, you could say, had an equal standing point to negotiate to begin with. The inverse has to happen in the theodramatik, in the Catholic inversion of Buber's I-thou. This is because freedom is a guarantee of independence. Located in the freedom is not merely the ability to follow nature, but in fact to resist it. In fact, the divinity is participating in this very same drama before the incarnation. It is our freedom before God rather than our freedom in God. And so God has a real chance of being a tragic figure in the theodramatik. In Przywara's commercium, such a tragedy is strictly an impossibility. God cannot be overcome. Since Vatican II, the theodramatik ecclesiology has some ratification in the spirit of Gaudium et Spes 22, which has it that the church, as a church of service, belongs to the filth of the world. St. Paul mentions something like this in 1 Corinthians 4, that the church is weak in disrepute, is in hunger and thirst, ill-clad, buffeted, homeless, who labors and works with her own hands, reviled, persecuted, slandered, becoming as the refuse of the world, the off-scouring of all things. This is not a feature of reality inherently, however. It is also not a good thing intrinsically. It is only good because God can bring good from it. It is not as if we need to be seeking to debase ourselves or rid the church of her majesty. It is on account of the church's authority that she is refused by the world. It is not a matter of her intrinsic status. She is over the world, and this is why she is hated. Christ is over the Jews, and this is why he was hated. You can think of this in a story from the martyrdom of St. Polycarp. St. Polycarp famously was martyred in the Roman Colosseum on account of the fact that he was a bishop. Polycarp, the reason that he was caught in the first place and found by Roman authorities is because one of his congregation, a man who is not properly named in the account of the martyrdom, he volunteers himself to be martyred by Roman authorities. He's tortured and eventually gives up Polycarp's location. Polycarp himself doesn't immediately hand himself over to Roman authorities. In fact, he flees. But when he's finally caught, he faces his death with bravery and virtue. And this is the difference between what we might call a true church of service or true church that is meant to suffer and a false church. The church is not volunteering itself for this kind of suffering, but when it is finally laid hands on, it doesn't resist. Christ goes out into the garden. Christ is moving through the crowd and because it is not yet his hour. But finally, once he is imprisoned, he does not resist. This is the difference between volunteering for suffering and submitting to suffering. So on the account of Jesus' authority, telling the Sanhedrin that he was the Messiah, this is when they began to seek his death. The church cannot divest authority from herself. And in fact, it belongs to the hierarchy to speak the truth and not waver in caring for the faithful flock. This takes precedence over all. And that's why in St. Paul, when he's giving this account in 1 Corinthians 4 of the church being mocked and hated by the world, himself included, he immediately follows up by saying, "For the kingdom of God does not consist in talk, but in power. What do you wish? Shall I come to you with a rod or with love and a spirit of gentleness?" And then he finally rebukes them for permitting immorality in their midst. This is not a vacuous sentimental love which denies itself or refuses to denounce evil when it is present. If the church hierarchy were really to follow Christ's example, it would not deny itself. If we deny him, he shall not deny us, for he cannot deny himself. But this is not the present state of affairs in the church, which follows von Balthasar's fourfold church fairly closely, a church transitioning from a church of authority into this church of love. You'll often hear about this Johannine church of love as contrasted with the Petrine church of authority. This is something that Przywara mentions in an extremely negative context in Analogia Entis. In the Erdmann's edition, this will be on page 359, where he impugns it as a Western Joachimism. The idea of this church of love has a more than sordid history. It appears in 1841 from two distinct sources, Friedrich Schelling and Adam Mickiewicz. Schelling refers to it in a philosophical context and being associated with Mickiewicz and his group of Polish Messianists, probably knew of the poetic tale about St. Peter renouncing his authority for the sake of ceding his place to St. John the Evangelist. We ought to recognize what the basis is for this love being described in Schelling and Mickiewicz. For Adam Mickiewicz and his associates in the Neo-Sabbatian Tovansky circle, love is a gloomy and interior sorrow. It's a painful yearning. It's a forceful overture which desires and cannot possess, or does not yet possess. This longing is expressed in his poetry, and most of all in his lectures at Paris, where his vision of the church that renounces itself is the only church which can bring about the universal Sabbatean religion. The Sabbatean connection and Mickiewicz's own duplicity is examined in another video series on this channel. On the other note, love in Schelling is a second will in the divine. It is a will against the ground or ultimate nature of being. The ultimate nature is this dark principle for Schelling, which functions like an ultimate law, which gives way to love and good. The spirit of evil gives way to the spirit of good. The evil precedes the good as its ever dark ground. You'll recognize how this is extremely dependent on Kabbalistic doctrines. Schelling said there is no Christ without the Antichrist, no God without Satan. This is the letting of the ground operate, the idea that love requires suffering, and thus suffering precedes love. This shell precedes the fruit. Love is assessed as something painful, which demands injury. Evil is seen as something necessary to bring about the good, as opposed to being something incidental that good can be brought from. The union between things becomes something mystical and magical rather than metaphysical, whereby communion takes place through mutual imposition or dialogue. This much we find in Martin Buber, but Balthasar takes it to a new level here, because love is the self-contracting act of renunciation. The worst tragedies are not only permitted, but now have a metaphysical grounding in God's own being. They have to happen now. They're not simply incidental, but now integral to the cosmic order. Now, it might be rebutted that this doesn't mean anything for the church's use or von Balthasar's use of the notion of a Ionian church of love. However, we can find very clear evidence this is exactly what is in mind when this is made, in the sense, doctrinal. Pope John Paul II made an address on interreligious dialogue in 2001 and said the following: "When we Christians consider the nature of God as revealed in Scripture and above all in Jesus Christ, we realize that the communion of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit is the perfect and eminent model of dialogue among human beings. Revelation teaches us that God has always been in dialogue with mankind, a dialogue which permeates the Old Testament and reaches its climax in the last days, when God speaks directly through his Son, confer Hebrews 1:2. Consequently, in interreligious dialogue, we must take to heart the exhortation of St. Paul, in your minds you must be the same as Jesus Christ, Philippians 2:5. The apostle then goes on to underline the humility of Jesus, his kenosis. It is in this measure that, like Christ, we empty ourselves, that we shall truly be able to open our hearts to others and walk with them as fellow pilgrims towards the destiny that God has prepared for us. This reference to the kenosis of the Son of God serves to remind us that dialogue is not always easy or without suffering." So this quote doesn't have any abbreviation or amending. In 180 words, John Paul II says the Trinity is a prototype for dialogue. He alludes to the I thou being in the Trinity. He highlights that dialogue is revelation, and that dialogue is always associated with suffering. So whether or not the Pope mentions Schelling or Miscavige, he's alluding to their ideas, even if it is ambiguous. It is also pertinent that the Trinity is given as the perfect dialogue, the dialogue as a kenotic act. The implications for the Church should be clear. The Church is entering into a kenotic state, which is not merely a church militant, which is persecuted by hostile authorities as much as Christ was, but is rather in a state of self-imposed kenosis. It is a church which exhausts itself of grace and needs to become void of itself. This is a dialogue which allows, in this passage, for us to be of one mind with those outside the church. This is the I thou, the unity in dialogue. But Balthasar can be easily caricatured into saying things he rather strongly disagreed with. It wouldn't be correct to say he was interested in sidelining the clergy or making a universal Sabbatean religion or alluding to some kind of ecumenical indifferentism that's not present in his writings. However, it is evident that he does have a form of Joachimism in mind. He writes, "If one looks for the origin of this concern for the Church's mission to all men, it will be found, hidden, but definitely there, in the thought of Abbot Joachim of Fiore. The transition from the second to the third age, tertius status, is held to be that from Peter to John. The introductory teaching of Christ is transcended into perfection and, this is important for us, into freedom. For Joachim, this did not mean a reform of the Church by a return to origins, but rather transcending these origins into a more advanced future. Therefore, according to him, the Petrine church structure will be left behind, not because it was not the original government of the church, a modern idea, which would have been inconceivable to Joachim, but because the element of fear inherent in this authority will be superseded by the freedom of love." So in this section, and in the one following, Balthasar is assessing Joachimism as a problem as it is received by Hegel and Schelling, in that it is destructive of the hierarchy. However, he does affirm here that he is in favor of Joachim's intentions, this emphasis on freedom to love rather than a church of power. Clearly, there's much in the epistles about love fulfilling the entire law. Nevertheless, the authority of the church is not for the righteous man, but for the matter of discipline, as is evident through Paul's letters. Balthasar follows this with an important section about ecumenism, and that the papacy cannot be disposed of or superseded. It must be understood anew and changed. The church cannot cease to be Petrine as Joachim imagined. Rather, von Balthasar argues it must be transfigured and reimagined into the Johannine church. So to summarize so far, before we examine the role of aesthetics again, the Ur-kenosis gives a carte blanche to refuse a substantive metaphysics, and it gives a normative status to a Joachimic desire for a church of love. The kenotic motif tethers both of these to aesthetics on the basis of how it perceives form, or rather how von Balthasar uses the form of God to try to elevate his theology into something beyond reproach. The creation's participation in the beauty of God is somewhat like what St. Paul refers to in Romans 1:19 through 20, that the invisible things of God can be seen in creation. However, it is critical to notice the clause which ends that statement, and thus they have no excuse. The beautiful things of the world, things seen in our vision, easily deceive us, and this exterior appreciation for beauty can mislead us into worshiping merely what is beautiful. It is also the basis of our condemnation. The word for beauty in the New Testament also typically means good or virtuous, but it is clear not everything good is outwardly beautiful, and not everything beautiful is inwardly good. So aesthetics loses some of its force when reduced down to its barest components. There's also the problem of how beauty is thus revelatory, if it can be easily confused. Jesus himself described the Pharisees as themselves whitewashed tombs, outwardly beautiful, but full of dead men's bones. This is a fundamental question of epistemology, that we can trust vision to reveal something of the interior object, what von Balthasar calls the depths of a thing. There's not really room to make these types of errors in vision if both are located within the object. It's really just the simplest solution to Kant's distinction between the thing in itself and the thing as it appears, noumena and phenomena. They're pushed together into the object. This does not appreciate that the appearance of things can mislead us, and how much beauty can falsely represent a thing. It also seems to fly in the face of the very passage where kenosis is mentioned, Philippians 2:7. Christ Jesus is in the form of God, but emptied himself, taking the form of a servant. Every commentary from the fathers on this recognizes that divinity is expressed through the humanity. It is not visible as a form in the form of the servant. That's the conjunction there, but emptied himself. Every commentary from the fathers recognizes this, the communicatio idiomatum. It is remaining that there's an analogy between God and creature, but this analogy is overcome in the unification of Jesus Christ. It is also clear that St. Paul is saying that the form of God is not immediately perceptible in the humanity. It is mediated through the form of the servant. The form of God is not observed, and it is not visible except by the interior analogy of the natures in Christ, and thus the rest of the passage from Philippians. Being found in human form, he humbled himself and became obedient unto death, even death on the cross. The kenosis in humility is because he is found in human form. The human form is the accounting for the kenosis. But von Balthasar is positing something altogether different. He writes, this second purely anthropological aesthetics might seem to be more apt to provide a preliminary understanding of the theological appearance of God in the final form of his revelation, in Jesus Christ dying, forsaken by God. Thus, at the center of the form gestalt that is to be interpreted, and that provides a key to the whole, there stands the non-form Ungestalt of the cross. Beholding this in faith, the believer can decipher the superform Übergestalt of the Trinitarian love that here becomes visible. This is in some sense von Balthasar's intent in describing this non-form and its relationship to the superform. There is a, almost you could think, looping back around when we say something along the lines of Dionysius the Areopagite, where he says that God is beyond being. In a sense, he could be said to not be being, because everything we understand as existing exists in a created form. For von Balthasar here, it's looping all the way back around to saying things that don't exist are in fact God, and the form that is a non-form can be deciphered to be this Übergestalt, what is beyond form. So God remains visible at all times because the form of God is beauty. And remember when St. Paul writes, the invisible things of God can be seen in nature, that is, through the analogy of creatures to the Creator. There is always a gap or gulf which ensures that we cannot simply say the form of God is visible. It is invisible. It remains invisible, even though we can see it through creation in immediate fashion. This is not what von Balthasar is saying here. He's arguing that the form of God can be seen, and in fact itself is visible in the great evil that Christ suffered on the cross. So we should be able to see how this cashes out in the Trinitarian theology von Balthasar has crafted. He has, in an effort to shape a Christocentric concept of the Trinity, found within it the prototype for death and evil, and the infinite distance manifest on the cross. It is not simply that Christ is experiencing what we experience in God-forsakenness. It is that Christ is truly God-forsaken on the cross. It is not merely, as St. Cyril of Alexandria calls it, a passionless passion, but that the Godhead suffers, and the suffering on the cross has become almost univocal to the love that the Father has to the Son. We have then the emergence of love from this abandonment, this Übergestalt of God, that of a Father and Son in reciprocal I thou, with the I thou's logic being that together the Spirit emerges from both as a teleology of God. It is God himself seeking spirit by first removing it. And this also secures von Balthasar's ability to describe the form of God in conflicting terms. It is at once mythic and literal, because the eyes of faith can see the non-form, which is mythical and metaphorical, while also seeing the superform, which is literal. Hans Urs von Balthasar calls this the divorce or the rupture between rigorous theological reflection and mystical, ecstatic life and spirit. Balthasar dedicates much of his writing to what he believes is a necessary intertwining of both, the mystical vision and contemplative vision, prayer that is theologically correct, and prayer that is true to our experience of life. This is why he is so thoroughly attached in his career to that of the lay mystic Adrienne von Speyr. We can put a fair summary to his relationship to Adrienne von Speyr in his book, First Glance, and the way that he wants to summarize his purpose in his posthumous biography of her after she died, not after he died. He writes, "As her confessor and spiritual director, I observed her interior life most closely. Yet in 27 years, I never had the least doubt about the authentic mission that was hers. I not only made some of the most difficult decisions of my life, including my leaving the Jesuit order following her advice, but I also strove to bring my way of looking at Christian revelation into conformity with hers. Today, after her death, her work appears far more important to me than mine. The publication of her still unpublished writings takes precedence over all personal work of my own. It is quite pointless to try to disentangle what is hers from what is mine in these later works." And to really put a polish on it, the opening line of Our Task says it all. Quote, "This book has one chief aim, to prevent any attempt being made after my death to separate my work from that of Adrienne von Speyr. It will show that in no respect is this possible as regards both theology and the developing community," close quote. Thus, we have the means and the ends of von Balthasar's aesthetic theology. He has a theology which is geared up to wipe out modernity by introducing a small dose of modernity into the church. The main vehicle by which he does this is through aesthetics and his motif of the Ur-kenosis. The Ur-kenosis means that God reveals himself and pouring himself out in beauty or form, and then aesthetics becomes the immediate method of obtaining, you could say, grasping the form of God. This is the credentialing and legitimization of these theosophic urges. Von Balthasar thus combines his concept of vision with von Speyr's own mystical vision to provide his bulwark against modernity and direct the church's mission into one of aesthetics and kenosis. It should be apparent there's some utility to having a mystic in one's pocket for von Balthasar. While in his lifetime he had a consistent fascination with all kinds of controversial visions, as I alluded to in the beginning of this video, Medjugorje, visions and mysticism fit into von Balthasar's main task quite snugly. He wants to use aesthetics as an avenue for theosophy, who has a better access to theosophy than a mystic. His interactions with von Speyr present a startling case of this. So Adrienne von Speyr is from von Balthasar's part of Switzerland. She's a lay woman, a physician, and claimed to have mystical visions starting in her childhood, and which became aggravated or more common as she came into the church. She actually spent most of her life outside of the church. She was in the Swiss Reformed side of Calvinism and converted with von Balthasar's persistent influence in 1940. The 38 years prior to that, she spent in her career. She was a medical professional and having occasional visions, which caught von Balthasar's initial interest. Now, what's notable is that she was twice married, the first time to a widower who himself passed away shortly thereafter, and then again to a Swiss Reformed historian and a theologian who remained Swiss Reformed for his entire life. She had several children, which makes her an unusual case for a mystic in the church. Typically, mystics can be found among clerics, scholastics, and female mystics are almost always consecrated religious sisters. Von Speyr is most noted for her alleged mystical visions after her conversion, in which she was so enraptured that she was said to have experienced the beatific vision in this life. Beyond the absurdity of a claim like that, it was only well known until after her death, in the writings of von Balthasar himself, that such a thing was the case. Her claims also to having the stigmata are quite dubious. There's virtually no testimony to the wounds ever appearing on her body. And in contrast, Padre Pio, who was a stigmatist, went out of his way throughout his life to hide his own stigmata, and it was still well known to everyone who met him or knew him that he had these wounds, since they were constantly needling him, he was constantly in pain from them, and they needed medical attention. After her conversion, von Speyr developed a close relationship to von Balthasar. It's here that there's a lot of speculation. I won't get into it. I'll simply read out the facts. Von Balthasar transcribed all of her books. He was her primary confessor. He listened to her advice, and it was on her recommendation that he asked to be released of his Jesuit vows. He lived on her estate in her guest house, which was one reason he had to leave the Jesuits, since his superiors did not approve of this. Von Speyr, throughout her life, expressed insecurity in her friendship with von Balthasar that led often to her rebuke von Balthasar for his apparent lack of support, and for his apparent deficiencies in his prayer life and his general inadequacy in her eyes. This brings us to their so-called double mission. What von Balthasar reports as his evangelical mission was intrinsically tied to Adrienne von Speyr. They were supposed to found a grand lay community to reform the church from the inside, which von Speyr called her child with von Balthasar. This community of St. John, you can see here the Johannine Church in action, was their life's work, something that drew von Balthasar's attention away from Vatican II and ultimately became his main endeavor after von Speyr's death in 1967. You can remember Father O'Meara's quote at the beginning that this was one of the reasons why he was so preoccupied during Vatican II and even the time after, when Communio was most active. It's notable that even after it was granted the right to be promulgated in 2000 by John Paul II, this community was still only a local phenomenon, and it isn't much more than a group following the evangelical councils in the church today. Now, von Speyr's status within the church remains controversial for a variety of reasons. I can foremost say that from even the most superficial reading that her theology is fairly sloppy, that von Balthasar's insistence in her precision is rather barren when it's held up next to her actual writings. I'm not merely saying that she has echoes of heterodoxy, but her writings are excessive, they're deliberately provocative, she's attempting to be original, and it's often at the cost of logical sense. She says things like, the Son begets the church because the Son uses the Father to beget the church through himself. She says Peter would have betrayed Christ if Jesus hadn't. She says that the eternal self-giving of God in this Ur-kenosis is actually feminine, and it is a species of suffering. It's univocal with suffering. We don't need to dwell on any of this because it's riddled throughout her work. You can easily find it for yourself. It's also clear she draws a significant amount of inspiration from Simone Weil, who has been discussed on this channel before. Von Speyr's theology is likely one obstacle to her cause for canonization alongside von Balthasar's. If you compare their cause for canonization alongside Carlo Acutis, who's more recent, his was not an all that rapid, certainly not like Mother Teresa, for instance, but Carlo Acutis was, for the dicastery of the cause of saints, was granted a nil obstat a year after the cause was opened. He was beatified 5 years later. To my knowledge, neither von Balthasar nor von Speyr have had a nil obstat, and it wouldn't be tremendously surprising if they did, considering the endorsements they read from previous pontiffs, although it's still recognized that there are theological problems and other issues that are preventing their attention from the dicastery for the cause of saints. Von Balthasar dedicated almost all of his work to von Speyr and lifting up her work to the public eye. He writes, "The greater part of so much of what I've written is a translation of what is present in a more immediate, less technical fashion in the powerful work of Adrienne von Speyr." Close quote. This is something which occurs in his books after her death, in which he denigrates himself to exalt her apparent visions and theological aims. He says later, quote, "The theory of mysticism which Adrienne formulated culminates in this one statement. Mysticism is a particular mission, a particular service to the church, which can only be properly carried out in a continual and complete movement away from oneself and self-forgetfulness. She loved the word effacement and virginal readiness for the word of God." Close quote. Von Balthasar clearly thought highly of Adrienne von Speyr. The usefulness in grounding his theological task and visions does show some promise, since there's a twofold benefit. If you think about it, first, if you criticize von Speyr's mystical theology, it's also to call her visions into question, a topic which is usually reserved for the hierarchy and not the everyday theologian. Thus, he has a very natural safeguard against direct criticism for his most daring formulations if they're cited from a mystical vision. Second, it's a direct theosophical line to God according to his own aesthetic theology, since the whole purpose of his aesthetic theology is to perceive the form of God. If von Speyr sees the form of God, then he has the certainty described in the earliest works as necessary for aesthetics in the first place. So Will highlighted this as a really important aspect of von Speyr's mysticism. In my opinion, it's one of the most noxious, but it is worth reiterating here. Von Balthasar co-wrote a book series with Adrienne von Speyr called The Book of All Saints, in which von Speyr allegedly channeled the prayer lives of saints who have entered into the beatific vision. These purported visions are usually ambiguous and they're not all that interesting, although she does consistently analyze them and almost seems to give them grades as if she's the bar and measure for prayer. Von Balthasar does go as far as to say that von Speyr is measuring the saints. This is a passage from the Book of All Saints in which she is describing the prayer life of St. Thomas Aquinas. Quote, Adrienne is silent for a long time. I ask, how does he pray? Down, his hands are folded over a book. She groans. But when he calls to God at the start and then remains in the position of one who is calling out, then it is like a disputation with God or like a scholarly conversation with him, as if he, Thomas, were responsible for making the whole phrase de la conversation himself, for keeping the whole conversation going himself. He lays out theoretical problems for God. He shows himself the fruit of his recent thoughts. As he stands before God, he formulates the new insights that are the most recent results of his study. But he does not let God speak. It remains a monologue. And when he suddenly experiences an uneasiness and gets the feeling that he ought to proceed differently, that he ought to wait, perhaps even stand before God in humility, and humbly receive something from him, then he abruptly leaps over this experience as if it were simply out of the question that he could really be wrong. As if he possessed once and for all the most adequate way of serving God, the chosen way at least for himself, and as if the most important thing were that he never distanced himself from his conceptual constructions. Von Balthasar asks, is there another way that he loves God? I do not see any. It is as if love got struck by the busyness of thinking, as if it were taken for granted that he had once and for all settled the question of how to live for God and how to serve him, as if he were able to justify his behavior to himself, since it was accepted on the basis of this will to serve and of love for God. And he now moves within the framework of this service and has no time to lose with unnecessary considerations. He's not a Christian who daily begins anew. But at the end of his life, when the intellectual power weakens, something does emerge that's more like love. His meticulousness loses strength, so that a kind of good-naturedness comes through what was basically missing beforehand. Well, Balthasar asks, does he not have any visions? No, he cannot have any. Yes, Suzanne, what was he like in his youth? There was an experience of God's intimate presence in his youth, which was objective and which he later sustained subjectively in order thereby to justify his behavior to himself. He tries to keep something of his earlier experience alive in himself in order to not allow the growing distance to be so tangible. But Balthasar asks, and within his thinking, God is a concept for him, something to analyze, to take apart, and put back together. But the spirit who makes his operation possible, love, is not there. Intellectual according to his own understanding. When Balthasar asks, does he love his fellow men? He sees people in relation to his task. When he speaks with them, it is mostly with the hope that he might acquire something from the conversation. He might catch a word which could be incorporated in order to get proper understanding of a notion that may have otherwise escaped him. The see and approach he might otherwise have overlooked. Close quote. So to recap the passage, St. Thomas Aquinas, the angelic doctor who cited the ancient mystic Dionysius the Areopagite more than any other source aside from the sacred scriptures, wrote the Mass for Corpus Christi, who is still offered to us to this day. It's considered the pride of the Tridentine form, and it's often referred to as the perfect setting for the liturgy. Aquinas, who composed the 2 Eucharistic hymns used at every liturgical adoration, even today in the Novus Ordo, Tantum Ergo and Adore de Devote, and a man who Pope Leo XIII called the special bulwark and glory of the Catholic faith, the master of the scholastic doctors. This man is apparently incapable of prayer. It is truly astounding that this book could be printed with a nihil obstat. There's certainly some likelihood that von Balthasar, and by extension von Speyr, disdained the angelic doctor for a variety of reasons, but I would suppose that there's no more obvious reason than this very line from the Adore te Devote, which reads, in the words of Aquinas, I believe all that the Son of God has spoken. There is nothing truer than this word of truth. On the cross, only the divinity was hidden, but here the humanity is also hidden. Yet believing and confessing both, I ask for what the penitent thief asked. Close quote. Aquinas' judgment in this is completely at odds with von Balthasar's notion that the form of God is the kenosis or suffering on the cross. However, von Speyr, not satisfied with imputing St. Thomas Aquinas, also has plenty to say on other mystical doctors of the church. On St. Teresa of Avila, she says, quote, in her prayer, her entire physiological womanhood prays in her. It is a feminine way of possessing God. At times, her prayer is filled with an almost excessive activity. She organizes and commands even in the presence of God. One is shocked. That is not how a person ought to pray. It strikes a person as not being altogether sufficiently humble. She is so completely taken up with the house of God, she often forgets about God himself. Close quote. She's reiterating the common misconception about Teresa of Avila, where modern readers find her to be erotic or deluded, which is a common trope of Catholic nuns. Nonetheless, the same authors would find far more explicit passages in Plato on eros to be appealing, or would find the crude Kabbalistic imagery of davening at the Western Wall mystical, but von Speyr finds the need to play into this mockery of St. Teresa of Avila. And on St. John of the Cross, she says, quote, he experiences previsions and anticipations of the divine, but he describes them too much and is therefore compelled to give them the fullness of vision itself. The objective is mingled with the subjective. He knows that he cannot reach the object, but because he wants to describe it completely, he fills in the gaps for himself. Thus, there remains in his work a certain ambiguity between vision and imagination, close quote. Von Speyr gives her evaluation on many others, including saying that St. John Henry Newman is too English in his prayer. He can't actually pray because of this Englishness. And she also says that St. Bernard of Clairvaux is too rhetorical and he can't pray properly. And it really baffles me how someone who claims to be a mystic would spend so much of their time criticizing saints for their alleged prayer life and reeks of the same style of commentary as von Balthasar. Just as von Balthasar reads his own ideas into others and praises them, von Speyr seems to impose her own insecurities onto the great saints and doctors of the church, all in an effort to prop herself up. So our follow-up question to all of this should be, was this successful? Was von Balthasar successful? Von Balthasar put the entire burden of theology onto aesthetics and the mystical, and he further involved all of this with the speculations of Adrienne von Speyr. His vision for the church was a renewal through this community of St. John. I think it should be evident to all of us that von Balthasar was not successful. This is not to say he was not influential, but his theology is a monumental failure, and by its own measure. Von Speyr is simply not a profound, original, or genuine mystic. The community of St. John has gone nowhere. Moreover, his whole edifice is built up as a truly German theology. His entire work is based on the apocalypse of the German soul and reacting to German idealism. This theology emerging from and responding to German idealism in von Balthasar's own admission. However, it has not made even the smallest step past that original cutting criticism that we found from Julius Caesar regarding the entire German race, that they only worship what they could see. Caesar meant at the time that Germans worshipped the sun, the moon, the earth, but by von Balthasar forcing God to be visible in order to be loved and adored in his whole aesthetic theology, by forcing religion to be truly an aesthetic enterprise, von Balthasar has done nothing to escape the criticism that one pagan indicted of another. Von Balthasar has ultimately interweaved vision, aesthetics, freedom, and mysticism into a slipshod facsimile of Catholicism, which can be succinctly read in this explanation here relating to the I, Thou, and the Trinity. As for theology, born of the knowledge that eternal freedom eternally gives itself away and thus generates the Son, it begins when addressed as Thou. I hearken to the one who addresses me. This day I have begotten you, says the Father to the Son. This day I have created you, says eternal freedom to finite freedom. For in and through the human I there is manifested an absolute I, who has from eternity generated an equally absolute Thou, and in the Holy Spirit is one God with him. It is precisely this process of generation, this giving and receiving of self, and this oneness of both in the Holy Spirit that causes the absolute preciousness, we call it holiness, of absolute being to shine forth in its limitless self-affirmation and freedom. So importantly, Balthasar's union of subject and object in this aesthetic system becomes his development of the I-Thou. Balthasar leverages this relationship, the I-Thou, which regards I as a free rational subject and Thou as a free rational object, or another additional subject, and spins it into a new means of reckoning the Trinity, a dialogue of I-Thou which, in the I-Thou, becomes pure spirit. This posits a final unity in God, only in the Holy Spirit, and that unity is not something proper to the Father or the Son by way of the constitution as persons. This should have an evidently disastrous effect on Trinitarian theology in that each person, who himself is a unity insofar as he is a person, no longer has unity except by the Holy Spirit, and himself is a distinct person as well. It's worsened in that this unity is non-specific and it's unformulated. It borders on a magical coalescence. There's no real explanation or metaphysical boundaries for describing how this is taking place. This is really a chain of being from a primal imperfection, an absolute will, which ultimately descends into a contingency and finally reconstitutes into a sublated entity of more or less social participation. Von Balthasar relates this chain of subordinating freedom, of self-renouncing freedom, which is enclosed ultimately in the drama of God and creature. He says in the same volume, If there is to be absolute freedom, it follows that in what takes place between the divine hypostases, that there may be areas of infinite freedom that are already there and do not allow everything to be compressed into an airless unity and identity. The Father's act of surrender calls for its own area of freedom. The Son's act, whereby he receives himself from and acknowledges his indebtedness to the Father, requires its own area. And the act whereby the Spirit proceeds illuminates the most intimate love of Father and Son. This nature is always both what is possessed and what is given away, and we cannot say that a particular hypostasis is rich in possessing and poor in giving away, for the fullness of blessedness lies in both giving and receiving both the gift and the giver. So the I thou in God, its self-surrender, gives rise to spirit in the dialogue ensuing from a Father and a Son. This is the basis not for distinction but unity. It is the basis for the kenotic church of love and even the explanation of evil as something intrinsic to the Trinity. And I am at pains to remark here that this concept of the I thou is not the same as the original source of this comes from, which is Bulgakov's I thou, or the way that this is renovated in Martin Buber's I thou relation. This is the most extreme version that you could find alongside Karl Barth's version. We can see this if we take a look at the way that Martin Buber himself formulates the I thou. Again, Buber didn't invent the I thou relation, but thoroughly transforms it and elucidates the way it actually does connect to Jewish mysticism. He may even be responding to the Russian Orthodox theologian Sergei Bulgakov's use of it in order to describe the interior life of the Trinity. Buber, in a passage where he explicitly acknowledges John 10:30, I and the Father are one, and in a nod to Bulgakov, he writes, to wish to understand pure relation as dependence is to wish to empty one of the bearers of the relation, hence the relation itself of reality. The Christ of the Johannine tradition, the word that once became flesh, leads to the Christ of Eckhart, perpetually begotten by God and the human soul. The doctrine of absorption demands and promises refuge in the one thinking essence, that by which the world is thought, refuge in pure subject. But in lived reality, there is not something thinking without something thought. Rather, is the thinking no less dependent on the thing thought than the latter on the former. A subject deprived of its object is deprived of its reality. We might have already guessed before reading this that for Buber, the distinction of existence and essence, subject and object, includes God as having this distinction, this polarity. We also should recognize he's immersed in the same discussions as Erich Przywara at the time, this debate over the relationship of subject and object. Buber apparently retains a permanent unity of polarities and doesn't merge them together. We must, however, notice that in Buber, to retain the polarities, he recognizes that supposing an I thou in God disrupts the whole unity of God. Either the Father is absorbing the Son into himself, or he remains at an absolute distance from the Son. Buber in this passage, not quoted here, stands in humanity for the Word, supposing that any language about the Word and its relationship to the Father is actually the divinized humanity, the incarnate humanity, ad kadmon. And he supposes that this is the relationship being described. This shows some of the features of Jewish messianic thought, but more critically, you must remember, this is expressly an invective against merging together both sides of the polarity into identity. So Balthasar, and with him a number of other theologians such as Karl Barth, John Zizulis, and Jürgen Moltmann, are more extreme in their I thou formula than even Buber might permit. They view it as a possibility that an object and subject can merge into a single identity. I would remind the audience also that several previous popes, Pope John Paul II, Pope Benedict XVI, and Pope Francis have all, in one form or another, used this I thou formula to describe the interior Trinity, the immanent Trinity of God. So with Kabbalah and Jewish Messianism in the foreground, we should have a look at how the Jewish scholar Moshe Dell examines this fusion. The discussion was further elaborated in the second chapter of Ma'araket Elobot, the classical work expressing the view that the Sfarot are identical with the Godhead. And then he pulls a quote from one of the Kabbalistic thinkers at the time. Just as the essence of God is unknown, so is his counsel not known. But from the Kabbalah, we have learned that his name and his image in himself are all him, as his name is a great sign enabling us to comprehend the greatness of his excellency and beauty, and his image and his essence, which are the 10 Sfarot. The 10 Sfarot Belima are the essence of the Creator and his image. All these Sfarot were created by God, blessed be his name, for his glory, and one harmonious union is formed from that, and all are called soul and God, the soul of souls. So among even competing schools of Kabbalah and Jewish mysticism, there's some consensus on the purpose of Kabbalah, to unite the essence and the image together. Scholem remarks in the first 20 pages of his own work, Major Trends of Jewish Mysticism, that the distinction between the Ein Sof and the living God revelation are distinguished as separable, but potentially reunited. This, as Moshe Dell has explained here, is possible with the ordering of the 10 Sforot, since these are both the substance of the Ein Sof and the very image of it. They're both the one God. The unity is achieved in theosophy, the vision of the Sforot and the soul, which is God is the form of forms, he is the soul of souls. The purpose then of Kabbalah is the purpose of German idealism. Finally, of von Balthasar's own aesthetic theology, the fusion of essence and image. For the Kabbalist, this is a task that is and can never be fully completed, since it is an infinite task. For von Balthasar is already completed. This is what makes him even more radical than Martin Buber. Notwithstanding the controversy surrounding von Balthasar's own understanding of Kabbalah and Jewish mysticism, it's pertinent to compare them for three reasons that von Balthasar himself would admit are valid. First, German idealism is steeped in Kabbalistic influence. Von Balthasar is interested in remediating German idealism for Catholic theology, so there's only one degree of separation between them. As he does when treating St. Maximus Confessor for his Origenism, or for Hegel in treating his reception of Böhme and Kant, we are well within our right to hold up von Balthasar to Kabbalistic theosophy. There are only one degree of separation between them. Second, von Balthasar receives Kabbalistic speculation through not one, not two, but half a dozen streams of influence. This ranges from his modified reception of the Lutheran Schelling to his extremely positive appropriation of the Russian Orthodox Sergei Bulgakov, both of whom embedded Kabbalah firmly into their own theology so much that they ceased to call themselves theologians, but rather philosophers. It is here that Balthasar's apologists and redactors, such as Dr. O'Regan and Dr. Betts, have diverted attention away from these tributaries into von Balthasar's work, or at least not acknowledging where their influences lie. However, those adjacent to von Balthasar in aesthetic theology, such as Dr. David Bentley Hart, are more clear about their allegiances. Hart has referred to himself quite proudly, if not tongue-in-cheek, as being immersed in Gnosticism, Kabbalah, and all manner of heterodoxy that von Balthasar would go to great lengths to avoid association with. Hart, who in no small way is a von Balthasar redivivus, is also one of those figures who critiques the excesses of German idealism, especially where it disposes of the true importance of divine impassibility. Now, he himself holds the same basic points in calling himself a philosopher and not a theologian. Theology has the character of scholasticism. Philosophy has the character of theosophy. Hence, for von Balthasar, he's in familiar company. And thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, von Balthasar is no stranger to lambasting opponents for the consequences of their theology and not the genealogy, whether it is directly influenced by or has a direct lineage through certain influences. He is more than happy to compare different theologies or philosophies based on how they end up reaching their conclusions. He's more than happy and opens the door to calling a philosophy Platonist or Gnostic, even if there's no lineage or no text trail between them, because he was concerned with the function of the system and not its origins. How would Jakob Böhme be Gnostic? How would Hegel be Gnostic, apart from von Balthasar's identifying their consequences as being Platonist, Gnostic, etc.? Balthasar uses these neutered polemic terms as a way to categorize and deride his targets based on their functional similarities. As such, if his theology has theosophical and Kabbalistic tendencies, he's already opened the door to receive the same criticism. We're looking at what von Balthasar has built for his so-called aesthetic theology. It's a theology of symbols, but also a theosophy of God's being. And that's exactly the definition of Kabbalah that Gershom Scholem gives in the first 2 pages of Major Trends in Jewish Mysticism. Balthasar's aesthetics is a Christian Kabbalah built from the ground up. When you lose the Analogia Entis, you nullify the difference between creator and creature in that way. As soon as that happens, a knowledge of God in symbols is a direct knowledge of God per se. God becomes only another topic of philosophy, the importance of these other thinkers calling themselves philosophers and not theologians. As such, theology can only be theology if it's unmediated and thus theosophic in character. And really the point of this critique of von Balthasar is to arrive at this confluence between German idealism, the general trends in Catholic theology we might call aesthetic theology or communio theology, and understand how these play into the underlying principles of Jewish mysticism. We see now that there is a common ground between them all, a God who must suffer in order to love, a God who must destroy in order to create, who must create nothing before creating something. And so we ask, what kind of God is this? And is this the Christian God? The point of this investigation and of this rather lengthy video series thus far has been to lead us to this very question about God. Did God need to make the nothing, the empty space or the empty room, to negate the positive in order to create the things he wanted to put into it? This is the question which most clearly puts Hans Urs von Balthasar's theology into question. What we have seen underlying his attempt to refute modernity is a God whose relation to creation is one of increasing identity in spirit and becoming of pure spirit. It is the union through dialectic, not merely a union, but a fusion of act and object through aesthetics. This diagram here is a common Hermetic symbol and shows something of what Przywara called exemplary or rhythmic identity, which you'll remember as the criticism that we gave a little while ago. The only difference between the two is the intent of God in this image. If the creator is peering into his own reflection as self-discovery, it is the exemplary identity akin to Karl Rahner. If the creator is peering into his reflection in order to merge with it, it is the rhythmic identity of Hans Urs von Balthasar. If you humor me with bringing up two more mythic comparisons, the God who is trying to find himself in his reflection is like the Medusa seeing herself in the mirror. She sees her own visage and turns to stone as she becomes purely seen only in the material. The God who is trying to merge with his reflection is like Narcissus, who sees himself in the reflection in the water and dives in and drowning in the process, becoming void of life. This image is the paradigm of what we might call the God of Subtraction, who creates not by his presence, but by his absence. This is the diagram and rubric for the Ein Sof, but is alien and anathema to the Christian God. The question is nothing something which can even be made? This is among the most pertinent questions of Kabbalah. If you recall, a God of belief ropes in quoting Gershom Shalem, in the beginning God created nothing. It's this very notion that St. Thomas Aquinas regards as being complete and utter nonsense. He writes in his commentary on John 1, then he says, and without him nothing was made. This is the second clause, which some have distorted, as Augustine says in his work, The Nature of the Good. Because of John's manner of speaking here, they believed that he was using nothing in an affirmative sense, as though nothing was something which was made without the word. And so they claimed that this clause was added by the evangelist in order to exclude something which was not made by the word. They say that the evangelist, having said that all things are made through him, added, and without him nothing is made. It was as if to say, I say that all things are made through him in such a way that still something was made without him, that is, the nothing. So Aquinas sees this as a distortion of John's verse, that without him nothing was made. Certainly, it would seem like a bad grammatical pun to put it that way, but it has deadly serious consequences. How can nothingness be something made? It cannot be. It supposes what in rabbinic literature is hamakom, the place which is God, or where he is, making an empty space and pouring himself out into it. Aquinas continues by regarding how this appears in Gnostic literature. I mean actual Gnostic literature, not merely the collective grouping that von Balthasar has created. Aquinas regards Valentinius as he appears in the literature available through the Church Fathers, especially in Irenaeus. He writes, Valentinius affirmed, as Origen says, a multitude of principles, and taught that from them came 30 eras. The first principles he postulates are two, the deep, which he calls God the Father, and silence. And from these proceed 10 eras. But from the deep and from the silence, he says, there are two other principles, mind and truth. And from these issued 8 eras. Then from mind and truth, there are two other principles, word and life. And from these issued 12 eras, thus making a total of 30. All of these John calls nothing because they transcend human reason and cannot be grasped by the mind. We can see that Aquinas and Balthasar both had access to the same texts, but Aquinas actually analyzes them, and he does so in a far better and systematic way. Even though he had this available to him, Balthasar didn't dissect this as he should have. It would have been clear that simply relegating German idealism to Gnosticism is confusing the quack for the duck. Aquinas is investigating the specifics and is therefore far more illuminating. Note the numbers here. The original 2 principles produce 10 principles, which correspond to the 10 Sforot. The 10 eras plus 8 eras plus 12 eras equals 30. Add back in the 2 first principles, deep in silence, and you have 32, much like the 32 paths of wisdom from the Sefer Yetzirah. It's worth noting that this number is the sum of the 10 numbers in Hebrew and the 22 letters in Hebrew. What are the odds, right? It should be clear, therefore, that the problem is not Gnosticism per se. It's that Gnosticism is borrowing from this God of subtraction from Kabbalistic speculation. It's half the problem. The real problem is the kind of God that is supposed in Jewish mysticism. So to extend the discussion of von Balthasar into this theological topic, I'd like to revisit the consequences of the Analogia Entis for Catholic thought from the first video to observe how these are incompatible fundamentally with any notion of a God of subtraction. The Analogia Entis requires, rather, a God who creates by his presence, a God who reveals by his presence, a God who saves by his revelation. This is a God of addition. And multiplicity entails potency, so a God of pure act cannot be a multi-subject God. There cannot be an I, thou, and a Trinity if the Trinity is really just one God. The polarity of the I, thou cannot be found in God. And in some sense, this question is really the same question asked by the Jews in antiquity. What is the relation of God to his works? The question was answered in one of 2 ways. Either the distinction is that between 2 subjects, or that in God there is no true separation. Polarity only becomes a reality with the addition of creation. Anything else nullifies the distinction of creator and creature. Gershom Shalem remarks in the opening to Major Trends in Jewish Mysticism that Kabbalah's chief speculation is the relationship between the transcendent and the immanent. The God who is Ein Sof, limitless, and the God who is the living God acting in creation. The unity between them is attained in mysticism through their coalescence, the infinite tikkun olam which is uniting them, but never fully unites them. This is the magical thinking at work in a God of subtraction, a God who makes space for creatures in the way that he makes space for himself. A God of addition, however, is a transcendent one insofar as he is immanent. He is a God who, within himself, is only distinct according to his persons, and not according to these polarities. The persons are not polarities, as St. Gregory Nazianzen says. We cannot conceive of the 3 without being convinced of the 1, and the 1 at the same time leads us to consider the 3. The God of addition is thus a God of multiplication, one who creates like a fractal through imaging himself. A God of subtraction is a God of division, whose slipshod adventure is a permanent break that requires an infinite repair job that is never complete. You'll remember this diagram from the last video. We would do well to recognize then how the division of essence and existence is only a virtual distinction in God, that is, a God of the Catholic tradition. For Schelling, von Balthasar, Hegel, Barth, Jewish mystics, and all the others, God has a ground in himself. He has essence, which his existential love requires and is separated from. Here there is a distinction between God's own Torah and God's own refusal of Torah. And thus the basis for the I thou is that God himself is eternally struggling between his own dark principle and his desire for mercy and love. Within God, his own love is raging against the devil. But this type of composition is simply nonsensical. Whether it is indeed more dramatic or exciting, it makes the prospect of eternity no real blessedness. It is a promise of heaven in which we must continue to suffer and struggle, and a God who is composite, who himself has his own God, his own immutable nature, which he is always resisting. The nonsense in this very proposition is refuted in the words of St. Thomas Aquinas, that every composite is posterior to its component parts, dependent on them. But God is the first being. It is not possible for God to enter into composition of anything, either as a formal or material principle. If there is a law within God and a law that he's resisting in himself, he's composite. And simply speaking, that is not the first being. So simply put, the thought that we need to make space for creatures in the Godhead is itself a white rabbit which leads us around the track over and over again. It ultimately doesn't need to be this way. It is our similarity to God and our proximity that guarantees we have freedom and reason. Otherwise, it would mean that rocks and dirt are closer to God than we are, since we have freedom, and that's manifestly false. They're not made in the image and likeness. Erich describes this and copiously cites Aquinas De Veritate some dozen times in this very short passage. I've cut it down to make it a bit more readable, but you can take for granted that virtually everything he's saying here has a direct corollary in De Veritate. Przywara writes, and yet not only does the one who works all things bind his work into the distinct nature of creatures, so much so as to cause freedom precisely as freedom, inasmuch as God's ever greater proximity to the creature is the cause of an ever greater independence on the creature's part. This setting apart of the creature from God as the most proper revelation of God's bounty happens in such a way that the creature, thus set apart, seems almost to assume the features of God, appearing as an original ground of itself, as a creative cause, as a generous cause, as a providence for others, even to the point that the creature is permitted to contradict God. Freedom is a power given to us by our likeness to God, not our dissimilarity. It is precisely here that we have the same power to be co-creators. But at the same time, there is an ever greater dissimilarity to God among creatures, which guarantees our dependence on God. This dissimilarity is our dependence. God is not dependent on anything. This is because, you'll remember, we are in God as a secondary object to his one active being. God in his active being is not without any distinction of act or object. There's no polarity, or even so, no dialectic within God. This is a God of pure identity. I am who am. This interpretation of God as a self-existing entity extends all the way back to the Jewish philosopher Philo of Alexandria in the 1st century. So this is not something that's unusual. This is not something merely introduced by Christians. This is something that is so latent in the Old Testament that it's already being interpreted as such by those who were not even Christian. This is the self-same invocation of Jesus to the Pharisees. Before Abraham was, I am. He does not depend on others for existence, because he alone is God. He is in unity by right of existence and exists by right of his unity. We, on the other hand, as creatures, depend on God and derive from God in a spiraling out, a fractal, you could think, of existing. This is a God of addition. This is a God of multiplication. Thus, there is no need for space or secondary ground. God does not work by subtraction. It is for that reason we have a likeness to God, as Przywara just indicated. Aquinas gives us in De Veritate this very affirmation. It should be understood, therefore, that since every agent acts to the extent that it is in act, that which is affected by the agent must in some way exist in the agent. This is the reason why every agent causes something similar to itself. This model represents this in a distorted way, but in an analogous way, the participation in God's act of being. If God had to create by making space or creatures, he would not be a God of pure identity. He would be a God of self-renunciation, those whose being is constituted by negation. How would God be able to make anything similar to himself if he first must create something dissimilar to himself? And this is the further problem of negativity being constitutive of the Godhead. St. Augustine, who's arguing in this passage against Neo-Arians and De Trinitate and the heretical errors of those who refuse to say that Christ is true God, mentions this in his assertion that divinity does not constitute negation, such as being unbegotten or being degenerate. One of the favorite refutations of Christ being true God is that he's the Son of God, and therefore he is generate, while the Father has the property of being ingenerate. Augustine writes, in a word, there is no kind of predicament or predication according to which we may please to affirm anything without being proved to deny according to the same predicament, if we prefix the negative particle. But if to be called son is precisely equivalent to the being called begotten, as we have said before, then to be called not begotten is precisely equivalent to the being called not son. But we deny relatively when we say that he is not son. Therefore, we deny relatively what we say when we say he is not begotten. Further, what is unbegotten unless not begotten? We do not escape, therefore, from the relative predicament when he is called unbegotten. To parse this out a bit, negation always implies that a predicate has an underlying positive, and a positive can always be negated. Negation is also always relative, because it is composed in order to say ingenerate or unbegotten. It is the same as saying not begotten, which is a composite statement. It's the affixing of the negative particle not to the positive particle begotten. So saying God is uncreated supposes a creation, much as saying he is uncreated supposes he is the creator. The negations are relative to the positive, and thus are necessarily tethered to dialectic. Augustine says it best that we do not escape the relative nature of negation, and thus subjectively God is uncreated. Objectively, the term uncreated refers to God's substance, which we cannot hope to describe. It is a positive referring to a substance, a pure identity, God's simple pre-existent being, I am who am. This is therefore what Augustine is saying here, one of the best reputations of Maimonides ever, and he's writing this several hundred years in advance. Negation is always relative to a positive predicate. The Godhead cannot be constituted by negations that we use when we describe him according to negative theology. And this brings us back to the last of these demonstrations that we saw in the last video, that of a God that is both transcendent and immanent. It is on account of God's power to act upon us interiorly, more interior to us than we to ourselves, that allows us to see how he is transcendent. It is his transcendence, likewise, that draws him near to us immanently. This is the gift of the Spirit, which makes things actual and which acts upon the world. For Catholics, the spiritual world is more real than reality as we are experiencing it right now. Spirit is what is most real, and it is the actualizing force upon the world, much as the soul is the actualizing force of the body, the way that the invisible world bears down on the visible world. This is inverted in the kenotic scheme. God has to create by retracting, and the actualizing force is not God's presence, but his absence. The fact that things are in God similarly becomes an issue. Things are in God in the Catholic view because they are participating in his one active being. They are in God in this inverse kenotic schema because they are in him like a place, hamakom. God is in this way the space outside the vessel. He is in a separate place, and so they're in God in the way that water is in a water jug. God is in this way space outside the vessel. The interior is this empty room, a negative space he pours himself back into. Rather than creation being drawn towards God from nothing, ex nihilo, the ex nihilo needs to be first created and then drawn back into God. The question we should ask is, how can God make nothing? If God is existence and he himself is pre-existence, how can God make something that is not like himself? How can he create non-existence? As Aquinas says here, the one first form to which all things are reduced is the divine essence, considered in itself. Each essence represents different ways in which it can be imitated. God himself is the proper and immediate cause of each and every thing, and as Augustine says, in some way, he is more closely united to each thing than the thing is to itself. So God makes things like himself, and as they are perfected, they are drawn into greater likeness. Although they remain ever the more dissimilar due to the fact of God's being divine and uncreated, he is the perfection by which they are seeking. The view of God who needs to make a nothing or make space for creatures is the opposite. The nothing is either itself like God, which makes God a God of pure negation, or the nothing is unlike God, in which there's no intrinsic necessity for God to make something like himself. The latter is extremely tense and doesn't make any sense. How can God make something without any similarity to himself? Where does it come from? The former option is equally nonsensical, as Augustine just showed us. How is it possible for God to be constituted by negation? The adage, become what you are, which is so central for Father Przywara, and the kenotic schema becomes more like become what you are not. God becomes a God of infinite potencies, not of infinite act. And creation becomes the choosing among alternatives, the actualization of some predetermined potential universe. This is commented on by Moshe Dell in his book about primeval evil in Kabbalah, that the source for this notion is simply that the term spirit refers to something negative, or as an open-ended converse to the real. The spirit, like a breath in the lungs, is a negative space, hence the image of God drawing in a breath before he exhales in the Zimtzum. Matter is the act, spirit the potency in Jewish mysticism. Moshe Dell explains this. Here, however, another rationale is offered. Excessive spirituality does not allow actualization of the potential, and a more material world is necessary for the continuance of creation in its actualized form. Whereas the common Aristotelian approach, dominant in the Middle Ages among Jews, assumed the superiority of the spiritual over the material and viewed the spiritual as the most actualized form of existence, here we see a different approach, which attributes a considerably more positive role to materiality as a precondition for actualization or disclosure. God is described as pleased by a world whose existence depends on the material realm as much as on the spiritual one. The earlier worlds were considered implicitly as ephemeral and disappearing after their destruction. Adele remarks that this makes matter requisite for spirit, owing to the positive or actual aspect to matter in contrast to the negation or potency of spirit. This can be also seen in the concept of Ein Sof itself, which is that the limitless is constituted by negation and potency. It is in between good and evil, not only indeterminately, but potentially. It coincides also with Shalem's assertion that the God of Kabbalah is characterized from the first by negation. This is why the shell precedes the fruit, why evil precedes the good, because a limit has to be set, the evil has to be established for the evil to be overcome by the good. The cup has to be shaped for the good to overflow from it. This means that these shapes, the forms, these ideas, They are inherently the negation of something else. You can see then, if the Spirit is potency or negation, why it is believed the Spirit of God envelops those engaged in Talmudic disputation. The Spirit is being brought forth by these debates. Their attempts to overcome the law set limits on the law, and this allows pure spirit to be emergent. But the law is derived for the benefit of creatures. It is not derived or even pre-existent to God. The law institutes a canonical form to assist creatures in following their inborn nature. St. Paul asked us, why then the law? It was not added to help God or stabilize creation. He says in Galatians 3:19, it was added because of transgressions. We may come to know a horror for sin by the law, but Paul says that the law which names sin incidentally teaches sin as well, as he says in Romans 7, verses 7 through 12. The law only restrains sinners and keeps captive his sin. It is not made for the just, but for the lawless and disobedient, as he says in 1 Timothy chapter 1, in order to compensate for moral defect. Law in God is logos, not nomos. Logos as in the word of God, not nomos as in the law of God. It is the law of the positive, logos, love of others, as I have loved thee, not the law of the negative, such as thou shalt not kill. Conversely, God's mercy is higher than law because his is the law of mercy. St. Thomas Aquinas, in his commentary on John, in paragraph 2253, explains that God's mercy extends through eternity, from and to eternity. But man's love of evil has a consequence of God's justice and correction. Mercy is the divine disposition towards the finite, not merely sin, but towards finitude, which is why God's mercy is described in Psalm 145 in the context of creation. God is merciful in that he opens his hand to feed and sustain creation, in a passage which parallels the great creation Psalm 104. Mercy is above the law, it is older than sin. Mercy is God's response to creaturely weakness, not sin. Thus, when the Lord Jesus fasted in the desert after his baptism, the devil tempted him. Our Lord rebuked him 3 times by citing the law, Deuteronomy, the law delivered by Moses in the desert, which imposed the curses and the blessings. The law is not made for the righteous man, it is made to bind the devil. Christ wields the law as chains over the devil, taking him captive with the law, since that is the purpose, to imprison those who are evil, as St. Paul says in Galatians 3:23. Rabbinic Judaism, however, exalts the Torah from the first century. In those traditions, and Merkabah theology have it that the law guides and even restrains the hand of God in creation. This is a God under the law, or a God coming to know himself through the law. The law in Kabbalah acts on what is called gevura, or might, restraint, the world beneath the light from the second day of creation. This is the world of formation, or the Olam Yetzirah. This is the way that language serves as the foundation of our reality, because it is law. The word for law, nomos, is very similar, or even the same as the word for naming. The law becomes a higher power than God in this equation, and because it can be massaged or interpreted, it becomes an idol. Then the notion of fulfilling the law becomes unthinkable if it is what even incapacitates God. Incarnation is impossible if incarnation fulfills a law, as St. Paul says in Romans 13:10. The law is what divides and separates, as St. Paul outlines in Romans 1-3. The law is what St. Paul says in Galatians 3, imposes the curses, and in Kabbalah the law is what sets limits on the limitless Ein Sof. It is a wall of separation. It's what divides the inner court from the court of the Gentiles in the temple. It is the beginning and place of otherness. But in Christianity and in the resurrection, this otherness is wiped away. As St. Paul says in Ephesians 2, For he is our peace, who has made us both one, and has broken down the dividing wall of hostility by abolishing in his flesh the law of commandments and ordinances, that he might create in himself one new man in place of the two. So making peace, he might reconcile us both to God in one body through the cross, thereby bringing the hostility to an end. The law is holy, but only because it is meant to be fulfilled. It is meant to come to an end, to be brought into completion. It is not meant as an end in itself. It is not that God has need of it, much less that the law restrains him. But those tall tales that are given in Jewish mystical tradition about binding God to take his measurements mirror this in a sense. The way that Christ says he intends to bind the devil from Matthew chapter 12 is much the same way that the condemnation of God himself is predicated from the law, which takes place during the crucifixion. Christ committed crimes such as healing on the Sabbath and saying who he really is, which is to say that he is God, and it does show that the Jews eventually did restrain God after all in the crucifixion. They bind my hands and feet. This, however, did not give them power, but rather deprived them of power. And contrasted with the Kabbalistic and kenotic self-renunciation, Christianity affirms that creation begins with God's presence and not his absence. The kenosis of the incarnation for St. Thomas Aquinas, as stated earlier, is actually the acquiring of a nature by God the Word. There's no change or diminishing of the Godhead. And Aquinas, as we have seen in our previous video, argues that the beginning of creation is the very addition of a secondary object to God's primal act of being. This is how all things are ordered to him, since they are within his single act of being. In this way, God can be said to be a place, a topos, insofar as that all creation is a place within God. God is not a place in the sense that he is here or there, but that he is everywhere, because everywhere is in him. This is much as it is written in 2 Maccabees. Israel was not chosen for the sake of the holy place. The holy place was for the sake of Israel. God's presence is what creates, whether it was this nation or all peoples. The fathers articulate, especially St. Irenaeus and St. Augustine, that the presence of God is what establishes creation. We remember this great quote from St. Augustine, that he makes what he makes by the presence of his majesty. St. Irenaeus before him argued that God is present in the Eucharist, and in this way he heals us, because he can only heal us by his presence. God's Spirit comes upon us and restores us. God's Word made his dwelling among us and suffered with us. The incarnation, as Aquinas argues and Przywara highlights in his Analogia Entis, and which is also demonstrated elsewhere by, for instance, Dr. Bruce Marshall in Christ, the End of Analogy, is an important event in the exchanging analogy for univocity, human nature to human nature. The communicato idiomatum creates an exchange between God and creatures, and that God acquires a created nature, which allows for us to speak in certain univocal terms about God, like saying that the Word is a person, and saying we could suffer like Jesus according to his humanity. This is a real addition. Barth, Bulgakov, and von Balthasar, as McCormack has shown us in his work, The Eternal Humility of the Son, has it that all three of these individuals use language of contraction or veiling, which owes to a long lineage of Kabbalah occasion language. God retracts to allow creation to exist. The Father limits himself to permit the Son space in the Godhead. The Incarnation is a veiling of the Godhead and not its revelation. The Incarnation is a contraction of the word's Godhead into a human nature. It is a language of subtraction, not addition. Much as Isaac Luria describes God contracting into the Adam Kadmon, Barth and others describe God contracting into Jesus. Bulgakov, the retraction of the divine light into human nature, von Balthasar, the retraction to allow for human freedom. Addition language is a rediditus for creatures to God, subtraction language an exitus of God to creatures. This is the difference between these phrases, creatures for God versus God for creatures. And this is the basis for actualization. God, who is spirit and actualizes the world. He makes it and perfects it. Spirit, like all spirit, is not potency, but act. The description of God taking a breath in the Zum Zum contrasts God's emission of the Spirit from his mouth. To use an analogy, God already has his lungs filled with the breath before he begins to create. The elicitation of the Spirit ex nihilo, or from law, becomes apparent as Przywara quotes Martin Buber, in which he says that the goal of Judaism is to reconcile the contraries of the Occident and the Orient into this new and final dialectic in spirit. And he comments this spirit, or will, is, quote, between constant dissolution and constant reconstruction. The former the pathos of its divinity as God of destruction, the latter the pathos of its divinity as a God of creation. End quote. He thereafter echoes Ernst Müller in saying, quote, the fundamental tension of the Jew lies between ecstasy and critique. His thinking is ultimately the rhythm between an emerging will to create anew and an emerging will to destroy, close quote. An emerging will, an emerging spirit, for an annihilation and renewal, repentance and polarity that Christ has already wrought. For he has reconciled all through one cross, and there is one God for one humanity, not two. There are not two powers in heaven, but one.
Wow, that was an excellent presentation, Jay. I've learned so much from your insights and research. I really look forward to reviewing this again. I know I'm going to be able to draw from this for my own work moving forward. And just want to say to our audience that we're planning to do another Q&A session as a live stream on my Substack channel in the coming weeks. So look out for that announcement. Also, Jay and I are going to be doing another collaborative project on the two powers controversy, particularly in regards to Origin of Alexandria and Philo, which I'll turn it over to him to speak a little bit more on.
Yes, and thank you again, Will, for everything that you put together. I've certainly learned a lot from you, so I think that this has been a very fruitful collaboration thus far. The upcoming project that we're going to be working on is looking at Alexandrian theology and the two powers controversy, as much of the debates and arguments over Trinitarian theology and about everything that we've covered in the past two videos have touched on repeatedly these figures of Philo of Alexandria, Origin of Alexandria, Clement of Alexandria, Gnosticism, which is most active in that city in North Africa. It really is a locus and hotbed for all of these controversies, and it is a place where much of early Christian theology emerges from, as well as Jewish mysticism and Hermeticism and Gnosticism. So we would like to take a look at how this question that is asked of Jesus about that, in order that he could respond to it with the Messianic Psalm, how could David say, "My Lord to my Lord," if it is his own descendant? The question about two powers in heaven is ultimately the final question for Alexandrian theology, which causes this great divide, this great scattering of Gnostics, Jews, and Christians.
Excellent. I'm really looking forward to that. God bless you. God bless all of our listeners, and look forward to seeing you soon.